Chapter 275. The Immortal Pressure, the Divine Sense Pressure unique to immortals. Immortals were not humans. After transcending the thunder tribulation of heaven immortal and ascending to become immortals, immortals began to come into contact with the true nature of the heaven and earth and began to grasp the true power of the heaven and earth. Gradually, their immortal souls would carry an aura of the truth of the heaven and earth. For all cultivators below the realm of immortals, this insignificant aura would be like a mouse encountering a tiger, as they would suffer a mental suppression in all aspects. Mortals could not sense the immortal pressure of immortals, for they were like the insects in a deep, dirty pond, unable to see what was beyond it. On the other hand, cultivators could sense the immortal pressure of immortals clearly, for they were like the fishes swimming in the clear spring water. Through the clear spring water, they could see a tiny bit of the true nature of the world, the composition of the heaven and earth, and the principles of operation. They had the ability to sense the dreadfulness of immortals, and that was why all cultivators would face the pressure of immortal pressure directly. If it were those immortals with pure and kind character, they would always restrain their immortal pressure, at most letting it hover several tens of feet around them. Firstly, it could drive away evil spirits. Secondly, it could drive away insects, ants, and beasts. And thirdly, it could purify one's body from being polluted by dust. Only when they were fighting against their enemies would these immortals unleash their immortal pressure, attacking their enemies on the mental level. But obviously, Xianxia was not such a kind immortal. Right after he rushed into the atmosphere of the planet, he unleashed all his immortal pressure without any scruples. In just a blink of an eye, the immortal pressure had enveloped the entire planet. All living beings with cultivation base above Xianxia realm could sense the arrival of this frightening pressure. Xianxia transformed into a beam of colorful light, following closely behind Shadow Cloud as he flew past the top of Wuxia and his company. The enormous immortal pressure made Wuxia and his company stagger, nearly falling to the ground. When Xianxia flew past them, the natural energies froze abruptly. Wuxia and his company could not absorb any energy from the outside world, and the energies inside their bodies suddenly froze into ice like water, completely out of their control. Among all the cultivators above Xianxia realm, only the innate energies of 5 elements in the 7 stealing heaven meridians in Wuxia's arms were not affected by the immortal pressure, and were still circulating freely in his meridians. Wuxia was the only one who could still straighten his body and watch the 2 beams of light fly past his head. Wuxia patted on Princess Zhongli's shoulder and roared at the top of his voice, "Bring everyone back to G City through the teleportation formation. Hide in the house next to the number 1 Martial Club, and don't go to the Imperial Palace. That place is heavily guarded, and it will only attract more attention. Remember, take all the female officials and Imperial guards with you, and leave as quickly as possible. Just order these servants to stand guard here." Forcefully patting on Catfish Flooddragon's head with his palm, Wuxia cried out, "I'll leave Xianxia in your care. You must take good care of her, and don't let her act like a spoiled child. When we return to G City, don't wander around aimlessly. Just wait for my news." The Catfish Flooddragon's pitch-black head had turned pale because of the tremendous immortal pressure. Upon hearing Wuxia's words, she quickly nodded her head and said, I understand. Go back to G City. It's safer there. Don't go to the Imperial Palace. Don't go to those places that attract attention. Just hide in the residences and don't go out." Why would a heaven immortal appear here? That man just now was a heaven immortal. Could it be that he isn't immortal? Oh, my ancestors, why would a heaven immortal come here? How many tens of thousands of years has it been since I've heard of a heaven immortal coming here? The cowardly Catfish Flooddragon was scared out of her wits by the sudden appearance of a foreign immortal, and her words were a little unclear. Wuxia hugged Princess Zhongli, who kept stamping her feet, and gave her a strong kiss on the lips. After that, he cried out sternly, "Xianxia, don't be willful. These female officials and Imperial guards are the capital for us to make a fortune in the future. We can't lose them here. Bring them back to G City and hide them. I'll stay here and find out who this Heaven Immortal is and why he came here." Princess Xianxia stared blankly at Wuxia and roared, "It's too dangerous. You can't stay here." Before her voice could fade away, a strong five-colored beam fell from the sky from over 100 miles away. Several dozens of colorful petals spun rapidly and smashed into the ground, shattering a 10 miles tall lofty mountain and a few nearby, small mountain ranges. A violent wave of energy came whistling over from over 100 miles away. Like the head of a huge tsunami, it rolled up Wuxia and his company and threw them far away. Looking at Princess Xianxia, who refused to let him go, Wuxia gave her another kiss, then whispered into her ear, don't worry, I still have a soul replacement puppet to protect me. It's not that easy to kill me. This Heaven Immortal has a strange background, and I'll feel uneasy if I don't find out his background. I'll go and come back as soon as possible, don't worry. I'm not good at fighting, but when it comes to escaping, I'm the best." With a wave of his hand, a sheet of white light shot out from the spirit breeding ring, and all 100 longbow men turned into bright beams and flew back into the ring. Princess Xianxia glared at Wuxia coquettishly and said in a low voice, "If you die, Xianxia will definitely avenge you." Who says you must be my husband? Your words are really... Stomping her feet, Princess Xianxia transformed into a five-colored beam and shot out. After that, her melodious voice echoed through the area 100 miles in circumference. "Everyone listen up, all female officials and Imperial Army. Listen up, gather at the nearest teleportation formation and return to G City. Do not talk nonsense and disturb people's minds. Those who disobey will be executed." As Princess Xianxia gave her order, all the female officials and Imperial Army who were busy in the surroundings hastily stopped what they were doing and gathered all the important things around them. Ignoring the panicked cries of those hard laborers, they quickly gathered at the nearest teleportation formation. Gradually, a commotion broke out among the hard laborers, but Wuxia had no intention of transferring them. As a Heaven Immortal, no matter how vile his conduct was, he would never find trouble with these ordinary mortals. Therefore, these hard laborers were the safest people at the moment. When he saw Princess Xianxia step into the teleportation formation and return to G City together with a few serving ladies and guards, Wuxia hastily transformed into a stream of yellow mist and plunged into the ground. Using his fastest speed, he sped towards the direction where the white cloud disappeared. After chasing for over 100 miles, Wuxia came to the side of the mountain that was turned into ashes by a casual strike from Han Xiao. There was only a deep pit several tens of miles deep, and water had begun to accumulate at the bottom of the pit. The strike just now had pierced through the underground energy veins. The pit was clean, and nothing was left behind, except a strong aura of demon beasts lingering in the air. Very quickly, Wuxia analyzed what happened just now. When they were passing by the mountain, as one was chasing and the other was fleeing, a powerful demon beast suddenly let out a provocative cry at the Heaven Immortal who was passing by in the sky, as it could not withstand a stimulation from the immortal pressure. In the end, the Heaven Immortal killed the demon beast with a casual strike like he was slapping a fly, and even turned the mountain into nothingness. The demon aura that lingered in the air was very strong and pure. It was at least a demon beast of nascent soul realm. A nascent soul demon beast was killed so casually by a human. Clenching his teeth, Wuxia continued his pursuit. Using the innate escape art of Earth Element, he could travel several hundred miles with just one vibration by borrowing the energy ripples from the underground energy veins. With just a few leaps, Wuxia had already traveled over 10,000 miles away. Right after he came out from an underground metal vein, a loud boom, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, was suddenly heard coming from above. Hastily, Wuxia retracted his aura and poked his head out from the woods on top of a small hill. He saw a strange-looking boat amidst the white cloud being smashed by a clump of colorful petals, rolling and falling to the ground. Right when a figure flew out from the boat, the green figure behind it grabbed him by the neck and dragged him up into the air. Junior, you fled so far and even risked your life to bring me into the flaming nether ocean. But what is the result? Han Xiao threw his head back and laughed wildly, grabbing Xianxia's neck and slamming him several tens of times to the ground. Xianxia was like a scarecrow as he was swung up by Han Xiao without any ability to resist. His body smashed viciously onto the hard mountain rock, breaking every single bone in his body inch by inch. The cultivation technique inherited from Xianxia's sect focused more on the utilization of energy and nascent divinity, and it could be said that the tempering of the fleshly body was negligible. In fact, the fleshly body of an Earth Immortal from White Cloud Immortal sect was even weaker than that of other Earth Immortals. The advantage of White Cloud Immortal sect did not lie in the fleshly body. After being pinched and slammed by Han Xiao like that, all the bones in Xianxia's body were broken, and the pain made him burst into tears instinctively. Clutching Xianxia's neck with one hand, Han Xiao let out a strange laugh and said, "Are you crying? Junior, weren't you very courageous when you cursed me to die without any descendants just now? Weren't you very courageous? Why are you crying now? Hee, get on your knees and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps I'll... Damn it, what is this?" Han Xiao stood over 9 feet tall, and just like Qin Xingshui, he was as skinny as a bamboo pole. He was clad in a white Taoist robe, emanating an immense cold air, as if he was made from Xianbing. His face was expressionless. He had a very high cheekbone, a very thin nose, and lips as thin as razor blades. It was obvious that he was a dark, stubborn, mean, and heartless man. Originally, he wanted to strangle Xianxia to death, but his eyes were quickly attracted by a pale green orchid growing on a white dragon pine tree 15 feet away from him. From time to time, these orchids would emit a faint green light, constantly absorbing and releasing the surrounding natural energies, condensing them into tiny drops of spirit liquid, which would be absorbed by the wisteria and injected into the Ganoderma meat and leaves. Wuxia gave the Ganoderma orchids a glance. It was just an unusual meat Ganoderma orchids that could be found everywhere in the depth of Meng Mountains, and, judging from its age, it was at least 1,000 years old. None of the demons and devils in Meng Mountains would pick this juvenile Ganoderma orchids and consume them. They would only fight for those Ganoderma orchids that were at least 10,000 years old, using its medicinal strength to purify their demon energy, temper their nascent divinity, and improve their own dermic powers and cultivation base. However, Han Xiao Immortal's next move was beyond Wu Qi's expectation. He simply threw Xianxia to the side, then leaped and leaped towards the orchid, reaching out his hand greedily. Like a lecher caressing the tender skin of his most beloved concubine, his fingers trembling as he caressed the orchid's petals. Oh heavens! This is at least 1,500 years old. Xianxia, your White Cloud Immortal sect, is an expert in concocting medicinal pills. Have you ever seen a 1,500 years old 9-leaf Ganoderma orchids? I'm afraid it's difficult to find one that is even 800 years old now, right? Saliva was already dripping down from the corner of Han Xiao's mouth. With all his bones broken, Xianxia raised his head with great difficulty, fixing his eyes on the 9-leaf Ganoderma orchids. With a scornful look on his face, he sneered at Han Xiao and said, 800 years old? For the past 10,000 years, the oldest 9-leaf Ganoderma orchids that we found in White Cloud Immortal sect was merely 500 years old. For the sake of that Ganoderma orchids, 2 Uncle Masters even fought a fierce battle with the people of Spirit Breeding sect. One Uncle Master even lost an arm before he managed to snatch the Ganoderma orchids back. Wu Qi's heart sank instantly. Obviously, these 2 men came from beyond the heavens, and yet they were so poor. If a 1,500 years old Ganoderma orchids could make them so excited, then what would happen to those several thousand years old, or even 10,000 years old medicinal herbs that those great demons and great demons in the depth of Meng Mountains? While Wuxia was murmuring to himself, Xianxia, immortal, suddenly screamed out again. Chapter 276. Xianxia threw his head back and laughed wildly, waving his arms and legs as he said, "The heaven has taken pity on me. A demon soul of 10,000 years. A demon soul of 10,000 years. Such a powerful demon aura and such a pure divine sense. With meticulous crafting, I can at least craft it into a middle-grade spirit item. As long as I carefully nurture it for 10,000 years, it is not impossible for me to upgrade it into an upper-grade spirit item, or even an immortal item. Ha ha ha! I, Xianxia, am really lucky today." A vague green shadow, half human and half tree, roughly shaped like a tree and having the face of an old man, flashed on the surface of the green crystal. Amidst a wild howl that was filled with both rage and sorrow, it transformed into a green beam and was about to flee. However, with a casual grab, Xianxia had the vague shadow confined in midair, then shoved it into the green crystal. Immediately, a blinding green gleam burst out from the green crystal, followed by the sound of weeping. Then, a clear figure appeared in the green crystal, which was exactly the same as the green shadow, half human and half tree. Xianxia breathed out a long sigh, then said honestly, "Apart from the ancestral master, there are 2 elders of heaven immortal realm, over 100 masters of nascent divinity realm, and over 1,000 disciples of nascent soul realm. Energy stones are a huge expense, and energy stones are needed everywhere. Currently, masters of nascent divinity realm can only receive 1,000 pieces of lower-grade energy stones as an offering every year. If it were a nascent divinity cultivator, he could only shatter all the rocks in the energy stone mine with brute force, and then pick out the energy stones from the shattered rocks. That would definitely cause a great loss to the energy stones in the energy stone mine. On top of that, even if it were a nascent divinity cultivator, breaking the rocks would also waste a great amount of energy, and it was not worth it to use them to open up the energy stone mine. Wuxia was lying under a rhododendron, looking at the green crystal, and could not help but breathe out a long sigh. Perhaps this old pine tree had lived for over 10,000 years, and had already formed a demon soul and demon core. With just a little more time, he would be able to cultivate the body of a demon. It was 100 times more difficult for a plant to transform into a human form than a beast, a demon, and a demon. Therefore, although this old pine tree had lived for a very long time, it still retained its original appearance of a big tree. A large sheet of 5-colored light burst out from Xiao's palm, within which were countless colorful petals wheeling at top speed, shooting towards Yin Dan and the others. Grabbing Xianxia by the neck and lifting him up, Xianxia immortal teleported himself 10 miles away. At the heavenly immortal realm, executing teleportation divine ability was like breathing or drinking water for an ordinary person, and it was natural to the extreme. Without the slightest sign, their figures would flash, and they'd already teleport out without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. Compared to Waning Dragon King and the other peak-stage nascent divinity old demons, they still had to spend a period of time condensing their energies and reciting some incantations before they could break through the void and teleport away. There was simply no comparison between the two. A loud buzzing noise rang out. Xianxia Immortal took a small step back, while Yin Dan and the others were pushed several tens of feet back by Chi-Chi. Xianxia Immortal roared with laughter. He threw Xianxia to the ground, then extended his arm and grabbed toward a mountain range 1,000 miles away. Nevertheless, Xianxia Immortal burst into a loud and joyful laughter. "I never thought that there would actually be such a rich energy stone mine here. Marvelous, marvelous." He lifted up Xianxia, whose arms were still dripping with blood, then flew above the energy stone mine. Casually, he swung his arm downwards. A large sheet of green mist sprayed out from his sleeve, rolling and sweeping across the energy stone mine. Approximately 1 million lower-grade energy stones, 30,000 middle-grade energy stones, and less than 2,000 upper-grade energy stones left the ground and flew into his palm. Suddenly, Xianxia Immortal roared with laughter and said, "This is absurd. How dare a bunch of cultivators talk nonsense about slaying an immortal? Today, I'll let you know what the true power of an immortal is." A large cloud spread out from the western horizon as several thousand cultivators and demons emerged out of nowhere. With a sway of his body, Wuxia transformed into a clump of green mist, wriggling through the grass and trees, and followed closely behind Xianxia Immortal at a distance of less than 1 mile. A beam of green light swept across the heaven and earth. An enormous spiritual pressure spread out in all directions like a raging ocean, bringing with it a faint rumble of wind and thunder. The faces of Yin Dan and the others turned pale as they were nearly knocked off the cloud by the pressure unleashed by Xianxia Immortal. However, in the blink of an eye, numerous powerful waves of divine will rolled out and merged into one, clashing against the immortal pressure unleashed by Xianxia Immortal. Once a spirit of grass and would transformed into a demon, their dermic powers and divine abilities would generally be much stronger than those of animals and demons. However, the period before they could transform was the most dangerous period for these spirit of grass and wood. Xianxia Immortal had seized the demon core, which was formed from the essence of the great tree over 10,000 years, and forcibly imprisoned his demon soul within it. With that, there was no longer any possibility for this old tree demon to transform into a demon. Perhaps the best outcome for him would be to become the item spirit of some powerful spirit item. With the enormous energy essence gathered by this old tree demon's enormous body, he could at least become the item spirit of a middle-grade spirit item. A sheet of green light burst out from his right palm, transforming into a huge palm formed from green light, grabbing toward a small mountain range that stretched over 300 miles away from them. The gigantic palm blotted out the sky and covered an area of 500 miles in circumference. He grabbed the small mountain range, and with just a slight shake of the palm, he crushed the several hundreds of mountains in the mountain range into powder. As the wind blew, all the dust was blown away, revealing an energy stone vein underneath the mountain range that glinted brightly. His divine will spread out, and Xianxia cried out once again, "How is this possible?" It's actually, with a complacent slap that sent Xianxia flying several hundred feet away, Xianxia breathed out a long sigh complacently and said, "I can't believe that this planet under my feet is actually nurturing so many natural treasures. This is truly my fortune. It would be a pity if no one could enjoy this scene. Junior, this is the reason why I spared your life temporarily. Now, I'll show you how many treasures I can find in this place." Just like before, a huge greenish hand flew out, grabbing the mountain range that stretched over 2,000 miles. With a shake, the mountain range shattered to pieces, revealing a large energy stone vein underneath, which was produced by 7 to 8 types of precious metals, including purple gold, silver essence, red copper, and so on. A green gleam shone in Xiao's eyes as he threw his head back and laughed wildly into the sky, staring at the energy stone vein, which was 100 times more than the small energy stone vein. According to the standard of Great Yin Dynasty, this energy stone vein could only be considered as a small to medium-sized one. Stretching for more than 40 miles, the density of the rock was about 10 square feet. If there was a piece of spirit stone in the rock, out of 30 low-grade spirit stones, 1 mid-grade spirit stone would be produced, and out of 150 mid-grade spirit stones, 1 high-grade spirit stone would be produced. In the database of strategic resources of Great Yin Dynasty, a mineral vein like this was a mineral vein that had no mining value. Wonderful, wonderful. Xianxia, Jr., I really can't bear to kill you. This planet is actually a priceless planet that has never been exploited. Feel it, the density of the natural energies in the surroundings is at least 3 times stronger than the natural energies in White Cloud Planet. The natural treasures here, as well as all kinds of rare and precious mineral veins, are too many to count. Wonderful, wonderful. I can totally use this planet to establish my own sect. While Han Xiao was feeling complacent, he suddenly turned his head to the west and cried out sternly, "Who are you, Junior? How dare you peep over there?" Among these cultivators and demons, Wuxia Nu Yin Dan, Chu Ping, Emote D, Sun Quang, Xianxia, Duke of Longyang, and even Gigazi, Hu Hai, Su Fu, Li Si, and many others from Daqin. There were also Waning Dragon King, Xiong Wanling, Xianxia, and a large number of demon kings whose cultivation base was above the realm of nascent divinity. According to the different powers they belonged to, they formed a formation on clouds and flew slowly towards Wuxia. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Great Yin Dynasty, Great Chu, or Great Wei, the mining of energy stone mines was always carried out by mortal laborers. When Han Xiao revealed his mining ability, it was more than enough to make all the higher-ups of the various dynasties jealous, as the efficiency of mining was simply too high. Wuxia was struck dumb with amazement. Sure enough, this was the power of a heaven immortal, as the control of his magical power had reached a level that no nascent divinity cultivator could catch up with. At the same time, the green mist sprayed out by Han Xiao had wrapped up all the over 1 million energy stones in the mineral vein. Every single energy stone was pulled out from the rocks by a suitable force, and the surrounding rocks did not suffer too much damage. All the energy stones in this energy stone mine had fallen into his sleeve. Not right. This is wonderful. Han Xiao stared blankly at the huge pine tree. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh, waving his sleeve and waving it. A loud boom rang out as the huge pine tree suddenly exploded into dust and drifted away in all directions. All the life force in the pine tree had been gathered at the core of the tree trunk, in a spindle-shaped crystal that was growing longer and thicker than an adult's arm, glinting with a dazzling green gleam. Not right, not right. Han Xiao unleashed his divine will, scanning through the forest 1,000 miles in circumference in just a blink of an eye. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, and even every grain of sand in the forest was exposed to his divine will. Apart from Wuxia, who was hiding in the bushes with a mystic aura-restraining technique, everything else was covered by his divine will, and nothing could be missed. The spot where Han Xiao teleported to was a huge, black-skinned pine tree, standing 3,000 feet tall and 120 feet wide. Its bark was densely covered with moss and wisteria, and a very strong life force of plants kept spreading out from its body. Every now and then, the natural energies would be absorbed by the pine tree. As a result, the entire pine tree was enshrouded in a faint layer of green light. Han Xiao was trembling with excitement. In the past, I was all alone, as all the planets in Liyuan Galaxy that were suitable for founding a sect were occupied by immortal sects of various sizes. But little did I expect that I could actually find such a precious planet in this damned, flaming nether ocean. So I'm really laughing wildly. Han Xiao waved his hand casually and chopped off both of Xianxia arms. Grinning coldly, he turned to Xianxia and said, "For the sake that you've brought me to such a precious place, I'll let you live a little longer." Hee, but, Junior, you are a crafty and cunning one. In order to prevent you from spoiling my business, I can't let you keep both of your arms. With a terrified expression, Xianxia stared at the mountain range that was destroyed by Han Xiao with a flip of his palm, then at the ground underneath, which was now shaped like a beehive after he extracted over 1 million energy stones. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly and said, "It has been over 80,000 years since White Cloud Immortal Sect was founded, and all the energy stone veins on White Cloud Planet have been completely extracted. Now, we can only rely on the energy stones that these energy stone veins absorb the natural energies every year to produce new energy stones. Upper grade energy stones. This energy stone vein is indeed very rich. Junior, how many energy stone veins do you still have in White Cloud Immortal Sect?" In your sect, even the second-generation disciples of nascent divinity realm, how many energy stones can they enjoy every year?" After fiddling with the energy stones for a while, Han Xiao gave Xianxia a heavy slap on the face. Inside the prison cart, Hu Hai suddenly let out a loud, strange laugh and said, "So this old fellow really thinks this place is under his control? Hee hee, I wonder if I can concoct a spirit pill with the blood essence of an immortal. Can it make my cultivation base take a great leap? Gentlemen, let's put aside the enmity between us and join hands to kill him. What do you say?" Obviously, Han Xiao was taken aback. Frowning, he gave the large group of cultivators and demons flying towards him a glance, then suddenly unleashed all his immortal pressure. After putting all the energy stones under his sleeve, a greedy expression that could not be concealed emerged on Han Xiao's face. Foaming at the corner of his mouth, he fished out an upper-grade energy stone the size of a toddler's head and held it in his palm, then began to carefully rub and fiddle with it. Chapter 277. The entire sky was blotted with the 5-colored petals unleashed by Han Xiao. It was unknown what kind of magical treasure he was using, but these petals seemed to possess a sentient nature. Each petal was like a living creature, actively searching for the weakest spot of the enemy and attacking it. When countless petals shot through the air with ear-splitting noises, the ground turned dark, as all the sunlight was absorbed by these petals. Not a single ray of light could reach the ground. Sensing the pressure from Han Xiao Immortal's immortal pressure, Yin Dan and the others, who had spent a huge amount of energy to cross the entire territory of Great Yin from Meng Mountains and rush to the shore of Great Eastern Ocean, hastily unleashed their defensive magical treasures when they saw Han Xiao Immortal launching his attack. They transformed into beams of light and wrapped themselves tightly within. A series of explosions rang out one after another. The power of each petal was shockingly strong. Yin Dan and the other cultivators with weaker cultivation base were knocked flying away immediately, while several thousand cultivators and demons, including Chi-Chi, coughed out blood and suffered severe injuries. On the other hand, Waning Dragon King and the other nascent divinity cultivators could only hide behind their defensive magical treasures, enduring the endless attacks from the petals in a sorry state. The spinning petals quickly cut the light beams unleashed by their defensive magical treasures. After a few seconds of cutting, the petals exploded violently. The explosive power of each petal was comparable to a full-force strike unleashed by a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator like Waning Dragon King. Almost every single one of them felt that they were being attacked by several dozens of peak-stage nascent divinity enemies. Although Waning Dragon King and the other nascent divinity cultivators had a profound cultivation base and were protected by powerful magical treasures, they could only hold on for a breath longer than Yin Dan, Su Fu, Li Si, and the others before they were forced to retreat while coughing blood. Xianxia and the other demon kings, who had weaker cultivation base, had their bodies ripped apart by the petals. Blood was sprayed all over their bodies, making them look extremely miserable. With only the strength of one man, he had forced back several thousand strongest cultivators from 5 dynasties in just a blink of an eye. The frightening overall strength of Han Xiao Immortal made Yin Dan and the other nascent divinity cultivators' faces turn pale, and none of them knew what to do next. With just one strike, Han Xiao Immortal pushed back all the enemies, then tilted his head up in a reserved manner, sneered, and said, "I never expected that apart from a priceless planet like this, there are actually so many excellent disciples who came to me on their own." Han Xiao snorted coldly, then said complacently, "I suppose all of you are cultivators born and raised on this planet? I'll give you a chance. All human cultivators can join my sect and receive the supreme immortal magic. All demon cultivators can join my sect and become the divine guardian beasts. This is the custom of the major immortal sections. Anyone who disobeys will have their entire family exterminated." Han Zhao's eyes shone with a bright gleam as he looked at Yin Dan and his company greedily. Establishing a sect sounded simple, but even with the backing of a treasured planet, it was still extremely difficult to cultivate a group of capable disciples. However, things were different now that Yin Dan and his company had come to him. Nascent divinity cultivators were the main force of all the major immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy, and there were several dozens of them present on the scene. Nascent soul cultivators were the foundation for the prosperity of all the major immortal sects, and there were at least 1,000 nascent soul cultivators present on the scene. With such a scale, as long as a unique soul-controlling restrictive spell was planted in their souls, all of them would become the most loyal disciples. With this, the foundation of a powerful sect would be laid down. With these disciples as the foundation, it would be much easier to slowly cultivate the most loyal disciples of the sect. Whether a sect was strong or prosperous, it could not do without these nascent divinity and nascent soul cultivators to keep up the facade. Han Xiao let out a long cry, filled with great joy, then cried out sternly, "I bet you have never seen a heaven immortal before. You have no idea that even though you have formed your nascent divinity and are able to leave your fleshly body and travel freely, you still have no way to fight against a heaven immortal. A heaven immortal is the true immortal. Cultivators like you, even though you have the title of immortal, are still mortals. Submit to me obediently, release your nascent divinity, and let me plant the soul-controlling restrictive spell on you. This is the only way out for you." Yin Dan and his company did not say a word. They were all mighty figures, so how could they submit to a heaven immortal who appeared out of nowhere? Yin Dan, who owned a powerful magical treasure, began exchanging glances with Chu Ping and the others in the crowd. If all of them unleashed all their trump cards and used all their precious treasures, including the disc of Heavenly Tao Transmigration and the Banner of Chiyu, they might still have a chance to kill this heaven immortal. Originally, when the various dynasties were at war, they would fight happily and boisterously behind closed doors. No matter who won or lost, it was an old grudge between the dynasties. In short, they were old acquaintances, and they could still accept the result. However, Han Xiao Immortal suddenly showed up in such a domineering manner, declaring that the planet under their feet was his personal property, and everyone must become his disciple. How could these proud and arrogant heroes from various dynasties accept this? Hu Hai, who had just retreated while coughing blood, suddenly let out a loud, strange laugh and said, "Idiot! You have no idea who we are, and how dare you say you want us to become your disciples? I don't care if you were a heaven immortal or some other bullshit. Dachin, Dachin, Dachin." Hu Hai roared at the top of his voice, "Dachin." Next to him, a handsome man clad in a black robe embroidered with 9 dragons and holding a pitch-black heavy sword slowly raised his left hand up, clenched it into a fist, and cried out in a deep voice, "Dachin, the mighty army, advances and never retreats. If you want us to submit to you, you'll have to take a full force strike from me, the hero Dachin." The man turned to look at Yin Dan, Chu Ping, and the others, then called out one by one, "Yin Dan, Chu Ping, Wei Wuji, and Zhao Sheng, as a heaven immortal, do you have the courage to kill this man together with my brother?" Yin Dan, Chu Ping, and the others roared with laughter, wiping the blood from the corner of their mouths and standing next to the man. Chu Ping cried out coldly, "What Prince Fusu said is exactly what we want. After we kill this old fool, we'll divide everything he has equally among the 5 dynasties." All the civil and military officials from various dynasties, as well as the imperial advisors and demon kings who came along with the crowd, let out long roars as they stood side by side with Yin Dan and the others. Regardless of their nationality, regardless of the grudges in the past, and regardless of the new and old grudges, all the cultivators from 5 dynasties stood in a single row. Suddenly, a cloud came flying over at top speed from the southwest direction, while loud laughter rang out. "My old friends, it has been a long time since we last met. How are you? You've done a great deed in Meng Mountains and He Mountains. Why don't you let us, the Great Qi Dynasty, join in and have a good time? Why don't we do it this way? Whoever kills this old fool today will have 50% of the immortal ruins in He Mountains taken by that dynasty. What do you think? Yin Dan and the others laughed joyfully and said, Meng Chong, Tianwen, the great Qi dynasty have finally shown up. Come, let's join hands and kill this old crook. Nearly 1,000 civil and military officials of Great Qi dynasty, including the Emperor Tianwen, had also arrived in a mighty manner. The combined forces of 6 dynasties had rolled up a monstrous killing intent, which transformed into a murderous intent that nearly took a corporeal form, locking on a Han Shao immortal from a distance away. The prime treasures of Yin Dan and the others were ready to strike out at any time. The enormous power of the prime treasures was rocking violently inside their bodies, while the raging energy that spread in all directions penetrated through their bodies and vaguely seeped out, forming into a magnificent 7-colored cloud around them. Han Shao Immortal turned to look at Yin Dan and the others hesitantly. He had a rather bad feeling. These cultivators before his eyes were very different from the other cultivators he met during his travels. No matter it was their spirit, energy and spirit, or the vigorous fighting spirit, none of them could be found in those cultivators in the outside world. If he had to describe them, each and every one of these cultivators before his eyes was like a divine dragon among the humans, with an imposing and extraordinary appearance. On the other hand, those cultivators in the outside world, even those so-called geniuses from various immortal sects, were like donkey dung eggs when compared to these people. Although they looked glamorous on the outside, they were not as good on the inside. Especially for Yin Dan and the others, he could clearly sense a very strong force brewing inside their bodies. For some unknown reason, Han Shao Immortal had a feeling that the force could very well pose a threat to his immortal body. Even though he had a prime magical treasure of lower grade immortal item level, it did not bring him any sense of security. He had a feeling that if he really got into a conflict with these people, even if he could kill all of them, he would have to pay a heavy price. The bad feeling made Han Shao Immortal extremely furious. Ants, do you really want to die? He roared. Do you know that no matter how many of you there are, you are still no match for an immortal? You have absolutely no idea how huge the gap is between you and an immortal. I'll give you one last chance. Join me, and you will be my first disciple. Hu Hai's furious roar broke the strange confrontation. Suddenly, a large sheet of dark light burst out from the black prison chariot around him, amidst which countless shadows of fiend gods struggling and roaring emerged. Hu Hai roared fiercely, Old fogey, if you want to fight, just fight. It's nothing but death. We've already died once, so why should we be afraid of an old fogey like you? Fuck your mother. Don't let me find your mother, or else I'll definitely bring her into my mansion and pamper her day and night. Laughing wildly, Hu Hai waved his hand. Wisps of dark flame burst out from the iron chains on his wrists and ankles as they shot noiselessly towards Han Shao Immortal. Countless fiend gods had attached themselves to these iron chains. Their faces were ferocious and twisted, yet they kept chanting verses that advised people to do good. Together with a monstrous evil aura, they leaped towards Han Shao Immortal. When Hu Hai made his move, Fu Su, who had been preparing for a long time, suddenly threw away the longsword in his hand. The pitch-black longsword transformed into a black true dragon and soared into the sky, roaring furiously as it came slashing down towards Han Shao Immortal. Fu Su thrust his palm forward, and a pitch-black painting made of metal suddenly emerged from his palm. A large sheet of dark wind rushed out from the painting, and amidst deafening battle cries, a troop of valiant metal puppets charged out from the dark wind, charging towards Han Shao Immortal. On Yin Dan's palm was an exquisite, bean-sized disc of heavenly Tao transmigration, wheeling faintly. He aimed the tiny disc at Han Shao Immortal, then cried out in a low voice, "The law of heaven and earth, the great Tao of transmigration, past life and present life. The fate of misfortune is endless." As the disc of heavenly Tao transmigration spun, a crimson flame suddenly burst out from Han Shao Immortal's body. A great amount of flame of karma kept bursting out from his body, burning him and making him howl miserably. What the hell? In flame of karma. Han Xiao roared furiously. I've become an immortal. I'm no longer part of the 5 elements, no 3 realms, and no longer controlled by the transmigration of heaven and earth. How could I still be attacked by the in flame of karma? This is against the heavens. This is against the heavens. While he was shouting and yelling, MOD, Sun Quang, Gigazi, together with Chu Ping, Zhao Shan Tianwen, Wei Wuji, and a few others struck at the same time. Without holding back, all of them had drawn out the enormous power contained in their prime magical treasures, unleashing their strongest attacks. Han Xiao Immortal did not take the cultivation base of these people seriously. For a heaven immortal, several dozens of nascent divinity cultivators, and nearly 1,000 nascent soul cultivators, these ordinary cultivators were just ants that he could kill easily. In Liyuan Galaxy, there was no lack of rumors about some heaven immortal who could easily destroy a city inhabited by cultivators when he was infuriated. Before a heaven immortal, tens of thousands of cultivators or even hundreds of thousands of cultivators did not even have the qualification to be cannon fodder. However, the prime magical treasures of Yin Dan and his companions were too powerful, ridiculously powerful. They were all ancient artifacts of spirit artifact grade, and among them, there was even an ancient fiend such as the Banner of Qiyu. Although the cultivation base of Yin Dan and his companions was weak, the power of their magical treasures was simply too powerful. The void trembled as the 5-colored flame bursting out from Han Zhao's palms shattered abruptly, while countless 5-colored flowers exploded and exploded. Han Xiao howled miserably as both of his palms exploded abruptly. Golden blood sprayed and sprayed all over the sky. Han Xiao, who was severely wounded all of a sudden, teleported himself to a place 100 miles away with a blink. The mighty attack unleashed by all of them transformed into a blurry, nearly chaotic shadow, piercing through the void and heading to some unknown place. Han Xiao roared furiously, letting out a roar that sounded like the roar of a wounded wild beast. If not because the divine ability of teleportation had become an instinct of his body, allowing him to teleport away with just a single thought of his mind, perhaps he would have been killed by the joint attack unleashed by all of them just now. Han Xiao Immortal roared furiously. What evil technique did you use to injure me? Impossible. You're just a bunch of low-grade cultivators. How could you possibly wound me, a heaven immortal? Even though I'm just a 36-tier heaven immortal, the weakest heaven immortal, I'm still an immortal. It is impossible for cultivators to fight against immortals. This is an iron law, an iron law. You can never wound me, unless you have an immortal item. But how could you possibly control an immortal item? Before Han Xiao Immortal's words could fade away, a few powerful immortal pressures suddenly came from the void. A large sheet of pale green light, about the size of a palm and shaped like a crescent moon, came shooting down from the void amidst an ear-splitting whistling noise. All of a sudden, it smashed viciously onto Han Xiao Immortal's body. Han Xiao, who was in a state of shock from the joint attack unleashed by Yin Dan and the others, suddenly let out a miserable howl as several dozens of blood arrows shot out from his body. The green beams were very powerful, as they easily wounded Han Xiao Immortal, who did not put up any guard, and severely wounded his immortal body. One of his left arms was even chopped off by the green beams, falling to the ground while spraying golden blood. Han Xiao roared furiously and painfully. How shameless! How could you attack me from behind? Jinmu Sovereign, I know your green mist diffraction sword. I'll definitely repay you for what you've done today in the future. With a blink of his body, Han Xiao abruptly teleported to some unknown place. A cloud flickered above his head as 5 heaven immortals, their bodies shrouded in a hazy glow, suddenly flew down from the cloud. 2 of them teleported away with a blink. Obviously, they were chasing after Han Xiao. Meanwhile, the other 3 heaven immortals landed before Yin Dan and the others, looking around with great astonishment. On the ground, the large energy stone vein opened by Xianxia just now was glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Chapter 278. The three newly arrived heaven immortals quickly scanned their surroundings with their divine will, and in just a blink of an eye, they had scanned an area of 5 million miles around them. Following the feedback from their divine will, the three heaven immortals suddenly burst into wild laughter, rocking back and forth as tears sprayed out from their eyes. One of them, a heaven immortal clad in a long robe made of black feathers, his eyes gleaming with a green gleam as he threw his head back and laughed. The heavens have eyes. There is hope for our spirit flame sect to prosper. Ha ha! I didn't expect to find such a good place while tracking that old fogey Xiao. The other middle-aged man, who was dressed in white, had a pair of triangular eyes and slanted eyebrows that completely destroyed his overall image, suddenly turned around and sneered. Black-haired ghost, this good place doesn't belong to your spirit flame sect. Friendship is friendship, and benefits are benefits. The Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect wants at least half of the profits here. Standing next to them was a strange old man, who was clad in a long red robe. His hair and eyebrows were dark green, and his face was also green. He had a vertical eye between his eyebrows. He shouted in a deep voice, "Black Feather Sovereign, White Ghost Immortal, listen to me. Old Mu was dragged here by you, and in order to kill that old fogey Xiao, he ventured deep into the flaming nether ocean and risked his life. For this favor, you will have to return it, and you will have to return it heavily. I can't miss out on any of the benefits here." Abruptly, the erect eye between his brows opened, and a famous itinerant heaven immortal in Liyuan Galaxy, Zhen Mu Sovereign, who called himself Old Wood, shot out a large sheet of green light from all three eyes, illuminating Black Feather Sovereign from Spirit Flame Sect and White Ghost Immortal from Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect. Zhen Mu Sovereign snapped sternly, "What is this place?" "The famous flaming nether ocean in the minor heavenly circle realm. For the sake of my friendship with the two of you, I, Old Mu, risk the danger to follow you here, to hunt down Xiao. Aren't you ashamed to not give me 30% of the profits?" The Black Feather Sovereign and the White Ghost Immortal bellowed angrily in unison. "Bullshit. That stinks. You're a loner, while we have a huge business. We have tens of thousands of disciples to feed. 30% of the profits? 5 points at most." Zhen Mu's Sovereign grinned coldly. All of a sudden, countless tiny wisterias shot out from his body, stretching quickly towards the ground and implanting themselves into countless trees. The forest around him shook, and a huge amount of spirit wood aura flowed into his body through the wood wisteria. Zhen Mu's Sovereign's face had turned into a strange, pale green color. Suddenly, a large layer of wood emerged on his skin, glinting with a gleam that only metal could have under the sunlight. Zhen Mu's Sovereign's voice had also become extremely strange, sounding like two pieces of wood rubbing against each other. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "You had better think it through. The two of you are only Tier 36 tier Heaven Immortals, while I, Old Mu, already has 1 foot in the realm of Tier 35 tier Heaven Immortal. Be it the power of his Tao technique or his cultivation base, he is at least 2 times stronger than the two of you. Humph, with twice the amount of magic power, this old man can easily slaughter you all." Off in the distance, 2 figures were seen flashing at top speed. A man and a woman, who were chasing after Xiao, immortal, just now, suddenly appeared. The man was clad in a heart-covering golden armor. Apart from the armor that covered his heart, there was nothing else on his upper body. A large patch of fair skin was exposed, densely covered with countless red flame patterns. As for the woman, her face was as pale as a piece of paper, and her body was enshrouded in a ghostly aura. The left side of her body was fleshy, giving her the appearance of an enchanting beauty, while the right side of her body was simply a pale skeleton. The man clad in the heart-covering golden armor came and stood behind Black Feather Sovereign. Suddenly, wisps of flame rushed out from his body. He stared at Zhen Mu's Sovereign, sneered, and said, "Old Wood, you better think it through. Although your cultivation base is stronger than us, the cultivation technique of Spirit Flame Sect happens to be able to restrain all wood element spells under the heaven. Even if we join hands, I don't think you could defeat us. Zhenmu's sovereign gave the man a cold glance, then murmured under his breath, Inferno sovereign, hee. On the other side, the woman who looked like a ghost came and stood right next to White Ghost Immortal. Her arms naturally wrapped around White Ghost Immortal's arm with a sharp contrast. She let out a strange laugh and said, Zhenmu's sovereign, if I, Ghost Lady, join hands with Senior Brother, together with Black Feather Sovereign and Inferno Sovereign, we should have a chance to kill you, right? Zhenmu's sovereign looked around and said with a cold grin, Where's Han Xiao, that old fogey? Ghost Lady, he had offended you severely in those years. Therefore, after discovering his whereabouts, you gathered us and followed him all the way here, trying to find a chance to kill him. But now it looks like Ghost Lady snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, That old fogey may not have any other abilities, but his escaping skill is pretty good. Zhenmu's sovereign laughed wildly and said, I see. So you guys failed to kill him? Ha ha ha. Han Xiao, listen carefully. I'm very interested in this priceless planet. Why don't you join hands with me and seize 50% of the benefits from this planet? Both of us are lone cultivators, so if we seize 50% of the benefits, we can establish our own sect or improve our cultivation base alone. In any case, we can get endless benefits. Of this 50%, I'll take 30% and you'll take 20%. It's fair and reasonable. What do you say? Zhenmu's sovereign's voice echoed through the heaven and earth, coming from every corner of the planet at the same time. Then came Han Zhao's voice, Zhenmu, old fogey, if you really want to join hands with me, swear an oath. The faces of White Ghost Immortal and the other three fell instantly. While they were about to open their mouths to stop him, Zhenmu's sovereign had already sworn an oath with his prime nascent divinity. Han Zhao's laughter was heard coming from afar. After that, a figure flashed past, and in the next moment, Han Xiao had already appeared next to Zhenmu's sovereign. Han Xiao, immortal, whose body was still dripping with blood, took out a pill bottle indifferently and swallowed a few healing pills. After that, he turned to Zhenmu's sovereign, smiled, and said, All right, let's work together and seize the benefits. As for the fact that you plotted against me, I won't hold it against you anymore. With a sway of his body, a brand new arm grew out from the spot where Han Zhao's arm was chopped off. He exercised the new arm, then suddenly grinned at Ghost Lady, who had an unsightly expression on her face. Old hag, I've merely seized 3 of your disciples and used them as cultivation vessels. I didn't kill them in the end, and I returned them to them. Why are you still chasing after me? With a cold voice, Ghost Lady said, Those 3 disciples were the best materials that I wanted to cultivate into my natal heavenly ghosts. But in the end, they were seized by you, and their innate supreme Yin energy was taken away by you. Without that supreme Yin energy, I could only refine them into 9 ghost mothers, which is at least 10 times weaker than the natal heavenly ghosts. You spoiled this old woman's plans. This enmity, this hatred, this old woman will never let you off. Suddenly, Zhenmu's sovereign spoke, Han Xiao, listen carefully. This time, White Ghost Immortal accidentally found an immortal item, the star positioning needle. No matter where he is, he can always point to the position of a certain star. It is a gold immortal treasure that came from an upper heavenly realm. Black Feather Sovereign found a dark purple energy banana leaf, which can resist the soul dispersing heavenly flame. That's why we followed you all the way here. Zhenmu's sovereign gave White Ghost Immortal and Black Feather Sovereign a greedy look, then grinned hideously and said, If we really want to fight, Ghost Lady, this old hag, can be released, and Inferno Sovereign can leave her alone. But White Ghost Immortal and Black Feather Sovereign must stay. Killing people and seizing their treasures, how delightful is that? That banana leaf belongs to me, and you can have the star positioning needle. Han Xiao sneered and said, It's fair and reasonable. Let's do it this way. Which one should I kill first? A large sheet of green cold air spread out from Han Zhao's body, while 3 pale green pearls were wheeling and shimmering around him, unleashing a great amount of ice and snowflakes to protect him. Han Zhao waved his hand, and a delicate and exquisite flower basket made from purple bamboo threads appeared in his hand. Inside the flower basket were several hundred kinds of tiny and strange flowers. Each and every one of them looked vivid and lifelike, as if they had just been plucked from their branches. Zhenmu's sovereign let out a strange laugh, as a large sheet of green light burst out from his body, transforming into several dozens of crescent-shaped, palm-sized sword beams, wheeling and wheeling around him, like a flock of the most agile birds dancing around their nests. Then, Yin Dan and the others began to retreat. They were all experienced men, and from the words of a few heaven immortals, they could tell that this group of people were not from the Righteous League, but were all evil immortals who were cruel and merciless, and had no moral bottom line. Perhaps, with the combined forces of all the dynasties, they could still deal with one heaven immortal. However, 6 heaven immortals were here, and one of them was Zhenmu's sovereign, who had 1 foot stepped into the realm of 35th tier heaven immortal. If they continued to participate in the matter here, it would be no different from courting death. Under the command of Yin Dan and the others, the cultivators and demons from various dynasties left quickly and quietly, without making any noise. Hiding in a grass nest, Wuxia was surprised to find that the cultivators from 6 dynasties did not split up, but retreated westward at the same time. Judging from the situation, it seemed they were retreating to the same place. Suddenly, Wuxia had a very strange premonition. Could it be that the appearance of these heaven immortals would force all the dynasties to join forces? But when he gave it a careful thought, it was not impossible. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia saw the 6 heaven immortals in the sky were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. Suddenly, Wuxia plunged into the ground and quickly rushed to the side of Xianxia, who had fallen to the ground, blood all over his body, and was at his last gasp. Grabbing Xianxia with one hand, Wuxia transformed into a stream of yellow mist and plunged into the ground at top speed. Abruptly, Han Zhao Immortal noticed Wuxia's movement. He waved his hand and shot out a beam of colorful light, causing several dozens of exotic flowers in the basket to sway and sway. Countless colorful petals spun and spun at top speed, then shot down with a strong aroma and a blinding light, smashing viciously onto the spot where Xianxia was lying just now. Wuxia, who was fleeing at top speed with Xianxia, had never expected that the attack of a true heaven immortal could be so frightening, and that his reaction speed was so fast. It was dozens of times faster than Ying Zheng and the other nascent divinity cultivators, and the strength of the attack was at least 100 times stronger. The several miles thick rock layer above his head was sliced open like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly, the blinding 5-colored beam, together with countless petals, smashed viciously onto Wuxia's body. A miserable howl echoed out, as Wuxia's body flickered and suddenly exploded into countless specks of light that shot out in all directions. 1,000 miles away, Wuxia's body suddenly reappeared. He cursed under his breath, clenched his jaws tightly, and continued flying forward. Inside Wuxia's dantian, the soul replacement puppet, which he had spent a long time refining with his blood essence, had completely disintegrated and vanished without a trace. Inside the spirit breeding ring, Xianxia stared blankly at the 100-tall and burly longbow men and could not come to his senses for a long while. Chapter 279. Inside the cave, a small bonfire was burning weakly, emitting a dim red glow. The glow was more than enough for Wuxia. In his eyes, the pitch-dark cave was now as bright as day. He spat out some saliva and mixed the spirit pills with it, turning them into a paste. After that, he put both of Xianxia's broken arms back to their original position and tied them up tightly with silk ribbons, making him look like a mummy. When he snatched Xianxia just now, Wuxia conveniently brought both his arms away from the ground. Right after he shoved them into the spirit breeding ring, Han Shao Immortal's strike nearly shattered Wuxia to pieces. Fortunately, he was protected by a soul replacement puppet. When the magical puppet died on its own, Wuxi's true body was teleported 1,000 miles away in a blink of an eye, where he reformed his body. If not for the soul replacement puppet, Han Shao Immortal would have long killed Wuxia with a strike. Whenever he thought of the frightening pressure Han Shao Immortal felt when the strike was about to land, Wuxi's legs were still trembling with lingering fear. He was too reckless, too reckless. It was just his instinct that made him want to save Xianxia, and in the end, he nearly got himself killed. He would never do something like this again, and if he wanted to do it again, he would have to get himself a few more soul replacement puppets. That old fool Lu Buwei still has a few more of them. I have to get them at all costs. Wuxia made up his mind. In the past, with the magical escape art and the precious treasures he carried, he had the confidence to stay alive even when facing a nascent divinity cultivator. But now, a few heaven immortals had suddenly arrived, and after personally experiencing their frightening strength, Wuxia dared not to be careless anymore. The solemn warning found in Scroll of Stealing slowly flowed across Wuxi's heart like flowing water, branding each and every word clearly in his mind. An absolute overall strength was more than enough to nullify the magical effects of all the mystic techniques in Scroll of Stealing. Even if he had gathered the innate 5 elements and cultivated the innate escape art of 5 elements, he still had to be extremely careful and cautious. There were countless almighty experts under the heaven, and before Wuxia possessed the ultimate overall strength, there were countless existences who could easily kill him with just a single thought, as long as they began to pay attention to Wuxia in their hearts. After almost dying once, Wuxia kept the warning in Scroll of Stealing in his mind. He kept telling himself that he could never be as abrupt and reckless as he was today. After reconnecting Xianxia's arms, Wuxia gently removed a storage pouch from his belt. Poor, really poor. Vaguely, the mystic eyes of universe shone with a colorful light and shone through Xianxia's body. Wuxia could vaguely see the 5 feet and 7 inches tall innate nascent embryo in Xianxia's body. This was already an innate talent of a genius level in cultivation. A 5 feet and 7 inches tall innate nascent embryo, when transformed into a nascent divinity in the future, would have the innate talent of a heaven immortal. On the other hand, his innate nascent embryo was densely covered with tiny cracks, glinting with a faint golden light. This proved that Xianxia's nascent soul had completely fused with his innate nascent embryo, and he had the cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. However, in order to escape, he had burned his nascent soul in blood essence, which had severely damaged his nascent soul and caused cracks to appear on his innate nascent embryo. Looking at the fist-sized nascent soul in Xianxia's body, which was glowing dimly and looked like it could vanish at any time, Wuxia could not help but shake his head. If he was not careful enough, Xianxia might have regressed back to the realm of Jindan. An Earth immortal who once had the cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm was actually wearing a storage bag and did not even have storage ring. It was not wrong to say that he was poor. He pinched the sachet with his fingers, then cast a spirit-breaking spell he learned from Scroll of Stealing and broke the not-so-exquisite restrictive spell on the sachet. When he sent his divine will into the bag, Wuxia could not help but feel disappointed. This bag was of a higher grade than the 2 bags Wuxia stole in the past. It had the storage space of about 7 to 8 rooms, but it could never be compared with the storage ring. The bag was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. Wuxia counted with his divine will and found out that there were a total of 137 pieces of lower-grade energy stones and 3 pieces of middle-grade energy stones. There were also over 40 pill bottles, all filled with lower-grade and middle-grade pills, such as energy-replenishing pills, blood-replenishing pills, and golden blade pills. As for the higher grade pills, such as energy replenishing pills and energy replenishing pills, there were only 5 bottles, with a total of 38 pills. Apart from that, there were all kinds of scrap metal ores, which did not even have the qualification to be used as flooring in the craftsman workshops of Great Yin Dynasty. For example, purple copper, purple gold, silver essence, gold essence, and some others. Their impurities were more than 70%, and the effective content was less than 30%. On top of that, there were piles and piles of herbs, which were carefully stored in cold jade and warm jade boxes. They were all around 300 to 400 years old, and there was only one spirit herb that was 500 years old, a white ginseng of inferior quality. A white ginseng that was around 550 years old could be used to concoct the marrow replenishing pill, which could replenish one's energy and improve one's cultivation base. It could also provide some minor benefits to nascent soul cultivators. This white ginseng was carefully stored in a jade box made from upper-grade energy jade, and 3 restrictive talismans were stuck on it, as they were afraid that the energy and medicinal properties of the ginseng would disperse. Wuxia could not help but smack his lips. A white ginseng that was 550 years old? What a pity. When Wuxia was in Wanying Dragon King's Dragon King mansion, he saw that what those shrimp soldiers and crab generals used to feed the dragon beasts that pulled the chariots in the Dragon King mansion was a white ginseng that was at least 3,000 years old. Consuming a white ginseng that was at least 3,000 years old could strengthen the blood essence of the dragon beasts, strengthen their bones, and make them more energetic, allowing them to give birth to better offspring. Poor as a beggar. Wuxia gave the unconscious Xianxia a glance, threw his head back, and breathed out a long sigh. It was obvious that Xianxia was very poor. Just like Xianxia, those few heaven immortals were extremely poor. No wonder Han Shao, a mighty heaven immortal, would lose his composure just because of a tiny energy stone mine. Apparently, they were just a group of poor men, and when they suddenly came to a place that was filled with natural treasures, they lost their composure. It looks like I'm going to be in deep trouble. Those few fellows are not people from the righteous path. Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown. He restored the restrictive spell on the storage bag, then hung it on Xianxia's waist. He grabbed a few grass leaves from the ground, kneaded them into a thin thread, and lit it near the bonfire. After that, Wuxia brought the thread that was emitting a strong and pungent smoke near Xianxia's nose. Xianxia sneezed and woke up in a sorry state. He stared blankly at the pitch-dark cave ceiling, shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said, "I must have been dreaming just now. I actually saw a 100-long bow, people who had long gone extinct in minor heavenly circle realm. Ha ha ha. I must have been dreaming, and they even knocked me out?" Wuxia cleared his throat, rose to his feet, cupped his fist, and bowed to Xianxia. "Senior, I'm Wuxia. Nice to meet you." Xianxia struggled to straighten his upper body. He looked at his tightly bound hands and sensed the cool sensation coming from the wounds on his arms. He could not help but praise, "A good pill. The strength of this pill is really strong." After that, he quickly nodded to Wuxia and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm Xianxia, the leader of White Cloud Immortal Sect's Spirit Gathering Palace. Nice to meet you." Looking at the bloody wounds on his arms, Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, it was you who saved me? I can't thank you enough. Judging from your cultivation base, you're only at the early stage of Jindan realm. How did you manage to escape from those few old fools?" Wuxia spread his arms and said honestly, "I was nearly killed by them. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to find a soul replacement puppet." Xianxia sucked in a deep breath, staring at Wuxia in horror as he cried out, "Soul replacement puppet? The kind of soul replacement puppet that could save its master from a fatal disaster? Fellow Taoist, you are indeed a man blessed with a great destiny. It has been a long time since I've heard of such a rare treasure in the entire minor heavenly circle realm." Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then sat down cross-legged in front of Xianxia and asked in a deep voice, "Let me make a long story short. I'll just ask one question at a time. Those 6 heaven immortals, Han Shao, Zhenmu Sovereign, White Ghost Immortal, Ghost Lady, Black Feather Sovereign, and Inferno Sovereign, don't they seem to be from the righteous path?" Xianxia pursed his lips and said with a wry smile, "Not only are they not from the righteous path, they are simply..." Sighing, Xianxia shook his head and began to introduce the background of these 6 heaven immortals. Both Han Shao Immortal and Zhenmu Sovereign were renowned itinerant heaven immortals in Liyuan Galaxy, and both of them were immortals who walked the evil path with a notorious reputation. What they were best at was being tyrannical and committing all kinds of evil deeds. Both of them once had the experience of slaughtering an entire city inhabited by cultivators, all for the sake of seizing an insignificant energy stone vein or some spirit herb. White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady were the 2 ancestral masters of Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect in Myriad Ghost Planet. Both of them were infamous heaven immortals from the evil path. They were overbearing, unreasonable, and notorious for seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. Once a feud was formed, they would seek revenge even after thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, they were a pair of husband and wife who had been cultivating together since the beginning of their cultivation. When 2 heaven immortals joined hands, few people in Liyuan Galaxy dared to offend them. Black Feather Sovereign and Inferno Sovereign were the founding ancestral masters of Spirit Flame Sect, another major immortal sect in Liyuan Galaxy. Both of them possessed the cultivation base of 36th tier heaven immortals. Spirit Flame Sect specialized in the cultivation technique of fire element and was an expert in crafting various spirit weapons and magical treasures. Their forte was a type of earthly flame divine thunder, which was powerful enough to shatter mountains and shatter mountains. It was the most famous thunderbolt magical treasure in Liyuan Galaxy. This pair of heaven immortals were fellow disciples of the same sect, and they had a habit of never seeing anything good. Once they saw any natural treasures, they would get them, even if it meant killing a whole city. In Liyuan Galaxy, there were 13 immortal sects from the righteous path, 7 immortal sects from the evil path, and hundreds of cultivator clans and cities. These 6 heaven immortals were the fiercest and most troublesome existences in the entire Liyuan Galaxy. Only the 2 major sects, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect, whose overall strength was far superior to them, could afford to offend them. Because of that, these 2 immortal sects each had 3 ancestral masters of heaven immortal realm. White Cloud Immortal Sect was an expert in the Tao of alchemy, and 70% of all spirit pills and miraculous medicines in Liyuan Galaxy were supplied by White Cloud Immortal Sect. Therefore, they had a very good relationship with many people. Tranquil Vimla Sect practiced a unique cultivation technique, and they were known for their divine ability, the Tranquil Heart Cleansing Melody, which could restrain all kinds of evil cultivation techniques. Therefore, it was a very powerful deterrent to immortals from the evil path. With the 2 major immortal sects joining hands, they sat firmly on the chief position of the righteous immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy. On the other hand, Iron Ghost, Soul-Seizing Sect, and Spirit Flame Sect were the symbol of the evil immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy. Meanwhile, Han Shao Immortal and Zhenmu Sovereign were the representatives of the evil forces among all itinerant cultivators in Liyuan Galaxy. After listening to Xianxia's introduction, Wuxia slapped the ground next to him and cried out in a deep voice, "So, this planet." Xianxia looked at Wuxia honestly, smiled bitterly, and said, "It seems this planet has not been destroyed or exploited by cultivators, so its value is beyond estimation. Now that it is targeted by those 6 heaven immortals, I'm afraid we can either submit to them and become their disciples and servants or perish together with them." Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then fished out several large alloy plates from Black Dragon Spirit Ring and quickly assembled them into the blueprint of a small teleportation formation. After embedding energy stones into the blueprint, Wuxia carried Xianxia up and stepped into the teleportation formation. Chapter 280. With a cold snort, a gray and white spirit beam soared into the sky from behind Yin Dan's back. It looked like he was about to unleash the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration. A few satellite cities, several dozens of towns, and several thousand small villages outside G-City were instantly turned into ashes by the divine ability and magical technique unleashed by Lord Flaming Inferno. In just a blink of an eye, a population of several million people had vanished into thin air. Standing behind Yin Dan, Su Qin's face was pale as he looked at the lava lake outside the city. He murmured under his breath, Poor, those few fat pigs and skinny horses in my house. Poor. Xiang Yu's wrist shook violently, and the sword in his hand was shattered by the white dragon-shaped energy beams. Then, the 36 dragon-shaped energy beams smashed viciously into his chest, shattering his armor and leaving a hole the size of a water bucket on his chest. A large sheet of scorching white light sprinkled onto Xiang Yu's body, burning his skin and making it sizzling noises. In just a blink of an eye, the skin on his chest was charred, exposing his translucent bones. Yin Dan was taken aback. Then he turned his head and looked at Wuxia in horror. Yin Dan and the others looked at each other, unable to say a word. Cracking noises kept ringing out as the restrictive spells above G-City were shattered layer by layer. Countless runes condensed from natural energies exploded and exploded, filling the sky with colorful beams. Countless common people in G-City dropped to their knees, looking up into the sky and praying. They had no idea what was happening. Coldly glancing around, Xianxia sneered and said, Fellow Taoist Wuxia is my savior. I'll take on anyone who has enmity with him. What kind of thoughts could these poor cultivators have when they suddenly came to this planet that was rich in natural energies and natural resources? Xiang Yu opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was knocked far away by the white light, and he fell heavily onto a collapsed house. He raised his head and looked at the 6 heaven immortals, whose faces were filled with ferocious expressions. Yin Dan shook his head and said, What do you think we should do about this? Yin Dan spun his head abruptly, clenched his teeth, and roared, Retreat? The people of G-City is... Xianxia roared angrily. How dare you? How dare you hurt my benefactor in front of me? The ribbons on Xianxia's broken arm suddenly broke apart inch by inch. Xianxia casually waved his hand, untied his belt, and shook it forcefully. Suddenly, his 6-feet-long belt unraveled and transformed into a 6-feet-long, 7-feet-wide talisman that shone with a white light. Wuxia continued, I know that all of you have collected a lot of good things over the years. For example, we, Great Yin, have dozens of acquired spirit pearls. These precious treasures must never be exposed to the public, or else our entire clan will be wiped out. Unless you have the confidence to join hands and kill 6 heaven immortals. Your Majesty, quickly send someone to transfer all the treasures in Great Yan's treasury. Just leave behind a batch of energy stones and spirit herbs that are under 3,000 years old. These 6 heaven immortals are the most notorious evil immortals in Liyuan Galaxy. They are unscrupulous and are capable of doing anything. In the 6 dynasties, a cultivator with a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm who had stepped into the realm of nascent divinity was already at the level of an important minister like Li Si and Su Fu. Yet, he only brought a shabby storage bag with him. Needless to say, Wuxia could easily tell how poor the cultivators in Liyuan Galaxy were with just a single glance. The spirit dragon deity, subduing talisman, was still emitting a dazzling white light, and no one knew whether Xiang Yu was still alive or not. Among the emperors and ministers of various dynasties, there were many who hated Wuxia to the core. However, facing the threat of the talisman, none of them, including Lu Buwei, made a sound, pretending that they did not hear Jing Chengzi's words. Ghost Lady's hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed through the void as she cried out, "Remove the restrictive spell and join our sect, and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, we'll kill all of you and turn your nascent divinity into ghosts, making you unable to be reincarnated forever. As for that young fellow named Chu Ping, you are also cultivating the technique of deity and ghost. You can join our Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect, and you'll be able to ascend and become an immortal in the future. Isn't that great?" The emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties looked at the storage bag hanging on Xianxia's waist with a strange look in their eyes. A loud boom rang out as a tower located at the northwest corner of G City suddenly exploded. It was a tower that controlled the defensive mechanism of G City. There were several hundred cultivators standing on top of the tower. When the tower exploded, the defensive mechanism suffered a backlash and sent several hundred cultivators flying away while howling miserably. Amidst the blinding light, their bodies disintegrated into a rain of blood that blotted the sky. Golden characters were written on the talisman, and like a swimming dragon, a complicated talisman was drawn in one go. Xianxia injected what little energy he had into the talisman, causing it to emit a large sheet of white light. Abruptly, a dragon roar rang out, as 36 white spirit beams, each as thick as an arm and shaped like dragons, rushed out from the talisman, thrusting towards Xianxia with a scorching hot aura. Grabbing Xianxia with one hand, Wuxia sprung up into the sky. Hastily, he transmitted his voice to all the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties. "Do not show your precious treasures in front of anyone, or we will be killed for sure. The planet under our feet is located in the minor heavenly circle realm, Liyuan Galaxy. Generations of cultivators have mined all the energy veins in the galaxy, and the cultivators nowadays are as poor as beggars. Not to mention your prime magical treasures. Even an upper-grade energy stone is enough to make these heaven immortals want to kill you." Wuxia stared at Xianxia in astonishment. His waist was actually a talisman, and, judging from its power, it could severely injure Xianxia, just like the demon-subduing talisman that severely wounded Waning Dragon King, a spirit talisman personally crafted by a heaven immortal. Wuxia had made a mistake, as he was too engrossed in Xianxia's storage bag that he forgot to search his body. As the leader of Spirit Gathering Palace in White Cloud Immortal Sect, how could Xianxia not have a trump card that could save his own life? Before Yin Dan's words could fade away, a sword suddenly thrust towards Wuqi's chest from the side. Clad in a heavy armor, his skin glinting with a blood-red gleam, Xianxia cried out fiercely, "Despicable villain! Hand over your life!" Xianxia sprung up and launched an attack. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword arrived before Wuqi's chest in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a cracking noise rang out from the restrictive barrier above his head, as a large sheet of red flame burst out from Inferno Lord's body, making him look like a flaming man as he plunged down from the sky, crouching on top of the barrier and crazily burning it. Red and sticky flames kept rushing out from Inferno Sovereign's body like lava, spreading across the defensive barrier of G City and gradually flowing to the ground outside the city. Yin Dan's expression flickered. He casually pointed his finger down at the Imperial Palace. Without hesitation, Ma-Yi brought a few eunuchs and transformed into beams of light and descended to the ground, rushing along the street towards the Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, please make a decision now." Wuxia stared at the 6 ferocious evil immortals hovering above his head and cried out, "6 heaven immortals, do we still have a chance to resist them? If not, we have to retreat now." Wuxia raised his head up hastily and saw that all the defensive barriers of G City had been activated. Several tens of miles away in the sky, Yin Dan and the other emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties were hovering in midair, staring nervously at the 6 clumps of clouds outside the barrier. Hovering high up in the sky, Han Shao Immortal and the rest of the evil immortals kept letting out wild, complacent laughs. Occasionally, they would casually strike down, causing the defensive barriers of G-City to vibrate violently. And the ground around G-City would slowly sink several tens of feet down, while producing a shrill and unpleasant grating noise. The teleportation formation lit up as Wuxia walked out from a dry well behind one of the residences in G-City with Xianxia in his hand. Once the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration appeared, there would be no living person left in G-City. These 6 evil immortals would definitely kill them and seize their treasures, then silence them. The precious treasures carried by Yandan and the others were simply too tempting. Even a Buddha might not be able to restrain the greed in his heart, let alone these few evil immortals who were greedy and murderous by nature. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, and when it touched the ground, it would immediately turn into boiling lava. Not long after that, G-City was surrounded by a rolling lava lake that measured nearly 1,000 miles in circumference. As far as the eye could see, the entire area was filled with crimson lava and raging flame. Apart from the red color, nothing else could be seen. Wuxia was frightened out of his wits. The disk of heavenly Tao transmigration was a precious treasure left behind from the ancient times, and its power was not weaker than an innate spirit treasure. Han Shao Immortal, Ghost Lady, and the rest of the evil immortals were all extremely poor people. Their eyes would turn green when they saw some spirit herbs and energy stones. If they saw the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration, the banner of Qiyu, the copy of River Map, and other precious treasures, wouldn't they go crazy? The emperors and ministers of other dynasties were struck with terror, and they quickly turned to look at Wuxia. Without saying anything, Wuxia pointed his finger at the storage bag hanging on Xianxia's waist and continued speaking through voice transmission. This Xianxia is the leader of the Spirit Gathering Palace, the strongest immortal sect in Liyuan Galaxy, the White Cloud Immortal Sect. He has a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm, and he only has a little over 100 middle and lower grade energy stones with him. He doesn't even have an upper grade energy stone. He doesn't even have a storage ring, and he is still using a storage bag. Obviously, the talisman could not be used against Heaven Immortals, and that was why Xianxia did not use it against Han Shao Immortal. However, for any cultivators below the realm of Heaven Immortal, the talisman clearly had the power to kill them with one strike. While panting heavily, Xianxia put away the talisman, gave it a careful look at its bright gleam, smiled bitterly at Wuxia, and said, "I can still use it 2 more times. After that, I can't use this spirit dragon deity suppressing talisman anymore." Wuxia was taken aback. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Xianxia would strike at him at this moment. He had no time to react, and could only watch helplessly as the sword in Xiangyu's hand thrust down toward his heart, slowly approaching his body. Yandan's expression fell. He waved his hand and cried out sternly, "Retreat! All members of Imperial Clan and members of powerful clans, retreat at full speed." A quarter of an hour later, the last defensive tower in G-City was completely destroyed. 6 evil immortals descended slowly from the sky while laughing aloud. Chu Ping pressed his palm on Yandan's shoulder and cried out in a deep voice, "As long as the Emperor and ministers of Great Yan are alive, Great Yan is alive. As long as the Emperor and ministers of Great Yan are dead, Great Yan will perish." Because of the war between Great Yan and Daqin in Meng Mountains, Great Yan had deployed a great number of teleportation formations of strategic level in G-City. As the blinding light of the teleportation formation kept flashing, the members of Great Yan Imperial Clan and the members of influential clans of Great Yan were teleporting to Meng Mountains through the teleportation formation. After that, they were teleported to the territory of Great Chu through another teleportation formation. In G-City, all the teleportation formations exploded at the same time, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Wuxia shot a beam of light at one of the teleportation formations, causing the other teleportation formation on the other end to crack and lose its function. After that, he carried Xianxia and leaped out from the dry well, sprinting quickly towards mighty Marshall Avenue. But before he could take 2 steps, a loud boom suddenly rang out from the sky, and the ground began to shake violently. The houses around him collapsed one after another, and the miserable howls of countless people in G City soared into the sky. Countless deep and shallow cracks of various sizes were opened up on the ground, while soil vapor soared up into the sky from underground. It was a horrible scene that looked no different than the end of the world. Standing next to Yin Dan, Fu Su, the crown prince of Qin, extended his hand and grabbed Xianxia. He scanned through Xianxia's body with his divine will, and discovered that Xianxia's body was glinting brilliantly with a golden gleam. It was 5 feet and 7 inches tall, but it was actually an innate nascent embryo that was riddled with scars. Fu Su nodded his head slowly, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "You indeed have the cultivation base of peak stage Xiantian realm. It's just that you've used a mystic technique to burn your energy essence and nascent soul, which has damaged your foundation." Chapter 281. In Meng Mountains. On the peak of the mountain guarded by heaven-breaking sword sect, Wuxia was holding Princess Zhang in his arms, frowning as he looked at the rising sun in the east. Gently stroking Princess Zhang's slender waist, Wuxia said with a deep voice, "Retreat with the other members of the Imperial clan immediately. It's not safe here. Remember, you can't leave the Crown Prince's side. Only by following him will you be safe." When the members of the Imperial clan of Great Yin retreated to Great Chu, Yin Qijuan followed suit. As the Crown Prince of Great Yin, Yin Qijuan staying in Great Chu could play a role in calming the hearts of the people. The reason why Wuqi asked Princess Zhang to stay close to Yin Qijuan was that he feared she might be killed by someone in Great Chu. Xianyu and Wuqi had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife, and Xianyu's influence in Great Chu was deeply rooted. Even if he was fighting in Meng Mountains, there were countless people in Great Chu who could stand up for him and make things difficult for Princess Zhang. Zhang frowned, stared at Wuqi, and cried out in a low voice, "What are you doing here? Those people are all heaven immortals." Wuqi lowered his head and looked at Princess Zhang. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "I have my reasons for staying here." Princess Zhang still wanted to say something, but when she saw the determined look in Wuqi's eyes, she had no choice but to shut her mouth obediently. Taking a deep breath, Princess Zhang stood on tiptoe and kissed Wuqi on the lips. After that, she said in a low voice, "Zixian will wait for you in Great Chu. You must be safe. Zixian will cultivate seriously. Once I possess the strength of a heaven immortal, I will definitely wipe out the entire clan of those 6 evil immortals." With her head held high, Princess Zhang flew into Little Meng City, escorted by a large group of cultivators and guards, and stepped into the teleportation formation that led to Great Chu. All the teleportation formations in Little Meng City were blinking with blinding lights, using the fastest speed to teleport a large number of elite soldiers and lower-level cultivators away. Those who were qualified to stay in Little Meng City and participate in the war were at least cultivators of nascent soul realm and above. Cultivators like Wuqi, with his Jindan cultivation base, who were willing to stay, were extremely rare. Faced with the frightening overall strength of heaven immortals, any casual strike from them could turn an area of 10,000 miles into a wasteland. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was useless against heaven immortals. Therefore, they could only rely on a small number of elites, relying on the MO City personally crafted by MOD to gather all the underground energy veins beneath Meng Mountains and fight the 6 heaven immortals. The emperors and ministers of the 6 countries were all extremely proud people. They absolutely could not tolerate bowing their heads and admitting defeat to the enemy just like that. Even if they lost, they had to do their best before lowering their heads that were held high in the air. When Ing Zheng, whose bone marrow was nearly sucked dry by Su Meier and had his vitality greatly damaged, heard the news, he brought Daqin and rushed to the scene. Wei Liao, Sima Qiu, Fan Zhu, and many other famous ministers of Wuxia had arrived. How could a mighty hero like Ying Zheng miss such a grand occasion when all the dynasties joined hands to fight against Heaven Immortals? MOD had opened up all the defensive mechanisms of MO City, and all the famous ministers and valiant generals from various dynasties who were experts in the Tao of item crafting, formation, talisman, and defensive mechanisms had joined the battle, using all their efforts to strengthen and stabilize MO City. In just half a month, MO City had gone through a tremendous transformation. Both the defense and offense of MO City had been improved by a few times. During this period of time, 6 evil immortals had crossed the border like a swarm of locusts. After conquering G City, they immediately looted all the treasuries in the cities around G City, crazily looting all the resources found in the mines and energy veins. As Heaven Immortals, the divine abilities and magical powers they possessed were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With just a casual wave of their hand, they could loot all the energy stones and metal ores found in a large energy vein. In the end, as the storage treasures carried by these 6 evil immortals were simply too full, and they had no more suitable storage treasures to store all the energy stones and energy ores, they had no choice but to stop the looting. In order to craft a storage ring, it required a special technique of crafting and some special materials, as well as a long period of time to form a stable storage space. How could these 6 evil immortals, who were like mice who had fallen into a rice vat, have the time to craft a storage ring? After a round of unbridled looting and barely appeasing their greedy desire, the 6 evil immortals teleported all the way to Meng Mountains according to the confession they had obtained from some people of G City through torture. However, because they had spent 15 days looting the mines and other resources near G City, they had given Yin Dan and the others 15 days of precious time to prepare for the upcoming attack. When Han Xiao and the other evil immortals arrived at Meng Mountains, what appeared in front of them was a steel city, hovering on top of a pillar of earth flame, measuring over 10 miles in circumference. It was forged using various precious metals, its surface engraved with countless runes and restrictive spells, and was densely covered with countless formations and traps. MO City. All the famous ministers and valiant generals of 6 dynasties had gathered in MO City, assuming a stance of fighting to the death with these 6 evil immortals. Apart from Wu Qi, a man with unknown intentions, and Xianxia, who had self-ignited his blood essence and nascent soul, causing his cultivation base to nearly drop to Jindan realm, there was no cultivator below mid-stage nascent soul realm in MO City. There were over 100 cultivators of nascent divinity realm, over 10,000 earth immortals of nascent soul realm, 36 giant undead warriors of great Chu, and countless strange forces, such as wild ghosts and deities. This was the formation of the allied army that appeared before Han Xiao and the other evil immortals. Wu Qi was standing at the edge of MO City, leaning against a metal battlement, carefully keeping a certain distance from Xianxia, Lu Buwei, Duke of Longyang, and the others. Later, when the war broke out, if Xianxia found a chance to give him a stab, Wu Qi would not be like Xianxia, who could survive after having a large hole pierced through his chest and would be able to jump up and down again in just 3 to 5 days. Xianxia was leaning against another battlement right next to Wu Qi, looking at Wu Qi with a faint smile on his face as he said, "It seems fellow Taoist Wu Qi has enemies everywhere." Wu Qi sighed lightly, looking at Xianxia helplessly as he said, "To be honest, I have no idea why things have come to this, but..." While Wu Qi was still chatting with Xianxia, an immortal pressure that blotted the sky and blotted the earth suddenly came pressing towards them from afar. Wu Qi's words were interrupted abruptly, as he quickly raised his head and looked into the distant sky. He saw a large flaming cloud rolling and rolling towards them. Amidst a series of evil laughs, 6 great evil immortals were slowly approaching them on the cloud. On their way to Meng Mountains, they were traveling with the divine ability of teleportation. However, when they saw that they had arrived at their destination, in order to create a certain degree of mental pressure for the Allied army in Mo City, Han Shao and the other evil immortals had purposely hoisted the cloud and unleashed all their immortal pressure, intending to give the people of Mo City a show of strength. Wuxia gave the 6 evil immortals a deep look, then turned to look at the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties, whose attention was completely attracted by them. Hastily, he pulled Xianxia's sleeve and brought him through a secret passage on the city wall, entering the inner part of Mo City. After taking a random stroll in Mo City, Wuxia brought Xianxia to a secluded and deserted storehouse, where the tools of Mo sect were stored. Staring at Xianxia, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Brother Xianxia, White Cloud Immortal Sect is guarded by a heaven immortal ancestral master, so I believe you should have a clear understanding of the strength of a heaven immortal. What do you think, with just the restrictive spells in this city and the people in it, can we withstand the attack from 6 heaven immortals?" Xianxia frowned and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said frankly, "The design of this city is quite exquisite. At least, even Spirit Flame Sect, who is the best in manufacturing all kinds of magical items and magical treasures in Liyuan Galaxy, could not build a city like this. According to my estimation, if 3 heaven immortals were to attack at the same time, this city could hold them off for half a year. With 4 heaven immortals joining hands, this city could hold them off for 3 months. If 6 heaven immortals were to attack at the same time, I'm afraid." After calculating with his fingers for a long while, Xianxia said word by word, 7 days, and at most 7 days, this city will definitely be breached. After a brief moment of silence, Wuxia turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Fellow Taoist, with your cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm in White Cloud Immortal Sect, you are in charge of the Spirit Gathering Palace. I presume you are a man with a high position and power in White Cloud Immortal Sect. What Wuxia wants to know is, how is your foundation in White Cloud Immortal Sect?" Xianxia nodded and said, "The founding ancestral master of White Cloud Immortal Sect, Patriarch Jiang Yun, is my lineal ancestor. My branch is the eldest branch of the bloodline left behind by my patriarch. Among all the nascent divinity cultivators in White Cloud Immortal Sect, my great-grandfather has the strongest cultivation base and is about to face his heaven immortal tribulation. My father is now the chief supervisor of White Cloud Immortal Sect's outer sect, and Daozu's father is the chief supervisor of White Cloud Immortal Sect's inner sect." Wuqi's eyes lit up. Lowering his voice, he said hastily, "If that's the case, that's great. If Wuxia sells this planet to White Cloud Immortal Sect, as well as Tranquil Vimla Sect, which has an alliance with White Cloud Immortal Sect, you just need to guarantee that no one in White Cloud Immortal Sect can bully me and all the people around me before Wuxia becomes a heaven immortal." Jiangxingzi's eyes shone with a threatening gleam as he cried out in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Wuxia, what you just said." Wuxia patted his sleeves and said helplessly, "Fellow Taoist, you've seen it for the past few days. I was raped by Xianxu's woman, and he is determined to kill me. The left prime minister of the current dynasty, Lu Buwei, I've killed his granddaughter and his most favored concubine. The prince of Changxin, Lao Ai, I don't know how I've offended him, but he hates me to the core. The prime minister of Great Wei, Duke of Lonyang, I've killed his most favored concubine. Everyone in Daqin." Slapping himself on the head, Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, "I've already offended everyone in Daqin, haven't I?" Grabbing Jiangxingzi's hand, Wuxia laughed dryly and said, "Regardless of the outcome of the battle, if the 6 dynasties emerge victorious and kill all 6 heaven immortals, Wuxia will have no choice but to return to the construction site you saw when you were flying past the other day. I'll find a secluded corner to build a city and wait for those people's revenge." Laughing bitterly, Wuxia shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, if the 6 dynasties are defeated in the war, there is a 90% chance of that happening. The 6 heaven immortals will divide the 6 dynasties equally among them. At that time, His Majesty of Great Yin will be just one of the disciples of some sect, and those enemies of mine will have the same status as him. He will no longer be able to protect Wuxia. Fellow Taoist, how fast do you think Wuxia will die at that time? Xianxia was a very clever man, extremely clever. He grabbed Wuxi's hand and said, "If Brother Wuxia can find a way to inform White Cloud Immortal Sect, asking our ancestral masters and the 3 ancestral masters of Tranquil Vimla Sect to come here and kill those few enemies. Xianxia can guarantee that before Brother Wuxia becomes a heaven immortal, no one will be able to touch you. On top of that, you will have the priority to enjoy all the products produced on this planet." Looking into Xianxia's clear eyes, Wuxia nodded and said, "Deal. Let's do it." Xianxia waved his hand excitedly, then smiled bitterly and said, "But the shadow cloud was snatched away by that old fogey Han Shao. How are we going to inform the patriarchs of our sect?" Wuxia rolled his eyes and gave Xianxia a look, then casually fished out a formation blueprint from Black Dragon Spirit Ring and constructed a small teleportation formation in the storeroom. After that, he pulled Xianxia and stepped onto it. A bright light flashed, and both of them vanished without a trace. In just a split second, a few energy stones on the teleportation formation suddenly shattered, and the formation plate Chi-Chi had shattered. No one could tell where Wuxia had gone. Chapter 282. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and in one of Wuxi's secret caves hidden deep under a deep lake, Wuxia and Xianxia walked out from the teleportation formation. Xianxia stared blankly at the cave, which was not very big and could only accommodate over 100 people for a meal and was densely covered with all kinds of restrictive spells. He asked in astonishment, "Brother Wuxia, why do you look like you can take out a teleportation formation this casually, and there are teleportation formations everywhere for you to teleport to?" Wuxia was speechless, recalling the hard work he had to go through to arrange all these escape routes. He could not help but look up into the sky and breathe out a long sigh. He gave Xianxia a look, nodded, and said, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. For someone with a weak cultivation base like me, who has offended many experts with formidable cultivation base, how could I survive until now if I did not prepare a few escape routes?" Pointing at the ring on his finger, Wuxia said with a deep voice, "To be honest, brother, I have stored over 1,000 formation discs for small teleportation formations in this ring. As long as I adjust the frequency of my energy and insert them into energy stones, I will have nearly 100 escape routes." Xianxia opened his mouth, laughed dryly, and said, "What a good habit." He looked at the Black Dragon Spirit Ring on Wuxi's finger, then at the storage bag hanging on his waist. His face suddenly blushed. He raised his head and looked at the surrounding rock walls, then praised, "Are all the restrictive spells here made by you, brother?" These restrictive spells are marvelous, as they can conceal one's aura and all kinds of energy ripples. They're indeed a good place to hide." Wuxia reached out his hand and untied the natural silk from around his neck, then handed over 50 storage rings to Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and was taken aback by the sight of over 50 storage rings glinting faintly in front of him. He could not help but cry out in shock, "Brother, this is... Oh my God, how can you have so many storage rings? How did you get them?" Clearing his throat, Wuxia laughed dryly and said, "These rings. Actually, the reason why some people hate me is closely related to these rings. They sent people to kill me, but they were always killed by me, so these rings became my spoils of war." Then, Wuxia handed the rings over to Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, I hope you can take good care of me after I join White Cloud Immortal Sect. Here are some storage rings for you to show your filial piety to the seniors in your sect. It's also a token of my sincerity." With more elders looking after him, Wuxia will have more opportunities. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Then he took the string of storage rings. He smiled bitterly and said, "Stringing up the storage rings and giving them to someone, this is really I'm a dignified hall master, but I only have a high-grade storage brocade pouch. It's too extravagant. Wuxia chuckled. He took out magic formation plates one after another and built a 90-meter in radius teleporting magic formation on the ground. The teleportation formation did not cover a large area, but Wuxia had socketed several dozens of 3 feet tall spatial breaching spirit gold pieces on top of it and added nearly 1,000 upper-grade energy stones to it. Then, he performed a few hand incantation gestures, and the teleportation formation began to glow brightly. In the blink of an eye, 3 layers of 3-dimensional runes were drawn above the formation. Then, Wuxia took out a large number of energy stones and carefully socketed them on top of the 3-dimensional runes. An invisible restrictive force made these energy stones hover in midair, and a great amount of energy rushed out from them, making the entire formation burst into a dazzling light. All the spatial breaching spirit gold pieces were producing buzzing noises and began to tremble and shake violently. A great amount of space-time ripples were produced, and a hazy halo that could be seen with naked eyes was formed above the teleportation formation. Wuxia took a deep breath, then turned to Xianxia and asked, "Do you have any positioning talismans for White Cloud Immortal Sect's teleportation formation?" Xianxia stared blankly at the formation constructed by Wuxia, then stared at those huge spatial breaching spirit gold pieces. He did not know how to speak a word. Upon hearing Wuxia's question, he took out a glinting talisman from his storage bag and gave it to Wuxia. Only then did he say with a hoarse voice, "Spatial breaching spirit gold. So many spatial breaching spirit gold pieces. Oh heavens, have you found a spatial breaching spirit gold or vein? Do you know that 30 years ago, such a huge piece of spatial breaching spirit gold was auctioned in the largest treasure-gathering pavilion in Liyuan Galaxy? It was sold for 130,000 upper-grade energy stones. 130,000. When Wuxia took over the golden talisman, his hand began to tremble. 130,000 upper-grade energy stones? Just for a piece of spatial breaching spirit gold? How scarce must the resources in Liyuan Galaxy be, that the price of spatial breaching spirit gold could be raised to such a level? Shaking his head, he performed an incantation gesture and activated the talisman, shooting out a golden beam and hitting the teleportation formation. Faint roars of wind and thunder could be heard coming from within the formation, as countless talismans were quickly adjusting their positions, and some energy stones were slightly adjusting their positions as well. Gradually, both men could clearly sense that the teleportation formation in front of them had resonated with a teleportation formation located at a very faraway place. "Let's go. Brother Wuxia, I'll bring you to meet the patriarch of our sect." Xianxia looked at Wuxia and said, "You can tell Patriarch everything that happened here personally. That will be a greater credit to you. Patriarch will always reward those who have contributed to the sect. You can put forward your request directly to Patriarch, and I'm sure he will comply with it." Wuxia took a few deep breaths, his heart pounding violently. The situation of White Cloud Immortal Sect, described by Xianxia, was just his own opinion. No one knew the exact situation of White Cloud Immortal Sect and whether it was really a righteous sect. However, since things had come to this, it was better to take a little risk than to let this planet and the cultivators of 6 dynasties fall into the hands of those 6 evil immortals. Wuxia had a feeling that if these 6 evil immortals occupied this planet with their natures, as long as some cultivator who held a grudge against Wuxia said something, perhaps Wuxia would be smashed to pieces. Rather than being doomed to be smashed to pieces, he would rather take a risk and take a gamble. If he succeeded, Wuxia's status in White Cloud Immortal Sect would be unparalleled. If he failed, he could still flee with Princess Zhonglu, Lu Qingfeng, and all his trusted subordinates. This was the reason why he constructed this teleportation formation. After activating the talisman just now, he had memorized the corresponding energy ripples, coordinates, and other information of the teleportation formation. With that, he could construct a new teleportation formation at any time connecting to the outside world. After spending half a month together with Xianxia, Wuxia had learned the exact location of this planet. It was actually in the flaming Nether Ocean, the place where everyone in Liyuan Galaxy was struck with terror. It was worth pondering the mystery behind this, but Wuxia did not spend his time on it, since there was such a vast galaxy outside. As long as Wuxia could construct the teleportation formation at will, he would be able to attack and defend at will. He had nothing to fear anymore. When the energy ripples from the teleportation formation were stabilized, Wuxia and Xianxia walked into the formation hand in hand. Xianxia took out a spirit talisman and activated it, unleashing a screen of light to protect both of them. With his cultivation base of nascent soul realm, he could barely withstand the enormous pressure from the teleportation formation. As for Wuxia, with his cultivation base of Jindan realm, the pressure posed a great threat to Jindan realm human immortals. The strong light in the surroundings changed, and a colorful tunnel surrounded both of them as they flew forward at top speed. About 10 minutes later, both of them felt their bodies lightened, and a bright light appeared before their eyes. They were now standing on top of Tall Mountain. They were surrounded by a vast ocean of clouds, and the mountain was about 3 miles in circumference. The top of the mountain was flat, and right in the middle of it was a huge teleportation formation. The surroundings were filled with lush flowers, trees, and grasses. The sky above their heads was a greenish blue. As the mountain was protruding from the clouds, no clouds could be seen, and the sunlight was extremely strong. A large flock of white cranes was flapping their wings and flying across the sky, their crisp cries echoing out from time to time. Right when Wuxia arrived at this place, he immediately sensed that the natural energy here was a few times thinner than the planet where Great Yin was located, only about 1/3 of the natural energy in Great Yin Dynasty. Nearly 100 Taoists clad in white Taoist robes were stationed on top of the mountain. When they saw Xianxia and Wuxia coming out, they cupped their fists and bowed. "Uncle Master is back." "Greetings, Uncle Master." A middle-aged Taoist, who was obviously the person in charge, hurried over, cupped his fists, and bowed to Xianxia and said with a solemn expression, "Uncle Master is back." A few days ago, Grandmaster heard that a 1,000-year-old fine feather gold dragon saliva fruit had appeared on the poison dragon star. Thousands of cultivators fought for this fruit and suffered heavy casualties. Grandmaster was worried that you might have also gone to the poison dragon star. Just now, he sent a few martial uncles to the poison dragon star to look for you. Xianxia was taken aback. He asked in surprise, "1,000 years old fine feather golden evil dragon saliva fruit? Why didn't I know about this?" Right after he cried out, Xianxia was taken aback again. He gave Wuxia an embarrassed look, smiled bitterly, and said, "Brother Wuxia, I'm sorry for making you laugh at me. It's just a habit. It has been over 10,000 years since the last 1,000 years old golden dragon fruit was born. As the person in charge of Spirit Gathering Palace, I'm in charge of collecting rare and precious spirit herbs from all over the world." Wuxia nodded with a smile and said, "Wuxia understands. Brother Taoist, you don't have to say too much. The important matter comes first." Xianxia nodded hastily, pulled Wuqi's arm and said, "The important matter comes first. The important matter comes first. Quick." With the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia quickly ran his eyes over the teleportation formation on the top of the mountain, memorizing all the minute changes that happened to it. Surprisingly, this teleportation formation of White Cloud Immortal Sect was connected to several thousand different teleportation formations. This surprised Wuxia greatly. In other words, he could choose several thousand different routes of retreat. To him, this was a great value. Keeping everything in mind, Wuxia followed Xianxia into a beam of light, flying quickly towards another mountain that towered nearly 100 miles above the ocean of clouds. On the peak of the mountain, outside the door of an exquisitely crafted wooden palace, Wuxia saw an old Taoist, clad in a white Taoist robe. He had a fair face and a long beard, and had a kind and benevolent countenance. He was leaning lazily on a spotted deer, peeling pine nuts, and feeding them to a green-skinned parrot perching on his shoulder. The old Taoist was lying there, surrounded by a layer of white clouds and mist, as if he had become one with the vast ocean of clouds underneath. Pulling Wu Qi's hand, Xianxia flew to the top of the mountain. When he saw the old Taoist, he hurriedly walked up to him with a smile on his face, then bowed deeply and said, "Little grandson, Xianxia offers greeting, Patriarch. May Patriarch enjoy the immortal fortune forever and live a long life. This time, little grandson has an extremely urgent matter that I need your help with." The founder of White Cloud Immortal Sect, Patriarch Jiangyun, gave Wu Qi a surprised look, then turned to look at Xianxia with a smile and said, "What is it that needs my help?" Wu Qi did not want Xianxia to waste his breath. He strode forward, took out 360 grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies, and placed them in front of Patriarch Jiangyun, forming the shape of a pyramid. Patriarch Jiangyun was struck dumb with astonishment. He sprung to his feet and cried out in shock. "Innate gold element treasures? It seems they are not fully formed yet, but they are still rare treasures. Where did you get them?" Little friend, who are you?" Patriarch Jiangyun glanced at all 360 pearls. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then, without any longing, he moved his gaze away and looked at Wu Qi. Wu Qi felt relieved immediately. This Patriarch Jiangyun was not a greedy man, nor did he have a wicked heart. This man was trustworthy, and he could befriend him. He breathed out a sigh of relief, then retracted the silver lotus and divine flame of order that were ready to burst out from between his brows back into his spiritual ocean. Chapter 283. Imitating Xianxia, he cupped his fist and bowed to Patriarch Jiangyun. Suddenly, Wu Qi realized that although many members of the imperial clan and clans in Great Yin dynasty practiced the art of cultivating qi, it seemed they did not have the concept of Tao League. It was only after he met Xianxia that Wu Qi saw the standard Taoist robe and heard Xianxia addressing himself as Taoist. He had only seen this gesture of cupping his fist and bowing to Xianxia. With a thought in his mind, Wu Qi told Patriarch Jiangyun about his identity, as well as the situation of Great Yin. However, as he had a feeling in his heart, he only gave a perfunctory explanation about the origin of Great Yin and the other kingdoms. With his current identity, age, and experience, it was impossible for him to know the detailed history of Great Yin and the other kingdoms. When Patriarch Jiangyun heard that the planet where Great Yin and the other kingdoms were located was actually a rich and undeveloped planet, even with his cultivation of qi, he could not help but cry out in surprise, especially when he heard that Han Xiao Immortal had been chasing after Xianxia, forcing him to flee into the flaming nether ocean and discover the planet where Great Yin and the other kingdoms were located. Patriarch Jiangyun's face turned unsightly. He snorted coldly. The white cloud wheeled rapidly around him as he nodded and said, "Han Xiao, it looks like we have to put an end to this old freak. Over the last several dozens of years, many disciples of our sect were killed and had their souls disintegrated, and all the spirit-storing jade slips in our sect had exploded. I think it must be Han Xiao's doing." Wu Qi dropped to his knees and bowed to Patriarch Jiangyun, then said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, for the sake of the Emperor and ministers of Great Yin and the millions upon millions of people, please lend us a helping hand. With what Han Xiao and the other evil immortals have done, if Great Yin were to fall into their hands, all the people would suffer. With the current national strength of Great Yin, if Great Yin were to fall into the hands of Iron Ghost, Soul-Seizing Sect, and Spirit Flame Sect, the arrogance of these two evil sects would skyrocket, and it would be a disaster instead of a blessing for countless cultivators in Liyuan Galaxy." After a brief moment of pondering, Patriarch Jiangyun gave the pile of 360 grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies in front of him a look. He pointed his finger at them and said with a smile, Wuxia, my young friend, is telling the truth. But what is the purpose of these Xiantian gung metal treasures? Reverently, Wuxia kowtowed to Patriarch Jiangyun and said in a deep voice, This is the gift to acknowledge me as your master. I do have a few enemies in Great Yin Dynasty, and in the three dynasties of Great Chu, Daqin, and Great Wei, there are people who wish they could kill me. This is the gift of seeking protection. Patriarch Jiangyun nodded and said, All right, this old Taoist will accept you as my disciple. It would be impolite of me to refuse the gift of acknowledging you as my master. As for the so-called protection gift, there was no need to say anything more. As my disciple, if something happens, I will naturally step forward to protect him. There is no master in this world who would only step forward to protect his disciple after receiving a gift from him. There is no such logic in this world. Casually, Patriarch Jiangyun pointed his finger at the air, and a gleaming rune spread out before his fingertip, followed by a crystal-clear chirp. Bai Xia, Qing Wu, quickly come to me. Patriarch Jiangyun cried out softly. Several hundred miles away, on the peak of a lofty mountain that was level with the ocean of clouds, a white cloud and a green mist soared into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, two slender figures clad in Taoist robes arrived next to Patriarch Jiangyun. They were two beautiful, middle-aged Taoist nuns who looked dignified and dignified. Upon their arrival, they immediately sat cross-legged next to Patriarch Jiangyun. Without hesitation, Jiang Chengzi dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Little grandson Jiang Cheng offers greeting, ancestral grandmothers. Wuxia gave the two middle-aged Taoist nuns a surprised look. It turned out that they were Patriarch Jiangyun's wives. White Cloud Immortal Sect had 3 ancestral masters, and all 3 of them were experts of Heaven Immortal Realm. But Wuxia did not expect that these 3 ancestral masters were actually husband and wife. Basically, White Cloud Immortal Sect was a family-style immortal sect dominated by the Jiang clan. That was a good thing, as a sect like this would have a stronger cohesiveness and the internal atmosphere would be more harmonious. Patriarch Jiangyun pointed his finger at Wuxia and said with a smile, Wuxia, the disciple I've just taken in, has a pretty good bone structure, and the cultivation technique he cultivates with 5 elements is very stable. He has a very solid foundation. Look at these 360 innate gold element treasures. They're a gift from this little boy to the 3 of us. Now, White Cloud Immortal Sect can have one more cornerstone treasure, and with that, those little boys will have a greater chance of transcending their heaven immortal tribulation in the future. Both middle-aged Taoist nuns gave Wuxia a glance, nodded and smiled at the same time. Clad in a green robe, Qing Wu Immortal chuckled and said, He is a pretty good boy. After giving Wuxia a careful look, Qing Wu Immortal fished out 18 spirit talismans from a storage ring on her finger and gave them to Wuxia. As a senior, I can't take advantage of my juniors, said Qing Wu. Here are 18 spirit talismans for your protection. Although they are not as precious as these innate gold element treasures, they are still a token of my appreciation. Bai Xia Immortal nodded her head and smiled. Without saying a word, she too fished out 18 glinting spirit talismans and gave them to Wuxia. Wuxia was struck with wild joy. These spirit talismans were personally crafted by Heaven Immortals and were at least 100 times more powerful than those talismans from Heavenly Spirit Sect. Each of these talismans had the mighty power to kill a nascent divinity cultivator in a split second. With these talismans, Wuxia would have many more ways to protect his life. Using the simplest words, Patriarch Jiangyun described the reason why Wuxia came here. Qing Wu Immortal frowned and said in a deep voice, Iron Ghost, Soul-Seizing Sect, and Spirit Flame Sect have many conflicts with White Cloud Immortal Sect. Even if we can't kill them, we have to severely damage their vitality, so that they won't dare to confront us for the next 18,000 years. Since that old fogey Han, Xiao, has the audacity to touch our disciples, we have to kill him this time. Slowly nodding his head, Patriarch Jiang Yun casually pointed his finger and cut open the meridians on his left wrist. A large amount of pale golden blood sprayed out and sprayed onto the 120-grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies. He smiled faintly and said, "Initially, I did not have the confidence to kill that old fogey Han Shao, but with this supreme treasure, the chance has increased by 50%. Bai Xia, Qing Wu, don't waste any more time. Quickly refine them with your prime blood essence, and you'll be able to put them to basic use." Imitating Patriarch Jiang Yun, Bai Xia and Qing Wu struck at the same time. A large amount of pale golden heaven immortal blood essence sprayed onto the grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies, each refining 120 pearls at the same time. Watching off to the side, Wuxia nodded his head inwardly. Although this set of pearls was not fully completed, it was, after all, an innate treasure with an extremely powerful power. By controlling them with the strength of a heaven immortal, they could barely unleash some of their power, but it was still too strenuous for them. With each of them controlling 1/3 of the pearls, they could unleash a greater power. As Patriarch Jiang Yun, Bai Xia, and Qing Wu were husband and wife, and they had been cultivating together for tens of thousands of years, their minds had long been connected, and they were no different from a single person. Therefore, by refining them separately and using them, it was equal to one person using them. This set of grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies was given to the right person. Especially when they began to refine the pearls directly, Wu Qi breathed out a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. With this set of innate pearls as his foundation, as long as he did not commit any disrespectful crime, such as deceiving his master and patriarch, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in White Cloud Immortal Sect, and he would no longer have to worry about being held back by others. After all, he was now Patriarch Jiang Yun's personal disciple, and his seniority in White Cloud Immortal Sect could be considered as frightening. After spending 6 hours, Patriarch Jiang Yun and the other 2 heaven immortals had completed the preliminary refining of the pearls. White clouds, white mists, and green mists were wheeling and coiling around them, while 360 pearls emanating a frigid aura were seen shuttling back and forth amidst the clouds and mists. They kept producing shrill, whistling noises of piercing through the air, ripping one after another faint dark spatial cracks in the air. Patriarch Jiang Yun laughed delightedly and said, "Excellent. With this precious treasure, if we join hands, we can fight against a heaven immortal who is 3 tiers stronger than us. From now on, White Cloud Immortal Sect will have no more worries in Liyuan Galaxy." The 3 heaven immortals had a telepathic connection. Together, they opened their mouths and shot out a sword beam. One after another, the frigid pearls attached themselves to the sword beams, then disappeared into them in the blink of an eye. As the sword beams streaked across the sky, the speed of the sword beams skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and wherever they went, the void was torn open with a faintly discernible crack. Through the concealment of the sword beams, no one could discover the existence of the grand white spatial breaching pearls. They would only think that Patriarch Jiang Yun and the other 2 heaven immortals had obtained 3 mighty immortal swords. Patriarch Jiang Yun laughed delightfully. He gave Wu Qi a loving look, nodded his head, and said, "Good boy, good boy." After a brief moment of pondering, he smiled at Xianxia and said, "Well, Jiangcheng, in the future, you can ask me directly about your homework. You and Wu Qi are friends, and if you have to address him respectfully as Patriarch whenever you see him in the future, it will be hard for you." Wu Qi gave a strange laugh, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia gave Wu Qi a glare, then delightedly gave Patriarch Jiang Yun a few kowtows. Patriarch Jiang Yun gave a loud laugh. Suddenly, the sword beams wheeling above his head shot out, flying towards the lofty mountain where the teleportation formation was located. Above the teleportation formation, Patriarch Xiangyun's 100 feet long white sword beam flashed and disappeared. After a full 15 minutes, the teleportation formation suddenly burst into a blinding light, and a white beam flew back at top speed. Following behind it were three old Taoists with white hair and beard, shrouded in immortal energies, and several hundred Taoists of all ages. Hastily, Wuxia used the mystic eyes of universe to examine these Taoists. He discovered that their aura was pure and not blurry. Their eyes were as clear as water, and their bodies were shrouded in pure energies. Indeed, they were cultivators from the Righteous League who had cultivated both energy and mind to a certain level. Only then did he breathe out a sigh of relief. These Taoists should be the people from the tranquil Vimla sect, who had formed an alliance with White Cloud Immortal sect for several tens of thousands of years. The three old Taoists flying at the forefront were the three ancestral masters of tranquil Vimla sect, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia. These three old Taoists were actually blood brothers. Many years ago, they had obtained a Taoist lineage with an immortal fate together, and after achieving a certain level of cultivation base, they founded the tranquil Vimla sect, which had been developing in Liyuan Galaxy for several tens of thousands of years. Patriarch Xiangyun rose to his feet, together with Xia and Qing Wu, the two heaven immortals standing behind him, greeted them and said, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work." The three old Taoists, Qing Xen, Qing Shun, and Qing Yi, who looked almost identical, quickly cupped their fists and said, "You flatter us. Fellow Taoist, this is an opportunity for tranquil Vimla sect to develop and grow stronger. How can we say we are tired?" Wuqi and Xianxia Zi rose to their feet hastily, following behind Patriarch Xiangyun as they cupped their fists and bowed to the three old Taoists. After bowing and returning the greetings according to their seniority, Patriarch Xiangyun nodded and said, "Just now, I sent a message with my flying sword. Fellow Taoists, do you know what happened in that room? We must strike with a thunderous strike and make those few Taoists stay in that place. Otherwise, it will bring us many troubles in the future." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, I brought the sect guarding treasure, the heart-calming chime." With a wave of his hand, a clump of green mist sprayed out from Xianxia's palm. A tiny jade chime, about the size of a toddler's head, simple in design and glinting brightly, hovered above his palm. Patriarch Xiangyun laughed and said, "Excellent. White cloud, sky-veiling flag, rise." Then he casually extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. Immediately, the ocean of clouds that stretched for several million miles around the lofty peak began to roll and roll. In just a blink of an eye, all the clouds quickly gathered in one spot, transforming into a tiny white spirit flag, about 1 foot in circumference, and fell into Patriarch Xiangyun's palm. Surprisingly, the boundless ocean of clouds was actually the White Cloud sky-veiling flag, the sect guarding treasure of White Cloud Immortal sect. Several hundred beams of cloud flew up from several dozens of lofty peaks in all directions, flying towards them. The elite cultivators of White Cloud Immortal sect had turned out in full strength. Chapter 284. The teleportation formation flickered with a bright light as Chi-Chi, a group of nearly 1,000 cultivators from White Cloud Immortal sect and Tranquil Vimla sect, walked out from it. Looking at the sealed cave walls and then at the countless restrictive runes on them, Patriarch Xiangyun could not help but smile and say, "Wuqi, my disciple, you are really cautious." Shaking his head, Patriarch Xiangyun had no idea how to evaluate Wuqi. He recalled the time when Patriarch Xiangyun was still a cultivator of Jin Dan's sect. With just a flying sword, he had stirred up troubles all over the world and was beaten up badly by the enemies. It seemed that at that time, Patriarch Xiangyun did not have the awareness to prepare a few escape routes. Only heaven knew what was in Wuqi's mind, as he had prepared so many escape routes, and even built a grand universal teleportation formation. Xianxia, Shun, and Yi, the three old Taoists, had their eyes fixed on the spatial breaching spirit gold in the teleportation formation, not even blinking. Spatial breaching spirit gold. So much spatial breaching spirit gold. Even for a sect, this was a very valuable strategic treasure. With these spatial breaching spirit gold, the sect would be able to save a lot of energy stones when building the teleportation formation. Similar to White Cloud Immortal Sect, Tranquil Vimla Sect had a planet under their control with important strongholds of various sizes scattered all over the planet. Teleportation formations were built between each stronghold for their disciples to travel back and forth. If they could have so much spatial breaching spirit gold, Tranquil Vimla Sect will be able to save millions of energy stones every year. How many disciples could they provide with 1 million energy stones to improve their cultivation base and cultivation speed? And how many more spirit pills, magical treasures, and the like? Xianxia cleared his throat and was about to say something, but Wuxia had already bowed to the old Taoists and said with a faint smile, "Seniors in Great Yin Dynasty, in the territory of Dukian, Wuxi's sworn brother, Lu Qingfeng, there is an ore vein of spatial breaching spirit gold. It has a very rich reserve, not to mention White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. Even if there were 10 times more immortal sects, it would still be enough." Chi, who was crowded in the small cave, gasped. "A ore vein of spatial breaching spirit gold? Did they hear wrongly?" They all knew that several decades ago, the treasure-gathering pavilion of Liyuan Galaxy auctioned a piece of spatial breaching spirit gold, which was sold at a sky-high price of 130,000 upper-grade energy stones. 130,000 upper-grade energy stones. However, judging from the fact that Wu Qi had used over 1,000 pieces of spatial breaching spirit gold to build this grand universal teleportation formation, it seemed that there really was such a mine. This planet was indeed a priceless planet. If White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect could occupy this priceless planet and use it as their secret stronghold, the prosperity of both sects would be just around the corner. Taking a deep breath, Patriarch Jiangyun suddenly said, "The spiritual energy here is several times denser than in my White Cloud Peak." Sure enough, it was an undeveloped treasure planet. However, Wu Qi, you said that there are immortal cave residences here? Hastily, Wu Qi took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Currently, Great Wei and Great Zhao are fighting for the immortal cave residences, and it has dragged all 6 dynasties into the war. If not for the sudden arrival of Han Shao and the other evil immortals, perhaps the 6 dynasties would have already fought to the death for that relic, and blood would have flowed like a river. Before Han Shao and the other evil immortals arrived, the 6 dynasties had actually lost 1 million soldiers." 1 million soldiers, Xianxia murmured. "Most of them are cultivators of Xiantian realm." Wu Qi forced a smile, nodded his head, and said, "Yes, at least the soldiers of Great Yan's Blood Swallow Army, Black Swallow Army, and other elite armies are all Xiantian realm warriors." Patriarch Jiangyun fell silent. Bai Xia and Qingwu were speechless. The 3 old Taoists Xianxia, Shun, and Yi were speechless, and the nearly 1,000 elite cultivators from both immortal sects were speechless. More than 1 million Xiantian cultivators. Apart from this kind of treasured planet with abundant spirit chi and natural treasures everywhere, no other place could cultivate so many Xiantian cultivators. Both White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect were guarded by 3 patriarchs of Heaven Immortal Realm. But if both immortal sects were to combine all their Xiantian cultivators, could there be more than 100,000 people? It was not that they did not have enough disciples with sufficient foundation and talent, but they simply could not afford to raise so many disciples. Shaking his head, Patriarch Jiangyun said in a deep voice, "There are relics of immortals here, and the natural energy here is so strong, as well as so many natural treasures. Admittedly, this planet is huge, but the situation here is still a little strange. When we're done with this matter, we must find out the exact situation of this planet. The group of heaven immortals nodded their heads. Under Wuxia's guidance, they stepped into the short-distance teleportation formation which Wuxia had prepared in his cave abode, and teleported to a forest that was only about 100 miles away from Imo City. Patriarch Xianxia unleashed the white cloud sky-veiling flag. A faint layer of cloud rose from the ground, enveloping everyone within it. To Wuxi's surprise, the faint layer of cloud could actually isolate the probing of divine will. Even with the unique divine will of his nascent divinity, he could not penetrate through it. Under the cover of the cloud, the group flew up close to the ground, flying quickly towards Imo City. At last, they were less than 10 miles away from Imo City. Up in the sky, a huge metal city was madly engulfing the raging flame from the Earth's core. Countless runes were blinking on the surface of the city, while several thousand huge armaments from Mo sect were shooting out beams of blinding light into the sky. The bodies of Xianxia Immortal and the other evil immortals were faintly visible in midair, dodging the attacks of these beams with ease. No matter how hard the disciples of Mo sect who were controlling these armaments tried, they just could not lock down the whereabouts of these immortals. All of a sudden, Zhenmu Sovereign laughed ferociously. With a wave of his hand, a green wooden stake, about 1 mile in diameter and 100 miles in length, smashed down from the sky amidst a very strong green thunderbolt, smashing viciously onto the defensive barrier of Mo City. The green wooden stake exploded with a loud boom, filling the sky with green flames and green thunderbolts. The defensive barrier of Mo City was shattered layer by layer, and on top of a city wall located at the northwest corner of the city, a large number of runes exploded abruptly, wounding several dozens of cultivators from 6 dynasties who were waiting solemnly in the vicinity. Zhenmu Sovereign let out a wild laugh. Countless tiny wisterias stretched out from his body, drilling into the woods within 1,000-mile circumference, crazily extracting the enormous aura of what element found in the woods, injecting it into his body and transforming it into his own immortal energy. With a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 huge green wooden stakes smashed viciously onto the defensive barrier of Mo City once again. Right at this moment, Black Feather Sovereign and Inferno Sovereign struck at the same time. Laughing out loud, they transformed into a pair of transparent, flaming men, swinging down flames that blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth. All of a sudden, the wood element energies burst into flames, enveloping the entire Mo City in a blink of an eye, burning the defensive barrier of Mo City and causing it to explode. A threatening heat swept across the entire city, melting some of the weaker metal plates in the city, while some of the metal components were spraying out large amounts of white molten iron like the eruption of a volcano. Right after the wood element energies were completely burned out, and the frighteningly high temperature was not over yet, Xianxia Immortal had already sprung down from the sky while laughing evilly. A large sheet of cold air enveloped the entire Mo City in an instant. The city, which was still expanding because of the high temperature, was instantly frozen by the frighteningly low temperature, causing it to shrink abruptly. The extreme temperature and extreme cold changed in an instant. Countless jarring noises of explosion kept ringing out as countless cracks appeared on the metallic body of Mo City. After that, White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady plunged down from the sky while laughing wildly. With a sway of his body, White Ghost Immortal abruptly transformed into a blurry shadow, smashing forcefully onto the last remaining defensive barrier of Mo City. Jarring noises of slicing and slicing rang out as countless pitch-black ghost claws emerged out of thin air, spraying dense dark smoke as they came tearing and tearing at Mo City. Each of these ghost claws measured several tens of feet in circumference, and with just a casual strike, they could rip a lofty mountain to shreds. Amidst the tearing and tearing of countless ghost claws, the defensive barrier of Mo City creaked as if it could not withstand the heavy load. A very long and deep crack was torn open from the middle of the city, and it looked like it was about to be torn apart by White Ghost Immortal. Meanwhile, Ghost Lady let out a wild laugh. 9 blurry female shadows hovered around her, letting out shrill cries as they casually thrust their hands down. Immediately, countless spears and flying daggers made from white bones shot out in all directions, bringing with them dense dark smoke as they plunged down, filling the sky above Mo City with sparks and sparks. Inside the city, Yin Dan and the others could only stand there blankly. Their divine will could not lock down on the figures of 6 evil immortals, and they could not find out where the real bodies of their enemies were. There was no way they could launch any attacks. In addition to wasting true essence in vain, there was no other use for him to recklessly increase the power of the Forbidden Law curse. Heaven Immortals and Cultivators were existences on 2 completely different levels. When one could not even locate the real bodies of the enemies, how could one attack them? Even Xianxia, who nearly could not restrain himself from unleashing the banner of Qiyu, could only stand there blankly. Even if he did use the banner of Qiyu with his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to trap 6 evil immortals with it. It would still not help the situation and would instead attract the attention of others. Up in the sky, 6 evil immortals let out wild roars once again, unleashing another wave of attacks that rained down like a raging storm. Mo City was shaking violently. Countless cracks had appeared on its surface, and the earth core fire pillar underneath had turned dim and lightless. When the 6 evil immortals were attacking the real body of Mo City, they had also cut off the earth energy veins and fire veins underneath, gradually weakening the supply of fire energy to Mo City. Therefore, the defensive mechanism of Mo City had become weaker and weaker. In the end, almost any casual attack from them could break a large chunk of the defensive mechanism. Amidst jarring, whistling noises, another wave of attacks came whistling down. While laughing strangely, Zhenmu's sovereign threw down 18 huge green wooden pillars in a row, while Xianxia Immortal had transformed into a clump of cold air, getting ready to give Mo City another blow. At the same time, Black Feather Sovereign and Inferno Sovereign teleported right above Zhenmu's sovereign. Both brothers opened their mouths and shot out 2 pale blue flame beams, which shrouded Zhenmu's sovereign's entire body in just a blink of an eye. Xianxia Immortal raised his head in horror and happened to see Zhenmu's sovereign howling miserably as he was engulfed by the blue flame, while a large patch of skin on his back was burned into ashes in a blink of an eye. Therefore, even though Zhenmu's sovereign's cultivation base was stronger than Black Feather Sovereign and Inferno Sovereign, he was still badly burned by the prime true flame unleashed by them, and was severely wounded on the spot. White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady let out a strange laugh at the same time. Suddenly, the attack that they had been accumulating for a long time smashed heavily onto Xianxia Immortal's body. Xianxia Immortal reacted very quickly. When he saw Zhenmu's sovereign was attacked, he immediately unleashed the purple bamboo silk flowers. However, as both White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady had joined forces, their cultivation base was almost equal to his, and they even launched a sneak attack, landing a heavy blow on Xianxia Immortal's back and sending him flying down. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled booms rang out. Zhenmu's sovereign and Xianxia Immortal crashed through the last layer of Mo City's defensive mechanism, smashing onto the metallic ground in a sorry state. Chi-Chi coughed out a mouthful of blood. Zhenmu's sovereign's blood burst into flames when it came into contact with the wind, while Xianxia Immortal simply coughed out a stream of pitch-black ghost aura. Up in the sky, Black Feather Sovereign and the other 3 joined forces, charging down while laughing hideously. Kill them. Then, Iron Ghost, Soul-Seizing Sect, and Spirit Flame Sect will share this priceless planet. Not allowing Zhenmu's sovereign and Xianxia Immortal to flee, a storm of attacks came whistling down, engulfing the entire Mo City. Chapter 285. Kill, 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 kill. Black Feather Sovereign, Inferno Sovereign, White Ghost Immortal, and Ghost Lady let out a loud roar at the same time, using all the methods available to them to fly down. When they were besieging Mo City just now, they had already reached a secret agreement with Zhenmu Sovereign and Han Xiao Immortal. They would join hands and kill both of them, while the two sects would share this priceless planet. As the ancestral masters of the evil immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy, these four men had been in frequent contact with each other, and their relationship was much stronger than that of Zhenmu Sovereign and Han Xiao Immortal. In their opinion, these two itinerant cultivators, who did not have any disciples to provide for, were just cutting a piece of meat from their sections. The priceless planet was priceless, and half of the profits should not be left to two itinerant cultivators. Therefore, they quickly reached an agreement. They would kill Zhenmu Sovereign and Han Xiao Immortal, while the other two sects would share all the profits on this planet equally. 4 against 2, and with a sneak attack from the back, they would definitely win. Sure enough, Zhenmu Sovereign and Han Xiao Immortal were killed by them with just one strike, and were severely wounded. As Zhenmu Sovereign cultivated with Wood Element technique, his body was invaded by Black Feather Sovereign and Inferno Sovereign's prime True Flame, which nearly set his internal organs on fire. In just a blink of an eye, about 50% of the immortal energy in his body was burned away by the invading fire. As a result, his overall strength was at most 50% of his usual strength, which was on par with the others. On the other hand, Han Xiao Immortal's body was invaded by an immense ghost aura, which kept devouring his prime energy essence. He was also severely wounded, and his cultivation base was weakened by about 30%. However, Han Xiao Immortal's cultivation base was far weaker than Zhenmu Sovereign, and with his cultivation base weakened by 30%, he was no match for either White Ghost Immortal or Ghost Lady. Staring at the 4 former allies who were swooping down from above, Han Xiao Immortal cried out sternly, "Old fogey Zhenmu, fight with all your might, or you will really die here." Then he opened his mouth and spat out his purple bamboo flower basket in a flustered and exasperated manner. Countless colorful petals danced and danced in the air, while the flower basket shot up into the sky and exploded amidst Black Feather Sovereign and the other 3. The flower basket was a lower-grade immortal item, and for the sake of escaping, Han Xiao Immortal had no choice but to explode it. The sliver of his primordial spirit hidden in the blossom's orchid was destroyed, and his primordial spirit was immediately heavily injured. Large amounts of black blood spurted out from his 7 apertures. A blinding light flashed, and hundreds of huge flowers appeared in the void at the same time. An enormous immortal force surged out, and countless razor-sharp 5-colored halos wrapped around Black Feather Sovereign and his companions, killing them at the same time. Black Feather Sovereign and the other 4 evil immortals coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The explosion of the immortal items on their bodies had even exposed their bones. Han Xiao Immortal detonated his immortal item in a moment of desperation, and the power of the explosion was not to be underestimated. Even though the 4 of them had made preparations before the sneak attack, they were still riddled with scars from the explosion, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Ghost Lady's cultivation base was the weakest among them. Her arm was blown off, and her chest, which was shaped like a beautiful woman's, was blown away, revealing a large patch of white bones. It was a beautiful contrast with the white bones of the other half of her body. The scene was extremely miserable. Ghost Lady let out a shrill cry as she flew into a rage. Suddenly, the 9 indistinct female ghosts around her became clear. Obviously, they were 9 ferocious and frightening evil ghosts with green hair and red eyes. Pointing her finger at Han Xiao Immortal, Ghost Lady roared furiously, "Kill him! Tear him into pieces! Devour all his energy essence!" 9 evil ghosts leaped down from the sky, while Ghost Lady curled up her body and leaped forward. 3 feet long sharp claws stretched out from both of her hands, grabbing towards Xianxia Immortal in a messy manner. Xianxia Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. After exploding his immortal item to buy himself a brief moment to catch his breath, his body swayed and attempted to flee with teleportation. However, before he could flee, Zhenmu's sovereign had already rolled his strange eyes, as a sticky green beam shot out from the erect eye between his brows and smashed viciously onto Xianxia Immortal's back. Xianxia Immortal's body trembled and abruptly turned a pale green color. Zhenmu's sovereign grabbed Xianxia Immortal's neck, then casually threw him towards the 4 evil immortals and 9 evil ghosts who were swooping down from the sky. Zhenmu's sovereign roared sternly, "Brother Xianxia, I have no choice but to trouble you to fight for a slim chance of survival for me today. Leave a thread of your soul for reincarnation, and in the future, I'll definitely find your reincarnation and guide you to continue your cultivation of immortality. If you reincarnate as a man, I'll take you as my adopted son. If you reincarnate as a woman, I'll marry you as my concubine, and I'll never wrong you." Following Zhenmu's sovereign's almost shameless shout, Xianxia Immortal was thrown high up into the sky in a flustered and exasperated manner. From the erect eye between Zhenmu's sovereign's brows, a strong green beam kept shooting out and injecting into Xianxia Immortal's body. All of a sudden, Xianxia Immortal's body began to swell up, turning into a round ball. A dense green gleam burst out from his body, and a large amount of thick green smoke that came with a pungent odor burst out from within. Yin Dan and the rest of the people turned into bright beams and fled into the distance. With a complicated expression, they looked at these heaven immortals who had suddenly turned against each other. Fight with all your might. It will be the best if all of you are dead." After fleeing for several hundred miles at full speed, Yin Dan and the rest of the people turned to look back at Mo City, which was now enshrouded in a strong light. Only then did they realize that it was a very childish idea to fight against heaven immortals with the combined forces of 6 dynasties. Heaven immortals were not existences that could be resisted by human beings. Only heaven immortals could fight against heaven immortals. Immediately, the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties turned their gazes towards the cultivators and demon kings who had the most hope to break through the realm of heaven immortal in a short period of time. Above Mo City, Xianxia Immortal's body suddenly exploded. A green mist towered into the sky, as countless thick green smoke that came with a pungent odor of grass and were transformed into countless tiny threads that shot up into the sky amidst the green light. Caught unprepared by the attack, Black Feather Sovereign and his companions had their bodies riddled with countless tiny holes that looked like sieves. These tiny holes were not strong enough to kill a heaven immortal, but they were enough to weaken a great deal of their immortal energy, causing a great loss to their prime energy essence. It was especially true for the 9 evil ghosts, as their bodies were riddled with holes by the green threads. Abruptly, they exploded into 9 clumps of dense smoke and returned to Ghost Lady's body. Ghost Lady roared furiously in anger. She waved her hand casually, unleashing countless spears and flying daggers condensed from white bones to shoot down. Zhenmu's sovereign staggered as he coughed out another mouthful of burning blood. He glared at the 4 evil immortals who were shooting down against the green light, grinned hideously, and said, "If you want to kill me and reap all the benefits, you will have to be alive first. Hee, Brother Xianxia, have a safe journey. I'll let you bastards witness the power of the Greenwood soul-seizing fiend eye that I've refined for over 37,000 years. Hee, for the sake of this priceless planet, I'll risk it all." Suddenly, the erect eye between Zhenmu's sovereign's brows exploded completely and utterly, without leaving any trace behind. Zhenmu's sovereign let out a miserable howl, as countless wounds appeared all over his body like an old tree peeling off its bark, while a large amount of blood sprayed out from the wounds. Suddenly, the towering green light beam shrank inwards, wrapping tightly around the four evil immortals like a silkworm in a cocoon, wrapping them tightly in the core of the light ball. On the surface of the light ball, one could vaguely see the terrified and despairing figure of Xianxia Immortal. However, the figure only swayed a few times in the light ball before it suddenly transformed into a clump of green mist and fused into the light ball. The blood that flowed out from the explosion of Zhenmu's sovereign's erect, I shot up into the air and fused into the light ball. The flying daggers and spears unleashed by Ghost Lady kept hitting the surface of the light ball, causing large sheets of strong light to burst out. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she just could not break through the light ball. The other three evil immortals were also attacking the light ball with all their might. However, the light ball was formed from the fiend eye, which Zhenmu's sovereign had refined for over 30,000 years, as well as all the blood essence of Xianxia Immortal. How could they break through it so easily? While laughing ferociously, Zhenmu's sovereign quickly performed some incantation gestures with both hands. Slowly, a wooden blade with an ancient and heavy shape, glinting with a green gleam, slowly flew out from between his brows. Upon the appearance of the wooden blade, Zhenmu's sovereign's body quickly withered, as if all the blood essence in his body was sucked dry by the blade. Staring at the four evil immortals, who were struggling and roaring crazily in the light ball, Zhenmu's sovereign laughed wildly and said, "I've sacrificed 70% of my blood essence, risking my cultivation base to drop back to the threshold of 36th tier Heaven Immortal. I'm going to use this immortal blade made from the spirit heart of a 10,000 years old man-eating tree to kill all of you." Zhenmu's sovereign cried out sternly, "As long as I have this priceless planet, everything will be worth it. I can establish my own sect here, and I can do whatever I want here. With the power of this priceless planet, I have a chance to become a gold immortal. Once I become a gold immortal, Zhenmu's sovereign, who was waving his arms and legs wildly, held the wooden blade in his hand and chopped off his left arm and both of his legs. In the blink of an eye, the bizarre wooden blade had absorbed all of his broken arms and legs, leaving nothing behind, not even a speck of ashes. Zhenmu's sovereign laughed ferociously, staring at the four panic-stricken evil immortals, and said, "You only know that I, Old Mu, have 1 foot in the realm of 35th tier Heaven Immortal. But you have no idea why I, an 18th tier Heaven Immortal, who has ascended to the realm of 35th tier Heaven Immortal at almost the same time as all of you. But why is my cultivation base so much faster than all of you?" Waving the wooden blade in his hand, Zhenmu's sovereign grinned coldly and said, "This is the answer. I, Old Mu, was lucky enough to obtain the legacy of a demon immortal who had fallen in the ancient times, and was also cultivating a wood element cultivation technique. This is the soul-seizing demon blade, made by that 18th tier demon immortal using the spirit heart of a 10,000 years old man-eating tree. An 18th tier demon immortal?" Then he waved the blade casually, transforming it into a fierce green beam that shot out and smashed viciously onto the light ball. As if it was made of crystal, the light ball shattered into pieces amidst a jarring noise of explosion. The four evil immortals who were trapped in the light ball let out a miserable howl, as their bodies were nearly ripped to shreds by the shattered light ball. Countless of their bones were broken, and all their muscles were ripped to shreds. A huge amount of blood kept bursting out from their wounds. The wooden blade whistled through the air, piercing through Black Feather Sovereign's forehead and coming out from the back of his head. The soul-seizing demon blade had shattered Black Feather Sovereign's immortal soul, killing him completely. Black Feather Sovereign's body shriveled up quickly, as all his blood essence was sucked dry. Then it was Inferno Sovereign's turn. Not waiting for him to exercise an immortal technique and flee, the wooden blade came shooting over and pierced through his head. After that, the blade beam flashed again, and all four of White Ghost Immortal's limbs were chopped off by the green blade beam. His body fell heavily to the ground, and his blood sprayed everywhere. Zhenmu's sovereign coughed out a mouthful of blood, Then he staggered and drifted towards Ghost Lady, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. Laughing hideously, he said, "Ghost Lady, don't scare me with that hideous look. I know you can reverse your cultivation technique and regenerate your fleshly body. Come, transform into the appearance of a beautiful girl. Today, I'll use you as my cultivation vessel to heal my wounds." Grabbing the half-human, half-ghost Ghost Lady, Jean Mu's sovereign laughed wildly and said, "Old Mu, today, in front of White Ghost Immortal, I'm going to torture you as my cultivation vessel. How dare you to have evil thoughts towards me? But little did you expect that I actually have this trick up my sleeves." A miserable howl was heard as 3 sword beams, 1 green and 2 white, came shooting over and piercing through Jean Mu's sovereign's forehead, heart, and dantian. The grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies hidden in the sword beams vibrated at a high frequency, producing tiny spatial cracks and ripping Jean Mu's sovereign's immortal soul to shreds. Suddenly, a loud chime rang out as a large sheet of white clouds rushed out from the ground. Nearly 1,000 cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect arrived on the clouds. Immediately, both Ghost Lady and White Ghost Immortal let out a bitter, despairing laugh. A blinding light flickered as both of them self-detonated at the same time. Patriarch Xianxia reacted very quickly. The white cloud sky-veiling flag in his hand transformed into a vast ocean of clouds and rolled out, wrapping around the enormous impact produced by the self-detonation of both Ghost Lady and White Ghost Lady, then quickly sent them up into the sky, allowing them to explode in the sky. A loud boom echoed out as a blinding light sprinkled down from the sky, and even the planet under their feet trembled a few times. All 6 evil immortals were killed, and not even their ashes were left. Looking at the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties in the distance, Patriarch Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, can you talk with me? Both White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect have the intention to build their headquarters here. What do you think?" The emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties looked at each other speechlessly, sighing in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 286. In the main meeting hall of Meng Fortress, 6 heaven immortals, including Patriarch Xianxia, sat high up in the main seat, shrouded in immortal energies. The faint immortal pressure emanating from these 6 heaven immortals made everyone in the hall hold their breaths, not daring to show any disrespect. It was especially true for the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties. After facing the terrifying strength of the 6 evil immortals, they truly understood the gap between immortals and mortals. By relying on various divine abilities, mystic arts, or powerful natal magical treasures, the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties might be able to fight against a single heaven immortal. But when 6 heaven immortals joined forces, they could instantly destroy the allied army formed by all the cultivators of the 6 dynasties. Moreover, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect had brought nearly 200 nascent divinity cultivators and over 2,000 nascent soul cultivators. Unlike the cultivators from the 6 dynasties, the cultivators from the 2 great immortal sects have been hanging around Liyuan Galaxy for a long time, fighting with other cultivators for various reasons. Therefore, they were more experienced, and their cultivation bases were more profound. Under the circumstance where the cultivators from the 2 great immortal sects had the same cultivation base, they could easily fight against 2 or even 3 cultivators from the 6 dynasties. Before this war, the cultivators of the 6 nations basically did not have much battle experience. For example, many of the imperial sinecures of Great Yan's Cloud Swallow Pavilion had smoothly cultivated to nascent soul realm, living a luxurious life and never stained their hands with blood. For example, Gigazi, Mod, and Sun Quang, who had the status of imperial advisor, had never fought before the Great War of Meng Mountains. As for the cultivators of the 2 great immortal sects, they were fighting with other cultivators, they were fighting with demons, they were fighting with demon beasts, they were fighting with other cultivators, they were fighting with demons, they were fighting with demon beasts. For example, Xianxia was always out and about, searching for various spirit herbs and rare treasures for White Cloud Immortal Sect. He even put his life on the line, which gave him a rich experience in fighting. That was the reason why he was able to escape from the pursuit of heaven immortals. Putting aside the 6 heavenly immortals, just the ordinary disciples of the 2 immortal sects were enough to completely suppress Yin Dan and the others, unless they used their natal magic treasures, such as the Cauldron of Yu, the Imperial Jade Seal, and the Disc of Heavenly Tao of Reincarnation. They would not be able to fight against the disciples of the 2 great immortal sections. But once the 6 heavenly immortals joined the battle, the emperors and ministers of the 6 states would be instantly wiped out. Patriarch Zhongyun and the other heaven immortals sat quietly in the hall, not saying a word, while the eldest disciple, standing next to them, did not say a word either. Yin Dan and the others exchanged looks and discussed various issues with their courtiers through voice transmissions from time to time. The eyes of Yin Dan, Chu Ping, Ying Zheng, Wei Wuji, Tian Wen, Zhao Sheng, and the other emperors of the 6 dynasties were flickering. They quickly exchanged glances with their allies, but would never look into the eyes of the emperors of the enemy dynasties. The atmosphere in the hall was very strange, oppressive, and extremely mysterious. However, at this very moment, Wuxia was seen flying at top speed in the sky above the great Eastern Ocean with a smile on his face, leading a group of nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. Using divine abilities, a few nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect were bringing Wuxia flying forward at top speed. As a result, their flying speed was extremely fast. It did not take them long to cross the ocean, and they came to the sky above a huge island located in the middle of the ocean. The island measured over 10,000 miles in circumference and was surrounded by a cluster of islands of various sizes. The edges of each island were as steep as blades, and the main structure of the islands was made of grayish-white rocks. There were very few plants and soil on the islands, while deserts and the Gobi Desert occupied more than half of the island surface area. It was the same situation for the surrounding clusters of islands, and it was the same for the big island in the middle. On the cliffs that stood several tens of thousands of feet tall at the edge of the island, one after another, huge nests were dug out. From the bottom of the cliffs, from the height close to the ocean, all the way to the entrance of the nests, a steep staircase was dug out. When Wuxia and his company arrived, they saw a large number of longbow people climbing up the cliffs along the staircase, throwing one big fish after another into the nests. Some female longbow kingdom warriors walked out of the nest with broadswords in their hands. They squatted at the entrance of the nest and cut off the heads of the big fishes with one clean slash, then cut open their stomachs, picking out their internal organs and throwing them into the ocean below. Using thick ropes, they strung up these big fish, which measured from several tens of feet to several hundred feet long, and hung them outside the nests. A large number of iron pillars were nailed on the ground at the entrance, and the big fish were hung on these iron pillars with ropes. The ocean breeze blew past, swaying the big fish that were cut into halves, slamming into the cliffs and producing loud banging noises. As far as the eye could see, the cliffs were densely covered with big fish, some of which had been dried by the ocean breeze and the scorching sun. Apart from the big fish, there were also the carcasses of big sea beasts and sea turtles, all of which were the food stored by these longbow people. Under the cliffs, some longbow people had exercised their innate divine ability, growing their bodies to several thousand feet tall. They stood naked in the ocean, laughing aloud as they chased after the big fish. The water level was only up to their waists, and when they ran and chased after the big fish, they brought up a great amount of water splashes, which slapped against the surface of the water and produced loud booms. All of a sudden, a huge whale, over 2,000 feet long, leaped up from the ocean. A longbow man laughed wildly, and with a sway of his body, he came before the whale in a blink of an eye. Two huge fists were thrust out along with a frightening, wind-splitting noise, smashing viciously onto the whale's head and killing it on the spot. Complacently, the longbow man picked up the whale's tail and dragged it towards the nests on the cliffs. Behind the cliffs, in a small desert about 180 miles inland, a group of longbow people who stood several tens of feet tall and looked like children were playing a dangerous game. They were laughing and teasing a group of gigantic double-tailed poisonous scorpions and pitch-black poisonous desert vipers. The enraged poisonous scorpions and snakes spurted out large amounts of venom. The pitch-black venom splashed on the ground, corroding the sand and causing a sizzling noise. After a while, the group of young men from Longbow Kingdom became impatient. Suddenly, they pulled up several tens of feet wide boulders from the ground and threw them forcefully towards those unlucky scorpions and venomous snakes, smashing them into meat paste. Laughing and joking, the group of youngsters spread out in groups of 3 to 5. Soon, they formed teams of men and women, found a cool spot in the desert with their backs to the sun, took off their clothes, and began the most primitive activity of human reproduction. When Wuxia scanned these youngsters with his divine will, he could not help but give them a few glances in surprise. Judging from the aura of their life force, they were roughly equivalent to 7 to 8 years old human children. Yet, they had already begun to carry on the family line. The strong life force of Longbow people was indeed extraordinary, as they had already matured at the age of 7 to 8 years old. Surrounding Wuxia, over 20 nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect were treading on clouds and hovering above those longbow people who were busy hunting the fishes. There were about 300,000 longbow people living here, and they could be considered as the strongest tribe among all the tribes in Longbow Kingdom. According to those slave traders, the entire population of Longbow Kingdom was about 3 to 4 million people. Looking at the Longbow people down below, Wuxia cupped his fist at those nascent divinity cultivators and said, "Senior brothers, please help me capture 9,900 Longbow people alive for Wuxia. Among them, 4,900 will be men, while the other 5,000 will be women. All of them must be adults. After capturing them alive, I'll force them to open up their souls so I can plant a soul-controlling spell in them." While smiling and bowing at these nascent divinity cultivators, Wuxia handed each of them a storage bag. The storage bag was about the size of 5 rooms, and it contained nothing but energy stones, millions of energy stones. When these nascent divinity cultivators gave the storage bag a glance with their divine will, their expressions changed instantly, and their faces were immediately filled with smiles. A peak-stage nascent divinity Taoist from Tranquil Vimla Sect smiled and said, "Junior brother Wuxia is too courteous, too courteous. Senior and junior brothers, we are ordered by our masters to help junior brother Wuxia capture Longbow people alive, so that they can serve as the patrolling guards for junior brother Wuxia's cave abode in the future. Everyone, please work harder and don't choose those useless people. It's best if there are those Longbow people who have formed the Gene Dan Alliance." The group of nascent divinity cultivators roared with laughter, then exercised their magic and divine abilities, transforming into wild gusts of light and shadow that blotted the sky and blotted the earth as they plunged down. The Longbow people down below were struck with terror, and they began to give out urgent warning cries. However, all the cultivators who came with Wuxia were the most elite nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. Among them, there were 18 peak-stage nascent soul cultivators. Although Longbow people lived a long life and possessed amazing innate talents, the thunder tribulation they had to face when breaking through their cultivation base was extremely powerful. Among the over 300,000 Longbow people down below, only a few hundred of them had formed the Gene Dan Alliance. How could they be a match for so many nascent divinity cultivators? Countless Longbow men cried out in alarm as they were pulled up into the air by numerous giant hands that flickered with bright lights. Then, a mighty divine will forcibly split their souls, allowing Wuxia to leave a soul-controlling spell in their souls. In just one day and one night, Wuxia had gathered a total of 9,900 longbow people. Together with the 100 longbow people in his spirit breeding ring, he now had a total of 10,000 longbow people. As long as they consumed the ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup and transcended their Jin Dan thunder tribulation with Wuxi's help, the Heavenly 100 Spirit Warring Formation, formed by 10,000 longbow people, would have the power to fight against a Heaven Immortal. Even if they were not the match for a Heaven Immortal, once any nascent divinity cultivator, or even a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator, were trapped in the formation, they would definitely die. The Heavenly 100 Spirit Warring Formation had a scale of 10,000 longbow people. Any more, and it would only disturb the operation of the formation, and it would not be able to form a complete whole. Wuxia was confident that once all these longbow people had their cultivation base improved to nascent soul realm in the future, the Heavenly 100 Spirit Warring Formation would have the overall strength to kill a Heaven Immortal. He had subdued 9,900 longbow people here, and on the other side, the cultivators from the two immortal sects were still capturing longbow people. They had captured another 10,000 longbow people, all in pairs of men and women, and planted soul-controlling spells in their souls. The people of longbow people were nearly extinct in the outside world. At least, no one in Minor Heavenly Circle realm had ever heard of any longbow people living here. An ancient race with a formidable potential like this could fetch a price a few times higher than those powerful demon beasts when they were auctioned. No matter it was as a slave for the immortal sects, or as a guard of honor during a journey, they were very useful. Who asked them to be so tall and strong? When Wuxia and his company had gone far away, countless cries and screams were heard coming out from the nest where the people of longbow people lived. Every year, many longbow people would be captured by the slave traders from Great Yin Dynasty. But this time, over 20,000 of their people were captured. This was the heaviest loss in the history of longbow people. When those brave longbow people came out from their nest with fear and trepidation, Wuxia and his company had gone far away. Chapter 287. 10,000 longbow men began to work hard on the foundation of the new city that Wuxia had decided to build. They used huge rocks the size of small hills to make the foundation even and sturdy. 3 nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect stayed behind, helping Wuxia in building the city. As White Cloud Immortal Sect was an expert in the field of talismans and spirit pills. With them helping Wuxia to construct the defensive mechanisms of the city, he could rest assured of the strength of the city's defense. Princess Zhang Lu returned with 3,000 lady officials and continued to oversee the construction of the city. With Princess Zhang Lu keeping watch, Wuxia had absolutely no worries. After spending 3 days at the construction site, Wuxia finally settled everything. Only then did he leisurely return to Meng Fortress through the teleportation formation. 3 days ago, Wuxia did not meet Yin Dan and the others. Instead, he submitted a report to Patriarch Jiang Yun and the other Heaven Immortals, asking them to select a group of nascent divinity cultivators to accompany Wuxia to the Great Eastern Ocean to abduct longbow men. Also, 3 nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect were left behind to help Wuxia construct the defensive mechanisms of the city. He did not meet Yin Dan, as he wanted to avoid any unforeseen events that might occur after they met. Wuxia kept a distance from them, as he wanted to see the decision made by the emperors of the 6 dynasties. He had vaguely mentioned some things to Patriarch Jiang Yun, and the reason why he returned to Meng Fortress today was to see what was the decision made by Yin Dan and the others. Just now, Wuxia received a message from Meng Fortress, saying that the plan had been finalized. The teleportation formation suddenly shone brightly. As soon as Wuxia walked out from it, he heard loud laughter coming from the meeting hall. Patriarch Jiang Yun, Qing Xian, Qing Shun, and Qing Yi, the three old Taoists, were laughing joyfully. Hastily, Wuxia flew to the entrance of the meeting hall, then carefully walked into it. Almost everyone turned to look at Wuxia at the same time. Yin Dan and Chu Ping nodded at Wuxia in a friendly manner, while the eyes of the others were filled with complicated emotions. This was especially true for those who held grudges against Wuxia. Their eyes were spitting fire, and they wanted nothing more than to stab Wuxia to death. Among them, Xianxu's eyes were the most venomous. His eyeballs had turned blood red, and two beams of blood-red light were about to fly out from his eyeballs and pierce two holes in Wuxia's body. Looking straight ahead, Wuxia walked into the meeting hall. He first bowed to Patriarch Jiang Yun and the few heaven immortals, then quietly returned behind Yin Dan and sat down in an empty seat at the right-hand side of Lu Chengfeng. By doing this, Wuxia had silently shown that he was still a subject of Great Yin Dynasty and was still a member of Great Yin Dynasty. Upon seeing Wuxia's action, Yin Dan suddenly put on a relieved smile and nodded his head in a gratified manner. After that, Yin Dan gave him a fierce glare. After a brief moment of pondering, he rose to his feet and bowed to Patriarch Jiang Yun and the few heaven immortals. Then he said in a deep voice, "Dear immortals, Great Yan's Duke of Tianyun, Wuxia, and my youngest daughter, Xianxia, are very fond of each other. May I be so bold as to ask the few immortals to be the witness for Wuxia and Xianxia and settle their marriage first?" Wuxia was surprised. He turned to look at Yin Shijuan, then nodded thoughtfully. Then he rose to his feet and came before Patriarch Jiang Yun, dropped to his knees respectfully, and said, "Wuxia is willing to marry Princess Zhang Lu Zixian. Once Wuxia forms his nascent soul, he will marry Zixian." Patriarch Jiang Yun nodded his head, smiled, and said, "This is a good thing, a very good thing. It is reasonable for a young man to marry after forming his nascent soul. Therefore, young men should be courageous and diligent in their cultivation. Generally speaking, even the disciples of various immortal sects will only look for a partner and marry after forming their nascent soul. Cultivating together with nascent soul is a good thing for both sides." After that, Patriarch Jiang Yun gave Bai Xia a look. Bai Xia nodded and said, "Very good. Princess Zhang Lu Zixian, let her be my disciple, and let her cultivate with me." Yin Shijuan was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and thanked Patriarch Jiang Yun and Bai Xia Immortal. With the decision made by two heaven immortals, the marriage was settled. Wuxia was secretly delighted as well. It was the best news that Bai Xia Immortal would take Princess Zhang Lu as his disciple. At least, in Liyuan Galaxy, no one would dare to touch Princess Zhang Lu. As long as Princess Zhang Lu was safe and sound, Wuxia could rest assured and boldly soar into the sky. Today, he had left Princess Zhang Lu in the new city, and after today, he would ask Princess Zhang Lu to make up for the ceremony of formally acknowledging him as her master. A heaven immortal's words carried enormous weight. The marriage between Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu was settled. Yin Shijuan gave Wuxia a fierce glare, then spun and returned to Yin Dan's side. With a strange smile on his face, Wuxia returned to Lu Chengfeng's side, then bowed his head and transmitted his voice to Yin Shijuan. "Don't worry, father. I'll definitely treat Zixian well." After a brief pause, Wuxia continued in a soft voice. However, Wuxia doesn't want Zixian to be fed an energy-seizing pill like her mother one day. From today onwards, she will be Wuxia's fiancée, and not just your daughter. Yin Shijuan's expression flickered. He turned and gave Wuxia a look, then slowly nodded his head. Wuxia nodded his head slowly as a greeting. Both of them, including Yin Dan, who was sitting with his back straight, knew that from today onwards, Wuxia had truly become a member of Great Yin Dynasty. Through Princess Zhang Lu, the interests of both sides had been closely linked together. All three of them knew that if not because Wuxia had brought Patriarch Jiang Yun here, as well as White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect, The marriage between him and Princess Zhang Lu would not have been settled so easily. Wuxia had made a brilliant move, while Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan had pushed the boat along with the current, borrowing the other's strength to fight back. It was a brilliant move as well. Patriarch Xianxia nodded at Wuxia with a smile, then said coolly, "In this way, the 3 days of discussion has finally come to an end. Emperor of Great Yin, Yin Dan, Emperor of Great Chu, Emperor of Great Wei, Emperor of Great Wei, come forward." As Patriarch Zhang Yun's voice rang out, Yin Dan, Chu Ping, and Wei Wuji rose to their feet at the same time and came before Patriarch Zhang Yun, dropping to their knees and kowtowing to him respectfully. Wuxia gave Yin Dan and Chu Ping a furtive glance, then turned to look at Wei Wuji from head to toe. The Emperor of Great Wei, Wei Wuji, was a middle-aged man, standing 9 feet tall, with a square face and a fierce look on his face. Especially his deep-set eyes and brows that were as sharp as blades, it was easy to tell that he was a man with a firm mind. Sensing Wuxi's gaze, Wei Wuji tilted his eyes and gave Wuxia a fierce glare. This Wei Wuji had a pair of very long eyes, which gave him a very wide range of movement. He could almost see his own ears, and his line of sight was very wide. Wuxia did not expect that he would have such a strange look, and could not help but want to burst out laughing when he saw Wei Wuji's behavior. The prime minister of this prince of Xinling, Wei Wuji, was Duke of Longyang. Narrowing his eyes and smiling, Wuxia was imagining the relationship between Wei Wuji and Duke of Longyang. Looking at the emperors of the 3 dynasties kneeling on the ground, Patriarch Zhang Yun nodded his head satisfactorily and said, "Very good. With 3 excellent disciples, White Cloud Immortal Sect will have a bright future." Following that, Yin Dan and the other 2 changed the way they addressed Patriarch Zhang Yun, calling him master. Patriarch Zhang Yun smiled, then fished out 3 booklets made from purple gold thread from under his sleeve and gave them to Yin Dan and the other 2. With a serious tone, he said, "This is the mystic technique of our sect, the energy unity technique. In minor heavenly circle realm, it can be considered as a superior cultivation technique. Now that you have learned it, I can teach you the best." Once again, Yin Dan and the other 2 bowed their heads and listened to the order. After acknowledging Patriarch Zhang Yun as their master and receiving the mystic cultivation technique of White Cloud Immortal Sect, Great Yin, Great Chu, and Great Wei would become the vassals of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Just like the mortal kingdoms on White Cloud Planet, everything would be under the control of White Cloud Immortal Sect. From then on, all the raw materials related to cultivation produced by the 3 dynasties would be offered to White Cloud Immortal Sect, and if any natural or man-made calamity befell the 3 dynasties, White Cloud Immortal Sect would provide them with full assistance. In the presence of so many people, Yin Dan and the other 2 swore in their prime oath, swearing that they would be loyal to their master and would never commit any crime of deceiving their masters. After that, Jing Ku, Gao Jinli, Xianxia, Fanzeng, Duke of Longyang, and the other important ministers of the 3 dynasties stepped forward and acknowledged by Xia and Qing Wu, the 2 heaven immortals, as their masters. They too received the legacy of the cultivation technique, and from then on, became the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Everything went smoothly for the others, but when Duke of Longyang gracefully knelt before by Xia and Qing Wu, both heaven immortals had a strange expression on their faces. They were stunned for a while, and finally, Qing Wu, who was more amiable, accepted Duke of Longyang. After all the important ministers of the 3 dynasties swore their prime oath, swearing to be loyal to their masters, Patriarch Zhang Yun waved his hand, and all the ministers returned to their seats. After that, Ying Zheng, Tianwen, Zhao Sheng, and the other emperors of the 3 dynasties rose to their feet. Da Qin, Great Zhao, and Great Qi became the vassals of Tranquil Vimla Sect. The emperors and important ministers of the 3 dynasties also became the disciples of Qing Xine, Qing Shun, and Qing Yi, the 3 old Taoists. The emperors and important ministers of the three dynasties also swore their prime oath, swearing to be loyal to their masters, and that they would never commit any crime of deceiving their masters or destroying their masters. The three old Taoists also taught them the Tranquil Vimla Sect's Tranquil Heart Sutra, and with that, the ceremony of acknowledging their masters was completed. After that, it was Patriarch Zhang Yun and Xianxia's turn to reiterate that the two great immortal sects had been friends for several tens of thousands of years, and they were allies of life and death. Therefore, no matter what kind of enmity existed between the dynasties, no one was allowed to retaliate in private by any means so as not to break the alliance between the two sections. If there was a personal grudge, it was fine to seek revenge, but must be under the supervision of their masters and seniors in a fair and open duel. Upon hearing the wishful warning from the two old Taoists, Wuxia could not help but laugh in his mind. Two great immortal sects have recruited this group of people who are as fierce as wolves and tigers, and you still want to live in peace. Not only the two great immortal sects, even Liyuan Galaxy and Minor Heavenly Circle Realm are waiting to have a hole poked through by this group of people. Wuxia had a feeling that he had borrowed a key, opened the gate of a beast, and released a group of dreadful beasts. Although Wuxia had no idea what kind of place this Minor Heavenly Circle Realm was, he felt that the heavens had blessed him. Looking at the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties in the hall, Wuxia lowered his voice and asked Lu Chengfeng, "Why do so many of them seem to have no objection to joining White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect? I can see that Xianxia and the others, even the most unruly ones, including the Emperor of Qin Dynasty, Yingzheng, are more than willing to acknowledge these two sects as their masters." Lu Chengfeng gave the people in the hall a glance, then said in a low voice, "Come to think of it, it is a strange thing. For the cultivation technique of all the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties, peak stage nascent divinity realm is the limit. Even if they transcend their thunder tribulation and become heaven immortals, if they want to take another step forward, they will have to refer to the cultivation technique after the realm of heaven immortal. Now, 2 great immortal sects have taken the initiative to recruit them as their disciples. How worthwhile is that? The cultivation technique of all the emperors was peak stage nascent divinity realm, and there was no other cultivation technique after that. Wuxia nodded his head thoughtfully. No matter what, from now on, this planet would belong to White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. Chapter 288. It was late at night. It was drizzling, and the air was foggy. Outside Meng Fortress, on the peak of the mountain where Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect was stationed, there was a stone table and 4 stone stools. Wuxia was sitting beside it, carefully tending to a small red clay stove and a small teapot made from purple sand. This was the first time Wuxia learned that Mo's sect actually had a disciple who specialized in making tea sets. All the tea sets made by him were exquisite, just like Mo's sect's attainments in the field of weapons. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. Lu Chengfeng, Niaonu, and Nie Baihong, who were sitting beside the stone table, could not help but sniff their noses at the same time. Good spring water matched with good tea leaves, and with Wuqi's rather decent skill in brewing tea, the tea leaves harvested from a 1,000-years-old tea tree in the depth of Meng Mountains were almost completely fragrant, which was more than enough to attract everyone's attention. Drizzling raindrops fell from the sky, but were pushed away by an invisible energy barrier above their heads. Not a single drop of water could enter the area of 30 feet around the stone table. Wuxia poured a cup of tea for each of them, then picked up the teacup himself and took a deep breath of the aroma. After that, he gulped down the boiling hot tea. A scorching hot aroma rushed straight from his throat to his stomach, then slowly rose up from his stomach. The heat mixed with the aroma of tea instantly penetrated through his internal organs and sprayed out through every pore of his body, making him feel as if he had just ascended to the immortal realm. The rich energy contained in the tea spread through his body, and even his cultivation base of innate energies had been slightly enhanced. Good tea. Xianxia tilted her head up and breathed out deeply. The green sword energy storm behind her back gradually retracted. A sword cry rang out, and the Jin Dan strange sign on her body vanished completely. Indistinctly, there was a sharp sword energy emanating from her body, as if her entire being had merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth were still the heaven and earth, and she was still herself. Although she had merged with the heaven and earth, they had yet to merge. Nie Baihong and Lu Qingfeng were shocked. Chi-Chi rose to his feet, bowed at Xianxia, and said, "Mother, congratulations on forming your nascent soul." Xianxia put down the teacup and smiled reservedly. Wuxia shook his head, poured himself and Xianxia a cup of tea, then said coolly, "Grand Elder, I believe it has been more than a year and a half since you formed your nascent soul." All these years, I've been pretending to be a human immortal like the Jin Dan. I've been constantly releasing sword energy and imitating the Jin Dan's energy storm. I believe I've used up quite a lot of my sword energy. I'm afraid the Grand Elder has already. Wuxia stopped talking, raised his head, and gave Xianxia a deep look. Xianxia gave Wuxia a deep look as well. She said with a deep voice, "You are a smart little guy, but why is my son Baihong always so stupid? Why can't he figure it out? If his mother only had the cultivation base of Jin Dan, how could Heaven-Breaking Sword sect become the strongest sect among all 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty in just a few hundred years? Although the cultivators of Jin Dan are competing with each other in all 13 immortal sects, how could the nascent soul ancestral masters of other immortal sects ignore this?" Nie Baihong's face turned purple. He stared at Xianxia, laughed dryly, and said, "Mother, this." Xianxia raised her head up. A sharp gleam flickered in her eyes as she said coolly, 270 years ago, I had formed my sword nascent soul. It was a sword essence divine pill left behind by the ancestral master. It can help a cultivator condense his sword energy quickly and step into the nascent soul realm. Unlike the cultivators from other sects, as long as we have a strong sword intent, we can shatter everything with a single sword strike. Breaking through the nascent soul realm is not a waste of my energy. She glared fiercely at Nie Baihong, who seemed to be at a loss of what to do. She breathed out a long sigh and said, "Over the years, there were some nascent soul sinecures of Great Yin Dynasty who wanted to deal with Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. But before they could do anything, I would sneakily injure them, forcing them to swear an oath and enter a secluded cultivation, not paying any attention to the outside affairs. These fools thought it was His Majesty Yin Dan who sent the sinecures to warn them, and as expected, none of them dared to act rashly again." Wuxia nodded his head and said, "I see. Grand Elder, you're really good at concealing yourself. Why are you no longer pretending today?" Xianxia let out a long laugh, stuck out her chest, and said, "In those years, in order to protect my son, Baihong, and the foundation of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, I had no choice but to continue pretending. Fortunately, the cultivation technique of a sword cultivator is completely different from that of other cultivators, and the sword nascent soul I formed is in the shape of a flying sword as well. I fused it with my flying sword, refining it into my prime flying sword that can fuse with my sword. As a result, I don't have a sword nascent soul in my body, and that's how I managed to fool all the ministers of Great Yin Dynasty." She raised the teacup and gulped down the tea in one gulp, then said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, we are all disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect, and we are no longer bound by Great Yin Dynasty. So, why should I still care about those rules and regulations of Great Yin Dynasty? My cultivation base is my cultivation base, and when I need to draw my sword and kill someone, I will do it." A cold laugh came from the dark figure. Together with a few of his trusted subordinates, Yinli came swaggering towards her. "Yanu, who are you trying to kill? Are you going to ignore the rules and regulations of Great Yin Dynasty? The reason why I'm here today is to tell you that there are some rules and regulations that you still have to. Suddenly, Xianxia sprung up into the sky. A misty, green sword shadow flew out from her body, and then her body exploded, transforming into a clump of pure sword energy and fusing with the sword shadow. A glinting green flying sword, less than 1 foot and 2 inches long, flashed across the sky and pierced through the foreheads and dantian of Yin Li and the few other Jin Dan human immortals. Yin Li's eyes went wide in despair. Even until the moment of his death, he still could not figure out how Xianxia killed him. He had never heard of Xianxia's technique of fusing her body with her sword, and he had never seen Xianxia using it. So, where did she get such a powerful and brutal sword technique? A green light flashed, and Xianxia's figure reappeared. She stared at Yin Li, who was still standing stiffly even until the moment of his death, and said with a cold voice, "Bai Hong, Wuxia, Chengfen, watch carefully. This is the real sword technique of heaven-breaking sword sect, the unity of sword energy script. The unity of sword energy script is just the introductory technique of the unity of sword energy script. Does this old thief, Yin Li, really think that he has found out all my trump cards?" Yin Li's sudden arrival and Xianxia's violent killing, everything happened so fast that Wu Qi and the others had no time to stop them, and they were powerless to do so. On the same night, when the entire Great Yin dynasty had joined White Cloud Immortal Sect, Xianxia revealed her cultivation base that was not weaker than peak stage nascent soul realm, and killed Yin Li and his trusted disciples with a single sword strike. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia reached out her hand, grabbed Yin Li's head, and twisted it off his neck. Then she brought the head to the edge of a cliff on one side of the mountain peak, then casually threw the head off the cliff. She cried out sternly, "Damn it, take a good look. I've killed one of the culprits who murdered you in those years. I'll never let go of anyone who was involved in the conspiracy against you. Today, I can kill as many people as I want, and I won't have to worry about their revenge, and I won't have to worry about them hurting our children." Xianxia's voice was shrill and forlorn, sounding like a cuckoo crying blood. It made Wu Qi and the others' hair stand on end, and they could feel wisps of cold air drilling into their bodies. It was as if there was really a ghost hiding right beside them, quietly watching them. Wu Qi's heart was twitching. With the help of the sword Origin Divine pill left behind by an immortal, Xianxia had formed her nascent soul 270 years ago, and now her cultivation base had reached peak stage nascent soul realm. The cultivation technique of heaven-breaking sword sect was indeed magical, and that divine pill indeed had an incredible power. It was a miracle that she could endure for so long. There was a knife above the character endure. How many sharp knives had this white-haired old lady been stabbed in her heart? How could she endure so many years of suffering, watching Yin Li swagger in front of her and devour the foundation of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect step by step in front of her? How strong and patient did she have to be able to sneakily develop so many disciples of Jin Dan in the intersect of heaven-breaking sword sect under Yin Li's interference and spying? How could she be able to cultivate a city lord like Yi Zidu among her disciples? Xianxia was a very patient person, especially when she possessed the overall strength that could easily kill Yin Li. This old lady was really scary. Once the opportunity came, she would kill her enemies like slaughtering pigs and dogs. With a casual swing of her sword, she would not give her enemies any chance to escape, nor would she waste her breath to show off her success in front of her enemies. She killed them with a single swing of her sword, cleanly and neatly. She truly had the heroic spirit of an ancient hero who killed someone in the middle of the street and settled his grudge. Wu Qi breathed out a long sigh, rose to his feet, bowed deeply at Xianxia, and said with a respectful voice, "Grand Elder, I, Wu Qi, have great admiration for you. After all, he is the son of the Crown Prince, and now Wu Qi is the future son-in-law of the Crown Prince. It will be very difficult for me to deal with both of them." "Grand Elder, Please gather all your trusted disciples and depart for White Cloud Immortal Sect right now." One figure after another emerged from the surrounding dark shadows. They were all the trusted disciples of Xianxia, and some of them were carrying human heads that were dripping with blood. Judging from the appearance of those human heads, all Yin Li's trusted disciples, including Qin Shu Wen, were killed by these intersect disciples of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Wuxia was struck dumb with astonishment, and he looked at Xianxia with even more astonishment. Xianxia laughed out loud and said, "I'll bring all my trusted disciples to White Cloud Immortal Sect right now. Little fellow, remember that you and Baihong used to be master and disciple. Although you've acknowledged a heaven immortal as your master, in the future, you will have to bear all the energy stones and spirit herbs needed by my disciples." Wuxia bowed and said with a solemn expression, "I don't need Grand Elder to remind me about this. I had no other choice but to acknowledge Patriarch Jiangyun as my master. Sect leader Nye will still be Wuqi's master. In the future, Wuxia will take care of all the needs of Grand Elder, my master, and all my fellow brothers and sisters." After bowing deeply, Wuxia fished out a talisman of White Cloud Immortal Sect, wrote Xianxia's name on it, and threw it out. Immediately, the talisman transformed into a stream of flame and shot out into the distance. Before long, Xianxia arrived, stepping on a cloud and standing in front of Wuxia. With only a few words, Wuxia explained what happened here, and the old feud between Xianxia and Yin Li. Xianxia was filled with deep veneration when he heard that. He cupped his fist and bowed to Xianxia, then said in a low voice, "Come with me quickly. From now on, you will have to cultivate in the Five Swords Peak of White Cloud Immortal Sect. It is one of the core territories of Jiang Clan in White Cloud Immortal Sect, and no one will dare to disturb it. Once everything is settled down, I'll go beg Patriarch Qingwu and ask her to accept Grand Elder as her disciple." When Patriarch Qingwu traveled the world, she was fond of killing people with swords and avenging kindness and hatred. I'm sure she will like Grand Elder. After that, Xianxia left hastily with Nianu and the other disciples, rushing towards the grand universal teleportation formation that White Cloud Immortal Sect had constructed over the past few days. With him helping Nianu and her subordinates settle down, Wuxia would not have to worry about them. Casually, Wuxia flicked his sleeve and rolled Yin Li and the others down the cliff. Then he suddenly threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh. "Qingfeng, my brother wants you to stay in Great Yin and be the chief supervisor of White Cloud Immortal Sect's mines. Are you willing?" Chapter 289. After putting away the teacups used by Nianu and Nye Baihong, Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng sat facing each other at the stone table. The two of them drank and drank by themselves, accompanied by the light drizzle above their heads and the cool breeze around their bodies. It was a scene of the wilderness. Although they could smell a faint smell of blood coming from all directions, as Nianu's disciples had killed all the people who were loyal to Yin Li just now, both men did not pay any attention to it. What is the position of supervisor of mines? Lu Qingfeng looked at Wuxia, feeling puzzled. For a major immortal sect like White Cloud Immortal Sect, each of them controlled an entire planet and governed dozens, even hundreds of kingdoms of various sizes. Naturally, when governing a kingdom, there would be mortal emperors who would take care of it. However, all the cultivation resources on the planet, including all the spirit herbs, energy stones and mines, and materials produced by demon beasts, were under the unified management of their disciples. The position of supervisor of mines was responsible for the mining, refining, storage, and allocation of all the energy stones and rare metals on the planet under the jurisdiction of White Cloud Immortal Sect. In order to fight for this position for Lu Qingfeng, Wuxia only briefly mentioned it to Patriarch Jiangyun, and the latter immediately gave his approval. Wuxia frankly told Patriarch Jiangyun that the reason he asked Lu Qingfeng to be the supervisor of mines was to seek more benefits for himself and the people around him. with the great credit Wuxia had given them by giving them a priceless planet. The small matter of Lu Chengfeng being the supervisor of mines was nothing to him. Even if Lu Chengfeng were to embezzle as much energy stones as he could, how many energy stones could he embezzle in a year? Even if Wuxia ate energy stones like rice, how many energy stones could he spend in a year? Therefore, Patriarch Jiang Yun straightforwardly agreed to let Lu Chengfeng be the supervisor of mines, responsible for the mining of all the energy stones owned by White Cloud Immortal sect on the planet where Great Yin Dynasty was located. However, Patriarch Jiang Yun also told Wuxia frankly that for the sake of Lu Chengfeng and Wuxia, Lu Chengfeng could not hold the position for more than 300 years. 300 years. No one in White Cloud Immortal sect could say anything about it. But if Lu Chengfeng were to hold the position for more than 300 years, and some people were jealous of him, even Patriarch Jiang Yun would not be able to suppress him. In White Cloud Immortal sect, an important position like this, which was responsible for the exploration of the sect's strategic resources, was usually rotated every 30 years. Once a person had reaped enough benefits, he would have to give up his position so that other people of the same sect could also reap some benefits. As the saying goes, in the affairs of the world, one should not worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. Lu Chengfeng had been in this position for 300 years, and the amount of energy stones and various energy ores he obtained was more than enough for Wuxia and the others to spend freely for several thousand years. Therefore, he should give up his position and let the core disciples of White Cloud Immortal sect have a share of the wealth. In a low voice, Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng were discussing all the details regarding the position of the chief supervisor of the mine. Wuxia's opinion was that they should carry out destructive mining at all costs. Apart from the amount of energy stones they had to submit to White Cloud Immortal sect every year, they should keep as many benefits as they could. After countless years of exploitation, the cultivation resources in Minor Heavenly Circle Realm and Liyuan Galaxy had nearly dried up. Now, they could only rely on the natural energy veins to recover the pitiful amount of energy stones every year. For the sake of Wuxia and the others' future cultivation, Lu Chengfeng had to get himself a sufficient amount of energy stones within these 300 years. After teaching Lu Chengfeng all sorts of techniques of embezzlement and fraud, Wuxia, who had his mouth and tongue parched, grabbed the teacup and gulped down a few mouthfuls of tea. Then, he turned to Lu Chengfeng, smiled, and said, "Apart from the position of the chief supervisor of the mine, we have to continue developing in the same way. No matter it is Meng Fortress, Little Meng City, or my city on the Great Eastern Ocean, we have to make a good plan." Even though Great Yin Dynasty had submitted to White Cloud Immortal sect, it was still Great Yin Dynasty. At most, it would lose the right to mine some energy stone and metal veins in its territory. In Great Yin Dynasty, it was still very important to own its own territory and a part of its secret forces, as they were the foundation for Wuxia and the others to establish themselves. Both men had a very long discussion, and when the eastern sky was just beginning to brighten, they finally breathed out a long sigh of satisfaction. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip of tea, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Oh, right. What did those people say about me during these days?" Lu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes and smiled as well. He raised the teacup up, as if he was toasting with Wuxia. Smiling, he took a sip of tea and said, "What did they say? What else could they say? You disappeared right under their noses with Xianxia, and then suddenly arrived with so many heaven immortals and cultivators from 2 great immortal sections. Obviously, you have become the trusted disciple of White Cloud Immortal sect's patriarch." What else could they say? After giving a few praises, Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and said, "What a brilliant move, a brilliant move. I was still worried that after the alliance between the 3 dynasties, we would be surrounded by enemies everywhere. No matter is Lu Buwei, Lao Ai, Duke of Longyang, or Xianxia, they're all people we can't afford to offend. In the future, we will have to tread carefully with every step we take, and one careless mistake will bring us a disaster. Even though you are hiding far away from the great Eastern Ocean, I think you are just buying time." Wuxia threw his head back, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Indeed, go to the great Eastern Ocean to build a new city is just stalling for time. Our enemies are too strong." Shaking his head, Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, "For Great Yin, I've offended all these formidable enemies. But when these formidable enemies form an alliance with Great Yin, or even become Great Yan's imperial advisor or important ministers, Great Yin will not be able to protect me." A cold gleam flashed in Wuqi's eyes as he said coldly, "If that is the case, don't blame me. As long as I have the chance, I'll turn the world upside down and make them lose everything. No one will be able to get any benefits from this. In Great Yin Dynasty, I'm just an insignificant minister, and anyone can find me an eyesore and trample on me. But now, I'm in White Cloud Immortal Sect, and I'm the personal disciple of Patriarch Xianxia. As long as we act cautiously, who dares to lay their hands on us?" Clenching his teeth, Wu Qi said coldly, "Lu Buwei, how dare he send his men of sacrifice to ambush me on the battlefield? Duke of Longyang, how dare he challenge me with his swordsmen? Xiangyu." Wu Qi frowned, feeling a slight headache coming on. Naturally, the cunning Lu Buwei and Duke of Longyang would not rashly kill Wu Qi before they found out the exact background of White Cloud Immortal Sect. But Xiangyu, especially after he had turned into a fiend, who knew what he would do next? Lu Qingfeng frowned as well, and asked with a puzzled expression, "I still don't understand why that Yu came to you." Wu Qi shook his head blankly, as he could not figure out the reason as well. If it was to provoke or retaliate against Xiangyu, Yu could simply find a pawn or a butcher and perhaps make Xiangyu suffer a few times more. So, there was no need for her to come to Wu Qi. Frowning, Wu Qi carefully reviewed what happened between him and Yu. However, the information he knew was too little. Even though he had inherited the insane intelligence of Lu Xiaobai, he could not figure out all the causes and effects. Irritably, he threw the teacup far away. Wu Qi sprung to his feet, gnashing his teeth as he roared into the sky. "Damn it! I'll go to the great Eastern Ocean now and clean up those long bow people first." With a dangerous gleam flickering in his eyes, Wu Qi planned to let those 9,900 long bow people drink the ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup first. As long as they all formed their Jin Dan, the heavenly 100-spirit warring formation of 10,000 men would be more than enough to trap a nascent divinity cultivator. At the worst, he could just kill both Xiangyu and Yu and put an end to all troubles. A killing intent rose in Lu Qingfeng's heart as well. Clenching his jaws, he said, "In for a penny, in for a pound. Take out all the energy stone income for the next 3 years. Wu Qi, you will sneak into White Cloud Immortal Sect, find Jiangxingzi, and beg his father and grandfather to help you kill Xiangyu." Wu Qi's eyes flickered. It was a good idea. With the poor people in White Cloud Immortal Sect, they could really buy Xiangyu's life with a huge amount of energy stones. As the 3 dynasties had just pledged their allegiance to White Cloud Immortal Sect, perhaps those senior cultivators in White Cloud Immortal Sect did not take Xiangyu as their fellow disciple. Killing him would not be a big deal. While he was about to discuss the detailed steps with Lu Qingfeng, a white shadow suddenly walked out from behind a mountain rock not far away. Wu Qi raised his head abruptly and pointed his finger out. Immediately, the sword of Greedy Wolf had arrived before the man's throat, leaving a dark trail behind. Staring at the white shadow, he cried out sternly, "You Xianxian, how did you get here?" "You." Wu Qi's heart was shaken. Yu Qianxian had already arrived beside him and Lu Qingfeng, but he did not discover how she appeared. How is that possible? Yu Qianxian was dressed formally, with a tall crown on her head and a white robe, with a few ancient-looking jade artifacts hanging on her waist. With a flip of her palm, she revealed a talisman glinting with a faint golden gleam. She said indifferently, "With the protection of this talisman, not to mention you, Even a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator would not be able to discover my trace. Walking slowly before Wuxia, Xianxia grinned coldly and said, "Duke of Tianyun, Duke Yanlu, you two sure have some guts. How could you plot and frame a great general of our ally here? Do you have any respect for the law of Great Yin?" The law of Great Yin? It was as if Wuxia had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He shook his head and said, "The law of Great Yin? Can they control the personal disciple of Patriarch Jiangyin?" If Wuxia still had any respect for the law of Great Yin, he would have long gone to His Majesty and told him that Yinli was killed by someone with a sword. Staring coldly at Xianxia, Wuxia said proudly, "Now, Wuxia is the same as His Majesty, the personal disciple of Patriarch Jiangyin. Since Wuxia and His Majesty have the same status, do you think the law of Great Yin can control me? What great general of our ally? I've killed him, so be it." Xianxia pondered for a brief moment, then nodded and said, "You have a point. Wuxia, Xianxia, and Father have still underestimated you. We never expected that all the heroes of 6 dynasties would be toyed with by you alone. Wonderful, wonderful. You risked your life to save Xianxia, just so that you could bring White Cloud Immortal Sect here and break the current rule of 6 dynasties? Good, very good. With this, you will be like a dragon soaring in the sky, and all the enemies you made in Great Yin will have no way to touch you." Wuxia smiled faintly and said, "You can say I'm a dragon soaring in the sky, but you can also say I'm a corner dog that will do something desperate. That's why I took a gamble at all costs. Fortunately, I've won the gamble. Now, the 2 great immortal sects own everything here, and I'm the personal disciple of Patriarch Jiangyin. Those enemies of mine can no longer touch me, and I can spend my days in peace." Xianxia nodded and praised, "Indeed, a good plan, a good idea. And the rarest thing about you is that you have the drive to risk your life. If no one can kill you in advance, perhaps your achievement will be beyond everyone's imagination." She fixed her gaze at Wuxia, then said in a deep voice, "Wuxia, Xianxia knows that you have an engagement with Zhonglo, but Xianxia doesn't mind sharing you with Zhonglo. If you and Xianxia also have an engagement, all the manpower and material resources of Yu Academy will be yours to use." Wuxia was struck dumb, while Lu Chengfeng was struck dumb. All of a sudden, Wuxia came before Xianxia and gave her a loud slap. After that, Wuxia let out a wild laugh and sprung up into the sky, grabbing Lu Chengfeng. Then, both of them transformed into beams of light and sped away. Wuxia laughed wildly and said, "You Xianxia, Lao Tzu doesn't like old women who are older than Lao Tzu. Ha ha ha, you want Wuxia to marry you? Dream on." The sudden slap from Wuxia made Xianxia spin 3 times on the spot. She was struck dumb and could not move at all for a long while. After a full quarter of an hour, Xianxia suddenly let out a strange and ferocious laugh and said, "Very well, Wuxia, with this, you and I are now mortal enemies. Hee hee, you can come up with a clever plan, using the 6 dynasties as a bargaining chip to join White Cloud Immortal Sect, which has given you the upper hand. But do you think Xianxia is so easy to deal with?" She stamped her feet, tilted her head up, spun, and transformed into a gust of breeze that drifted away. Chapter 290. In the Great Eastern Ocean, there was an island located 3,600 miles southeast of the place where Wuxia built his city. Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon stood blankly on the waves, their eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. They stared in horror at the dark clouds that suddenly surged out of the island in front of them. They watched as the enormous power of the thunder tribulation in the dark clouds rumbled down without any time to accumulate. 108 shockingly powerful thunderbolts struck down in a disorderly manner. She patted her big head, shook her head, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Now I know why the legendary long-bow people who can survive the heavenly tribulation are as rare as the sea turtles who can escape from my mouth. TSK, TSK, Tell me, which one tastes better, the green-skinned sea turtle or the blue-skinned one? I even saw a gold-and-silver sea turtle in the ocean the day before yesterday, and it was very chewy. Lord Xianxia gave Catfish Flooddragon a blank look, then shook his head and ignored her. Catfish Flooddragon's brain was cramping and short-circuiting from time to time. Just a moment ago, she was talking about the Longbow people's Jean Dan Thunder Tribulation, and now she was talking about sea turtles? On the island, Wuxia was hovering in midair, letting the thunderbolts keep smashing heavily on his body. On the ground, all the Longbow people, including Chi-Chi, were standing in 99 square formations, staring at the dark clouds and thunderbolts in horror. The Longbow people's heavenly tribulation was an eternal pain in their hearts. How many crimes had their ancestors committed against the heaven and earth that they were left with such a curse in their bloodline? Even the heavenly tribulation of a nascent divinity cultivator could not compare with such a thunder tribulation. If an ordinary longbow man were to encounter such a thunder tribulation, he or she would be killed on the spot. Therefore, although longbow people had a long lifespan and amazing innate divine abilities, very few of them would devote themselves to cultivation in order to make a breakthrough. It was because the moment they formed the Jean Dan was the moment they would die. The faster they cultivated, the faster their cultivation base improved, and the faster they would die. Any longbow man with a sane mind would not choose to cultivate, and would rather spend the rest of his life peacefully. Apart from the great divine magus of Longbow Kingdom, who had no choice but to cultivate in order to inherit the various mystic techniques and divine abilities of longbow people, ordinary longbow people, including the strongest warriors in their clan, would not deliberately improve their overall strength. As for the great divine magi of Longbow Country, a large number of their clansmen would be killed every 100 years. Therefore, the bloodline of the great divine magi of Longbow Country had always been sparse, because the other clansmen had all been killed when they were trying to break through the Jean Dan. On the other hand, Wuxia was able to hover in the sky and block the thunder tribulation for them, which was powerful enough to kill any longbow man. This level of divine art, this level of divine power. Standing on a mountain not far away, Long Yuan and 100 longbow men, who had long been subdued by Wuxia, roared out at the same time, "Great divine magus! This is the real great divine magus. He is the great divine shaman sent by our ancestors to save us. Only the real great divine magus can block the thunder tribulation for us, allowing us to form the Jean Dan." Raising both arms up high, Long Yuan leaped and roared. By following His Excellency, Great Divine Magus Wuxia, we, the people of Longbow Kingdom, will have the hope of prosperity. Although the bodies of longbow men were huge, their brains did fit the description of muscle brains. Upon hearing Long Yuan's bewitchment, coupled with the frightening divine ability and power Wuxia had displayed in front of them, all 9,900 longbow men dropped to their knees in front of Chi-Chi, shouting Great Divine Magus at the top of their lungs. Bolts of thunder kept falling down, and large patches of golden runes appeared on the faces and arms of more and more longbow men. These golden runes formed into a complicated and exquisite circular formation, crazily absorbing the surrounding natural energies like a black hole. Suddenly, the bodies of these longbow men began to expand rapidly. From the original height of 100 feet, they had grown to about 1,000 feet. There were also those elite warriors who were born with great innate talent and strength. Their height suddenly rose to 3,000 feet, which was twice the height of Long Yuan now. For the people of Longbow Kingdom, there was a direct way to measure their overall strength. When none of them used their innate divine ability to transform their bodies, the one with the biggest body and the most developed muscles would definitely be the strongest warrior in the clan. Thunderbolts kept falling down from the sky. One after another, these longbow men, who had consumed the ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup, formed the Jean Dan, welcoming their Jean Dan thunder tribulation. These tough longbow men could form the Jean Dan, just like ordinary people eating eggs. In just a few breaths of time, the Jin Dan had formed in their dantian. It took an ordinary human cultivator several hundred years of hard work to form a Jin Dan. The innate talent of these longbow men simply left one speechless. No wonder even the heaven disliked them, and their Jin Dan thunder tribulation was so violent. A blinding golden light shone from Wuxi's body. 18 celestial fiend puppets had transformed into his appearance, hovering around him and absorbing the thunderbolts that kept falling down from the sky. Using a mystic technique, he extracted a tiny thread of pure yang energy from the gold core thunder tribulation, using it to temper his soul and form strands of nascent divinity. More than 1 million thunderbolts kept falling down from the Jin Dan thunder tribulation of nearly 10,000 longbow men. While Wuxi's body was severely injured by the thunderbolts, his soul had shone with a dazzling golden light. In Wuxi's spiritual ocean, a tiny fist-sized Wuxi had formed. This tiny Wuxi had a corporeal body, emitting a pure and gentle golden light. Obviously, it was a nascent divinity that had formed a corporeal body. Wuxi was able to form such a nascent divinity at the early stage of Jin Dan. The various mystic techniques found in Scroll of Stealing had perfectly demonstrated the essence of stealing the heaven and earth. Of course, compared to a real nascent divinity cultivator, this tiny nascent divinity was slightly smaller. The nascent divinity of a nascent divinity cultivator was as tall as their innate nascent embryo, at least a few feet tall. However, this tiny nascent divinity of Wuxi was only the size of a fist. However, this tiny nascent divinity of Wuxi was formed with the pure yang thunder tribulation. It was so solid that it looked like it was cast from iron. Even some cultivators at the late stage of nascent divinity realm did not have a nascent divinity as strong as Wuxi. When the last thunder tribulation came crashing down, Wuxi suddenly threw his head back and let out a long roar. A tremendous sound wave towered up into the sky and shattered the clouds in the sky. A strong golden light kept bursting out from Wuxi's body, transforming into streams of sword energy that swept across the surroundings. The small island underneath trembled violently as it was shattered into pieces by Wuxi's crazy outburst. Immediately, 10,000 longbow men of Jin Dan realm sprung into the sky and stood behind Wuxi with Chi-Chi. Catfish Flood Dragon looked at these long bow men disapprovingly. She stared blankly at these huge fellows, trying to figure out which one was more tender and delicious, their muscles or those of a turtle. Meanwhile, Lord Xianxia was staring at these 10,000 longbow men with shock and fear. A longbow man of Jin Dan realm could already fight against a nascent soul cultivator and 10,000 longbow men whose overall strength was equivalent to that of an earth immortal of nascent soul realm. This benefactor of hers, this brother whom she had acknowledged, was indeed an unpredictable man. With such a brother, she could go anywhere in the world in the future. At the thought of this, Lord Xianxia could not help but burst out laughing. He stretched out both arms toward Wuxi and said, "Brother Wuxi, this mystic technique of yours really has the ability to seize the fortune of the heaven and earth and reverse the heavenly mystery. 10,000 longbow men of Jin Dan realm. What do you want me to say?" Wuxi gave Lord Xianxia a tight hug, then smiled and wagged his fingers. The black dragon spirit ring and spirit breeding ring were glittering on his fingers. "Brother Xianxia, in order to expand this spirit breeding ring, I need a few spirit items that can only be found in the deep sea," he said in a deep voice. Lord Xianxia nodded and said, "Leave it to me. I'll go find the 3 strongest dragon kings of the great Eastern Ocean. As for these spirit items from the deep sea, they're just decorations. I'll get you enough materials, enough for you to store 1 million longbow men in the ring." Upon hearing that, Wuxi was tempted. He laughed and said, "If that's the case, thank you, brother." Both men held hands and laughed, their hearts filled with a deep bond. Suddenly, a gust of chilly wind came approaching at high speed from the northwest. A ghost immortal of mid-stage nascent soul realm was flying toward them. The ghost immortal amidst the chilly wind had his hair disheveled, and his body was shrouded in ghostly flames. He was also an imperial guard secretly produced by Great Yin Dynasty, and was now assigned by Yin Dan to protect Princess Zhonglu. Currently, Princess Zhonglu had 16 ghost immortals of nascent soul realm as her personal guards. From afar, the ghost immortal roared at the top of his voice. "Duke of Tianyun, Princess has lost her temper. She wants you to go back now. The emissary of Great Wei, Duke of Longyang, has come to visit, but Princess has stopped him at the city gate, forbidding him from entering." "Ugh, Duke of Longyang has come to visit?" Wuxia shuddered abruptly. He grabbed Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon and cried out, "An unwelcome guest has come to visit. Quickly gather all your men, deploy a formation, and hide in the shallow water outside the city. When they hear my signal, rush out and kill them." After giving a few orders to Long Yuan and the other longbowmen, asking them to follow closely behind him, Wu Qi took out the talismans given to him by Xia and Qing Wu, exercised the acquired magnetic sword beam, and transformed into a stream of light as he sped towards the construction site of the new city, which had been named Star Picking City. The speed of the acquired magnetic sword beam was very fast, and it did not take him long to cover the distance of over 3,000 miles. Currently, the base of the city wall, about 10 feet tall, had been built around the city wall. When Wuqi arrived at the western city gate, Princess Zhonglu was standing at the gate with a group of imperial guards, blocking Duke of Longyang, who had come alone. Smilingly, Duke of Longyang looked at Princess Zhonglu, who looked like she was about to fight a rooster, and kept smiling. Right when Wu Qi's sword beam descended, Princess Zhonglu grabbed Wu Qi's arm and cried out, "How could you let this demon, who is neither a man nor a woman, come to visit us?" While Wu Qi was grinning awkwardly, Duke of Longyang had already bowed to Wu Qi and said with a faint smile, "Duke of Tianyun, 7 days ago, Yin Li, the son of Crown Prince Qijuan of Yin Dynasty, was killed, and some of the disciples of Heaven Breaking Sword sect have gone missing. I wonder if Duke of Tianyun knows about this?" Wu Qi's eyes went wide in bewilderment. "Yin Li was killed? Ugh, Xian. Do you have any impression of Yin Li?" Princess Zhonglu twitched her red lips and said with a cold grin, "Who is Yin Li? What does it have to do with me?" Wu Qi turned to the startled Duke of Longyang, smiled, and said, "Look, even Xian doesn't care about Yin Li's life or death. Who is Yin Li? What does his life or death have to do with me?" Duke of Longyang frowned in a troubled manner. He shook his head, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Then, Duke of Tianyun, do you know that a few immortal masters are about to open the door to the Tsang Ao immortal abode, and we can see the archway in front of the main entrance now?" Wu Qi was taken aback instantly. Tsang Ao immortal abode? The immortal ruins that Great Wei and Great Zhao were fighting over? Rolling his eyes, Wu Qi cried out anxiously, "An honorable guest is here. Quickly prepare some fragrant tea." Princess Zhonglu was so angry that she pinched Wu Qi's ribs, while Duke of Longyang smiled and followed Wu Qi into the city in an elegant manner. River Luo, Zhouanet. Chapter 291. Right at the center of Star Picking City, where the future City Lord Mansion would be located, only a few luxurious tents were erected, surrounded by brocade curtains. On the north side was a tent, measuring over 200 feet in diameter. It was the daily residence of Princess Zhonglu, who oversaw the construction of Star Picking City. Several hundred feet away, on the east side, was another tent, where the 3 nascent divinity cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect stayed in Star Picking City to help Wu Qi construct the defensive mechanism of the city. Now, all 3 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators had returned to their tents. If Duke of Longyang made any unusual move, what awaited him would definitely be a thunderous strike. Inside the tent, which was luxuriously decorated and looked just like a luxurious palace, Wuxia was sitting on the main seat, while Princess Xianxia was sitting on a soft cushion beside him, staring at Duke of Longyang with an unfriendly gaze. Out of the instinct of a woman, Princess Xianxia would always be vigilant towards any living being that could pose a threat to her. Although Duke of Longyang was a man who was even more enchanting than a woman would pose a greater threat than a woman. Bai Zhuer brought tea to the table, then stood on both sides of Wuqi and Princess Xianxia like two little demons with green faces and sharp fangs, staring at Duke of Longyang with the same unfriendly gaze. As the personal serving ladies of Princess Xianxia, Bai Zhuer could naturally empathize with a man who was even more enchanting than a woman, and shared the same hatred. After all, in a sense, they were also one of Wuqi's future wives and concubines. A man like Duke of Longyang was indeed a threat to all of them. Nonchalantly, Duke of Longyang picked up the teacup and took a gentle sniff of the aroma. Shaking his head, he sighed and said, "Good tea, good water, and good charcoal fire. Too bad, I'm still lacking in the ability to control the temperature of the water. It was supposed to be an excellent tea, but now it can only be considered as an ordinary tea. If Duke of Tianyun is interested, Longyang has a good tea ceremony." Princess Xianxia's eyes widened, and it looked like she was about to fly into a rage. Hastily, Wuqi grabbed her thigh and gave it a hard press. Princess Xianxia's face blushed as her thigh was grabbed by Wuqi. She bowed her head in a sweet voice, carefully rubbing the corner of her dress, and did not say another word. On the other hand, Bai Zhuer were so angry that their faces turned blue. They glared fiercely at Duke of Longyang and cursed in their hearts. Lord Longyang actually said that his tea brewing skills were not good enough. This tea was brewed by Bai Zhuer using all of their resources. Ignoring Lord Longyang, Wuqi raised the teacup with one hand and took a sip of the fragrant tea. Indifferently, he said, "This is a wonderful tea. Lord, you're being too picky." Lord Longyang cast a glance at Wuqi, sighed softly, and said, "It is not easy to live in the human realm. It's not easy for people to live in the first place, so why be so harsh on yourself? Throughout my life, be it clothes, food, or daily necessities, I have been very picky about everything, fearing that I would suffer even the slightest grievance." Sighing again, Lord Longyang turned to Princess Xianxia, smiled, and said, "For example, the rouge used on Princess's forehead, is it made from the juice of a tricolored rose that just bloomed on a spring night?" Princess Xianxia raised her head in astonishment and said, "You can even tell that." Lord Longyang smiled charmingly, nodded, and said, "Tricolored rose has a beautiful color, which is a good product. However, because of its beautiful color, it is suitable for those royal ladies who are getting older and have a bit of amorous feelings. Princess Xianxia is a fairy, and she is in the prime of her youth. Therefore, tricolored rose products are not suitable for her. According to Lord Longyang's opinion, Princess should try the rouge powder made from purple lilac. It is elegant and beautiful, and it will not cover up Princess's natural beauty. At the same time, it can soften the skin, making it look like a layer of light smoke. It is the best product." Princess Xianxia blinked her eyes in astonishment. She was so shocked by Lord Longyang's opinion that she could not say a word. Wuqi, on the other hand, felt his scalp tingle. This old devil was indeed a peerless evildoer. He pressed hard on Princess Xianxia's thigh and shouted in a deep voice, "My lord, did you come here just to discuss the rouge powder? What serious business do you have? Tell me quickly." Lord Longyang put down the teacup and covered the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Then he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face, "First, Duke of Tianyun has killed my beloved concubine. What does Duke of Tianyun have to say about this?" Wuqi glared at Lord Longyang and said with a sneer, "Cut the crap. What does your beloved concubine or chicken have to do with me? You have promised Lu Buwei and received some benefits from him. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. If you don't accept it, I will kill you here today. So what? Let's see if Wei Wuji will fall out with me. Wu Qi, because of you." With a heavy palm strike, Wu Qi smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Then, he pulled out an immortal talisman glinting with a green gleam and stared fiercely at Lord Longyang. A gust of breeze came and lingered in the tent, as 3 old men clad in Taoist robes appeared out of thin air, standing in a straight line before Lord Longyang. 3 powerful spiritual pressures blotted the sky and blotted the earth as they pressed towards Duke of Longyang. One of the old men sneered and said, "Wu Qi is the personal disciple of Patriarch. If anyone dares to mess with him, he will be making things difficult for White Cloud Immortal Sect." Immediately, Lord Longyang's serious face turned as charming as a spring flower. He gave the 3 old men a coquettish glance, covered the corner of his mouth, and said with a faint smile, "Why do you take it so seriously? Longyang was just joking with Duke of Tianyan. How could I bear to harm such a wonderful man like Duke of Tianyan?" Looking at Lord Longyang's expression, the 3 nascent divinity experts from White Cloud Immortal Sect could not help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. They grinned and gave Lord Longyang a look, then spun, transformed into a breeze, and disappeared. Since they had given Lord Longyang a warning, no matter how bold he was, he would not dare to attack Wu Qi in this place. They could not bear to look at a charming and enchanting demon like Lord Longyang, so they could only stay far away from him. With a wave of his hand, Wu Qi threw the long, narrow table before him out of the tent. Then Bai Zhuer brought another long, narrow table and placed it before him. With a deep voice, Wu Qi cried out, "My lord, let's talk about something serious. Wu Qi is young and rash, and he can't understand your romantic tricks." Lord Longyang gave Wu Qi a deep look, then slowly straightened his back. A threatening, heroic spirit burst out from his body, and in an instant, he transformed from an enchanting demon whose beauty could topple a state into a handsome hero who was brimming with heroic spirit, like a sharp blade that had just been unsheathed. At the same time, his voice had changed from the gentle and neutral tone to a voice that sounded like the knocking of a jade stone, a clear and sonorous voice that vaguely carried a murderous tone. He stared at Wu Qi and said, "All right, let's talk about something serious. The death of Yin Li has given some people in Great Yin Dynasty the opportunity to stir up trouble, saying that you are disrespectful to Great Yin and have the intention of rebelling against Great Yin." Wu Qi shook his head, sighed, and said, "It's still nonsense. My lord, please don't use these nonsense to frighten Wu Qi. Wu Qi is already engaged to Xianxia, and he and Great Yin Imperial Clan are in the same boat. No one can jump out from the same boat. If Wu Qi were to plot against his father and grandfather after he was engaged to Xianxia, would Wu Qi still be able to face the world if this news was spread out? His Majesty is not a fool, and neither is the Crown Prince. Since they have allowed Patriarch Jiangyun to make the decision and let Xianxia be engaged to me, why are they afraid that I will stand on my own? Rebellion? If I were a heaven immortal, there might be a possibility. But too bad. Wu Qi only has the cultivation base of Jindan now. Duke of Longyang opened his mouth, shook his head, and laughed. "Duke of Tianyun, you are indeed a stubborn man. Well then, let's talk about something serious." He pondered for a brief moment, as if he had completely forgotten the 2 things he mentioned just now. With a solemn expression, he said, "His Majesty of Great Wei has the intention to form an alliance with Duke of Tianyun. In the future, as long as Duke of Tianyan can take care of Great Wei in White Cloud Immortal Sect, countless mighty soldiers and valiant generals of Great Wei can be used by Duke of Tianyan." Wu Qi pondered for a brief moment, then gently pressed his finger on Princess Zhang Li's thigh. Princess Zhang Lu rolled her eyes, sneered, and said, "Mr. Longyang." Princess Zhang Lu emphasized on the word Mr., sneered, and said, "Wu Qi is Zhang Li's husband, and that makes him a member of Great Yan's imperial clan. Great Yin has countless mighty soldiers and valiant generals as well. So why would we need the army of Great Wei?" Duke of Longyang said indifferently, The army of Great Yin belongs to Yin Dan. On the other hand, the army of Great Wei can be personally deployed by Duke of Tianyin. The difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. It is impossible for Duke of Tianyin to deploy the army of Great Yin to kill Lu Bu Wei, but the army of Great Wei can obey the order of Duke of Tianyin and besiege the entire Lu clan. Duke of Longyang did not conceal anything, and his words were as naked as a newborn baby. Princess Zhang Lu narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Wuxia. Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then nodded and said, "All right, Great Wei and Great Yin are now the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect, if possible." Casually, Wuxia pointed at the entrance of a tent. Duke of Longyang smiled faintly, then clapped his hands lightly. Immediately, a large sheet of white mist and white lotus flowers burst out, enveloping the entire tent tightly. He chuckled and said in a low voice, "Now, we can discuss the conditions of both sides with peace of mind." Wuxia leaned his body forward, while Duke of Longyang craned his neck and leaned over. Using the quickest speed, both men whispered for a while, then both of them reached out their hands at the same time and held each other's palms. Wuxia smiled and said, "That's great. This is a very fair and reasonable condition. From now on, Wuxia and his wife will advance and retreat together with Great Wei. Of course, the premise is that the immediate interests of both Great Yin and Great Wei will not be harmed." Duke of Longyang had regained his enchanting look. He held Wuqi's palm tightly and said softly, "Duke of Tianyin has a very strong hand." Wuqi's expression changed abruptly, turning almost blue. Princess Zhang Lu glared at Duke of Longyang furiously, then forcefully slapped her palm onto the tightly held palms of both men, separating them. After that, right in front of Duke of Longyang, Princess Zhang Lu took out a silk handkerchief, dipped it into the tea, and carefully wiped Wuqi's palm. Wuqi looked at Duke of Longyang helplessly and said, "Zixian is still young. Please don't take it to heart, Duke." Duke of Longyang breathed out a long sigh, then nodded his head indifferently and said, "Why would Longyang take it to heart? Duke of Tianyin, you have to be careful. It is the scholars of Yu Academy who are spreading the rumor that you are going to abandon Great Yin and establish your own independence in G City. Currently, 70% of all the civilian officials in G City regard you as their enemy. On top of that, the youngest young master of Zhao Kingdom, Zhao Ling, has known Wei Xiaoxiao for a long time. When he heard that Wei Xiaoxiao was killed by you, he has secretly contacted Lu Bu Wei, planning to assassinate you, Duke of Tianyin." Slowly, Duke of Longyang rose to his feet, retracted his divine ability, and said coolly, "I have no idea how many precious treasures are hidden in Song Ao, Immortal Abode. Duke of Tianyin, you have to go there and try your luck." After a brief moment of pondering, Duke of Longyang smiled and said, "Before I came here, I heard from a few immortal masters that the defensive mechanism at the front entrance of the Immortal Abode is very magical, and it will take at least 10 days to break through it. If Duke of Tianyin has the intention to go there, I suggest you make a plan as soon as possible." Duke of Longyang spun and walked towards the entrance of the tent. Waving his hands lightly behind his back, he praised softly, "I have to say, Duke of Tianyin has made a good move this time. By luring White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect into this place, you've destroyed all the plans of 6 dynasties, and in the end, Duke of Tianyin is the only one who could benefit from it. Over the past few days, that old fogey Lu Bu Wei has killed several dozens of his beloved concubines, and he hates Duke of Tianyin to the core." Upon hearing Duke of Longyang's words, Wuqi just smiled proudly. "No matter how much you hate me, what can Lu Bu Wei do to me? Song Ao, Immortal Abode, I, Wuqi, am coming. Yeah, thief, major yes." Chapter 292. East of Star-Picking City, by the shore of the ocean, Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu stood side by side, gazing at the vast ocean in the distance. Princess Zhang Lu was obviously not in the right state of mind. She looked at Wuxia with a sad face, pouted pitifully, and said, "Do I really have to go to that white cloud planet? I have never seen those by Xia Immortal and Qing Wu Immortal. Wouldn't it be great if I could build a city here? Why should I take them as my master? Why should I go to White Cloud Planet?" Wuqi stroked Princess Zhang Li's cheek and sighed softly. "The tree desires peace, but the wind will not subside. Without Zixian by my side, I can deal with those people easily." Turning his head and gazing deeply into Princess Zhang Li's beautiful eyes, Wuqi said with a smile, "Zixian, you are my most precious darling. How can I bear to let you hurt even a hair on your head? Go to White Cloud Planet and work hard in your cultivation. When you reach the realm of Heaven Immortal, you will be able to protect me." Princess Zhang Lu pinched her fingers unhappily and sighed softly. "Reach the realm of Heaven Immortal? That's so difficult." Wuqi pinched her nose hard and said with a smile, "It is difficult for others, but it is very easy for Zixian. From the early stage of Jindan to the middle stage of Jindan, you have only spent a few months to completely stabilize your Jindan and form your solid core. Do you know that other Jindan stage cultivators would need hundreds of years of painstaking work to reach this step? But you only spent a few months, and you will at most become a Heaven Immortal in 100 years, right? Cultivating to become a Heaven Immortal in 100 years? Wuqi was obviously fooling Princess Zhangli. Gently kissing Princess Zhang Li's cheek, Wuqi said with a smile, "Zixian is the smartest girl in the world. A mere Heaven Immortal is nothing to me." Princess Zhangli pondered for a moment and frowned. Finally, she nodded and said, "You're right. 100 years to become a celestial immortal. Zixuan will work hard." Suddenly, Princess Zhangli grabbed Wuqi's arm and bit it hard. The bite tore his skin and flesh, causing blood to flow out. A deep bite mark was left on his arm. Wuqi was in so much pain that he kept gasping, but his heart was twitching. According to Lu Xiaobai's understanding of women, a woman who likes to bite usually lacks a sense of security. Did such a proud princess, Zhang Lu, not have any sense of security? With a sudden thought in his mind, Wuqi hugged Princess Zhang Lu tightly and pressed his forehead against Princess Zhang Li's. Suddenly, a tiny slit appeared between Wuqi's brows. A stream of blood wrapped around the silver lotus, which had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed, rushed into Princess Zhang Li's forehead in a blink of an eye. Wuqi released a thread of his nascent divinity and gently touched Princess Zhang Li's soul, then taught Princess Zhang Li the mystic technique of forcibly forming a nascent divinity with the help of heavenly thunder he learned in Scroll of Stealing. After that, he mobilized nearly 70% of the innate energies in 10 innate Jindan and kept injecting them into Princess Zhang Li's body. Suddenly, Princess Zhang Li's blushing face turned as red as blood. An enormous amount of pure, innate energies surged crazily into her body, forcefully smashing on her dazzling five-color Jindan. Princess Zhang Li's Jindan was like an evil ghost that had been starving for hundreds of thousands of years, and suddenly saw a bloody sheep. Hastily, it began to devour the innate energies of 5 elements that came knocking on its door. The 5-color divine ray behind Princess Zhang Li's back flickered rapidly, and suddenly expanded to the size of several acres. But not long after that, the 5-color divine ray began to shrink rapidly, turning into 5 extremely fine threads of light, and fusing into 5 strands of Princess Zhang Li's long hair, hiding it so well that no one could see it. 70% of Wuqi's innate energies of 5 elements, which was equivalent to the cultivation base of nearly 1,000 cultivators in Jindan, rushed into Princess Zhang Li's Jindan, quickly pushing Princess Zhang Li's Jindan to a magical transformation. First, it pushed Princess Zhang Li's cultivation base skyrocketed to the peak of Jindan realm. As long as her understanding of the heavenly Tao was improved, she could fuse her soul with the Jindan according to the mystic technique of nascent soul formation. and she would be able to break her Dan and form her nascent soul smoothly. After that, Princess Zhongli's Jin Dan began to emit a five-colored bright ray. The nature of her Jin Dan had been forcibly transformed into half innate and half acquired. From now on, Princess Zhongli's Jin Dan would absorb the energies of five elements from the outside world, and the Jin Dan she formed would carry half innate and half acquired attributes. No matter it was the power or the divine ability, it would be far superior to ordinary cultivators in Jin Dan realm. Together with the innate gold and silver lotus that Wuxia had fused in her forehead, Princess Zhonglu would have a life-saving treasure, and her safety would not be a problem anymore. Together with the protection of Wuxia and Qingwu, two female immortals, Princess Zhonglu would be as safe as Mount Tai in White Cloud Planet. As for the divine flame of order on top of the silver lotus, it was split into half by Wuqi's enormous and condensed power of nascent divinity. Then, he used the innate energies of five elements in his spiritual ocean and carefully confined it in the void. The destructive power of this thing was too strong. Without the restraint of the silver lotus, Wuqi would have to figure out a way to control and utilize it. With the other half of the divine flame of order in her hand, Princess Zhonglu would not have to worry about the risk of suffering from energy deviation when she was cultivating. He put his mouth next to Zhongli's ear and told her about the origin of the silver lotus. After that, Wuqi hugged Zhonglu tightly, almost bringing her little head into his chest. With a low voice, he said, "Only you and I know the origin of this treasure. In the whole world, only you and I know it. Don't ever use it unless you are in a life-threatening situation. It is a good treasure, and it will make others jealous." Meanwhile, Princess Zhonglu was exercising her cultivation technique to absorb the enormous energies that Wuqi forcibly sent into her body. After inheriting her mother's innate divine ability, Princess Zhonglu also possessed an innate talent that was close to the acquired divine energy of five elements. Now that she had absorbed the innate energies of five elements sent into her by Wuqi, it was not strenuous for her to exercise her cultivation technique. Upon hearing Wuqi's words, she kept nodding her head excitedly, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Wuqi passionately. At the same time, she also transmitted all the mystic techniques she inherited from her bloodline to Wuqi through her divine will. An enormous amount of strange and bizarre techniques kept rushing into Wuqi's spiritual ocean. Some of them were recorded in the Scroll of Stealing, but some of them were so unimaginable that they were not even mentioned in the Scroll of Stealing. All kinds of poisonous goo, magus priests, curses, and spells of spirit speech were mystic techniques that were completely different from the orthodox qi refining cultivators. Among them, there were also many mystic techniques related to mountain ghosts and in deities. Wuqi was so happy that he nearly laughed out loud. Rubbing Princess Zhongli's little head, Wuqi cried out in a deep voice, "All right, it's time for you to depart. According to that old monster Long Yang, in just a few days, Lu Buwei and his men will come and find trouble with me. It's a good opportunity for me to teach them a good lesson. Go to White Cloud Planet, focus on your cultivation, and don't make me worry. My little woman, my little woman." Princess Zhonglu raised her head stealthily and gave Wuqi a quick glance. After that, she nodded her head vigorously, spun, and stepped onto a cloud and left at top speed. 16 nascent soul ghost immortals rode chilly winds and followed closely behind her. Together with Baizhuer, and the other serving ladies and imperial guards, they followed closely behind Princess Zhonglu. On the peak of a distant mountain, a few female cultivators clad in white clothes were waiting for Princess Zhonglu. After Duke of Longyang left yesterday, Wuqi immediately sent a message to Wuxia and Qingwu, asking them to send over some female disciples. Among them was a peak-stage nascent divinity female cultivator, and they would escort Princess Zhonglu to White Cloud Planet, to the Spirit Cloud Peak, where Wuxia and Qing were usually cultivated in seclusion. Song Ao, Immortal Abode, coupled with the fact that Lu Buwei had instigated Zhao Sheng's youngest son, Zhao Ling, to come and find trouble with Wu Qi, things would get really lively. If he did not send Princess Zhang Lu to an absolutely safe place, how could Wu Qi have a mood to deal with an old demon like Lu Buwei? Princess Zhang Lu was different from Lu Qingfeng. Even if Lu Qingfeng was attacked by someone and lost an arm or a leg, Wu Qi could avenge him later. It would not be a big deal. But if Princess Zhang Lu was harmed by someone with malicious intent, even if Wu Qi killed all his enemies, it would be useless. Therefore, Princess Zhang Lu had to leave this place. Fortunately, Princess Zhang Lu was deeply in love with Wu Qi. Although she was reluctant, she still obeyed his order and left this planet. As long as Princess Zhang Lu was safe, Wu Qi could finally do whatever he wanted. Grinning coldly, Wu Qi spun and waved his hand at a far distance. Lu Ziyuan and Hai Yuntian rushed over with an excited expression on their faces. Hai Yuntian, who was originally dressed in a short green outfit, had changed into a long green robe, and he now looked like a scholar. Wu Qi sized him up for a while, then nodded his head and said, "From today onwards, Brother Tuan will be the city lord of Star-Picking City. You will be in charge of all the administrative affairs of Star-Picking City. In the future, whether Star-Picking City can be established as a nation or not will depend on Brother Tuyuan's capability." Lu Tuyuan quickly bowed deeply at Wu Qi, then raised both his hands high up in the air to show his respect to Wu Qi, thanking Wu Qi for putting him in such an important position. As for his broken arm, Wu Qi had bought some spirit herbs from White Cloud Immortal Sect and had it reattached to his arm. After comforting Lu Tian, Wu Qi turned to Hai Yuntian and said, "Brother Yuntian, you and I are old friends, so let's skip the small talk. From today onwards, the Star-Picking Pavilion under the name of Star-Picking City will be under your control. From today onwards, all the local products and precious treasures of Great Eastern Ocean will be sold and auctioned by all the merchants from different kingdoms." Grinning coldly, Wu Qi said proudly, "From today onwards, all the local products of Great Eastern Ocean will be jointly monopolized by Star-Picking City and Purple Leaf City." Those who are not convinced, ask them to find the new Dragon King, Lord Xianxia and Catfish Dragon King, who live in the vicinity of several tens of millions of miles. Hai Yuntian thanked Wu Qi joyfully. With this promise from Wu Qi, the business of Star-Picking Pavilion in the future would be monopolized. Was there any business under the heaven that could bring more profit than monopolizing? As a comprador of G-City for several dozens of years, Hai Yuntian could not wait to show off his skills. After dismissing both men, Wu Qi had finally settled all the affairs in Star-Picking City. Right after he let out a few long laughs, he saw a dark cloud rolling towards him from the horizon. Lord Xianxia brought a large group of prawn soldiers and crab generals and arrived on a cloud. While they were still tens of miles away, Lord Xianxia could not wait any longer and let out a loud laugh. "My good brother, I've not let you down. All the materials you need to expand the spirit breeding ring. I brought you 100 times the amount. Sigh, it's not really a spiritual item. This spirit-storing jade is used as a brick in the Dragon King's residences of the old Dragon Kings." Wu Qi was rendered speechless. The most important function of the spirit breeding ring was that it could freely absorb natural energies from the outside world, providing them to the living beings stored in the ring. The spirit-storing jade was one of the most important materials for the spirit breeding ring. In Great Yin Dynasty, a fist-sized spirit-storing jade was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. But in those Dragon King's mansions in Great Eastern Ocean, they were actually used as bricks? Shaking his head, Wu Qi felt that he had to pay a visit to those Dragon King's mansions in a few days. 7 days later, on the shore of East Ocean, a beam of white light swept across the sky. Amidst the white light, 10,000 tall and burly long bone men vanished without a trace. Wu Qi caressed the spirit breeding ring on his finger, which had expanded by more than 1,000 times. Once again, he threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. Who under the heaven could bring an army of 10,000 men with him? Lu Buwei, Zhao Ling, or anyone else? I, Wuxia, will be waiting for you. Chapter 293. After sending off Princess Zhang Lu and settling all the affairs in Star-Picking City, Wuxi had successfully expanded the spirit breeding ring, allowing him to carry 10,000 longbow men with him. Leisurely and alone, Wuxi traveled from Star-Picking City through a teleportation formation and returned to Meng Fortress. After that, he traveled through a teleportation formation and arrived at the border between Great Wei and Great Zhao, a lofty mountain with a scale no smaller than Meng Mountains, but even more precipitous and majestic. He Mountain. At the heart of He Mountain was a vast lake, measuring 1,000 miles in circumference. It was a great lake with a diameter of 1,000 miles, but its depth was over 27,000 miles. It was like a deep well, and not even the heaven and earth could create such an unreasonable existence. It could only be a man-made miracle. At a depth of 27,000 miles, the water pressure in the deep water had reached an unimaginable level. Only an Earth immortal with a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm or above, who was supported by an excellent defensive magical treasure and exerted all his strength, could walk and breathe freely like a mortal. However, if one wanted to fight, compete with magical techniques, or assassinate each other with flying swords, only cultivators of nascent divinity realm would have the strength to spare. At the deepest part of the lake, the water here was no longer water, but acquired water essence, which was as sticky as glue, pitch black like ink, and several hundred times heavier than mercury. In the outside world, this kind of gouet water essence was a rare natural treasure, an excellent material for crafting magical treasures. However, in the depths of this nameless lake, there was a large piece of it that had a circumference of 1,000 miles and a thickness of over 10 miles. Right in the center of the lake, a silver speck of light, 100 miles in circumference, was vaguely visible. It was a silver beam that shot straight out from the bottom of the lake, right before the entrance of Xianxia, Immortal Abode. Originally, it was only several tens of feet in circumference, but when it reached the surface of the lake, it had expanded to 100 miles. Following the silver speck of light, 100 miles in circumference, 100 miles in circumference, was the entrance of Xianxia, Immortal Abode. Currently, on a grassland that measured several hundred acres in circumference next to the lake, the flags of the emperors of 6 dynasties were fluttering above the city. Above the imperial flags of 6 dynasties were a plain white flag and a plain green lotus flag, representing White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. These 2 flags were actually top-grade magical treasures as well, but they did not have any defensive or offensive power. The only function they had was to release a strong light and auspicious cloud, which allowed these 2 flags to be clearly visible from tens of thousands of miles away. Even an ordinary mortal could clearly see these 2 flags from tens of thousands of miles away. This was the grandeur that an immortal sect should have. Standing above the teleportation array in the earthen city, Wuxia, who was enjoying the scenery around him, did not think much of it. Wuxia was clearly an insignificant figure in the 6 nations. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be too many people paying attention to him. However, right after he walked out from the teleportation array, he was immediately greeted by numerous hostile gazes. Some of them even did not conceal the killing intent in their eyes. Judging from the current situation, there were at least 1,000 people in the earthen city who wished they could crush him into pieces. It was especially true for Xianxia and Xianzhuang, the 2 military officers of Xiang clan, who had just brought a team of elite soldiers and drove a bronze chariot into the city, with piles and piles of bloody prey placed in the chariot. When they saw Wuxia, their eyes immediately turned red. Both men exchanged a glance, and under the gloating gazes of countless people around them, they suddenly turned the chariot around and sped towards Wuxia. Wuxia looked coldly at Xianxia and Xianxia, who were driving the chariot towards him. Suddenly, he fished out an immortal talisman from Black Dragon's spirit ring, glinting brightly with a green gleam, and lightly flicked one of its corners with his finger. An enormous immortal pressure burst out from the surface of the immortal talisman, causing the rhino that was pulling the chariot to stop its wild charge, then knelt on the ground timidly. No matter how exasperatedly Xianxia raised the whip and lashed at the rhino refused to rise to its feet. Feeling the pain, the rhino, who had formed his demon core, turned his head angrily and roared at Xianxia. General Xianxia, it is an agreement signed between our ancestors and the Emperor of Great Chu that our people are helping Great Chu in the war. We are not going to die in vain. That little fellow has an immortal talisman in his hand, a talisman crafted by a heaven immortal. If you want to die, go ahead. For the sake of our many years of cooperation, I'll help you collect your dead bodies later. Xianxia and Xianxia's faces turned blue with anger. Suddenly, some people near and far let out mocking laughter together. Amidst so many people who were laughing at them, the fat Wuxia, who was sitting on a deck chair on the wall and enjoying Li Yuyan's gentle massage, laughed even louder and harsher. Slapping his own belly, he could not help but burst out laughing and said, "Generals, why aren't you fighting anymore?" Sigh. This monarch thought that you would be willing to sacrifice your lives to avenge the humiliation of your nominal lord and mistress. Xianxia's muscles bulged, but he could still maintain his consciousness. On the other side, Xianxia roared furiously and drew his sword, thrusting it towards Wuqi's chest while leaving a blood-red trail in the air. Holding the sword with his right hand, Xianxia clenched his left hand into a fist and punched forcefully towards Wuqi's forehead. The punch was piercingly cold, and a large sheet of red energy exploded in the air. It was obvious that he was going to smash Wuqi's head with this punch. A cold gleam flashed in Wuqi's eyes. Just as he was about to activate the immortal talisman and kill Xianxia on the spot, a beam of white light suddenly came shooting at him. A jarring sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword in Xianxia's right hand was shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a hole was pierced through his armor, and a white beam as thick as a fist appeared on his body, leaving a huge hole on his body. Xianxia howled miserably as blood sprayed out from his body, and he was knocked flying backward. The flesh and blood around the wound on his chest were wriggling rapidly, healing the wound at an incredible speed. However, a wisp of extremely sharp Tai-Bai Chi of life was hiding near his wound, preventing it from healing. Bathed in blood, Xianxia fell to the ground and slid back for several thousand feet, knocking his head onto a bronze flagpole. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. The white beam dissipated, and Jingke revealed himself from within. He stared coldly at Xianxia, who had pulled out his sword, and said coolly, "Great Chu and Great Yan are allies. If you do not wish to stir up a conflict between the two dynasties, I suggest you exercise restraint. Since the emperors of both dynasties are disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect, by suddenly attacking Duke of Tianyun, who is also a disciple of White Cloud Immortal Sect, is that considered as betraying the sect and deceiving the master? Are you trying to make His Majesty Chu Ping fulfill the oath he made when he joined White Cloud Immortal Sect and have his soul destroyed?" Raging with rage, Xianxia struggled to his feet and was about to cooperate with Xianxia and continue their assault. But they suddenly heard Jingke's rebuke. Both men exchanged a glance, and cold sweat suddenly broke out from their foreheads. Suddenly, a fat figure flashed across from the side. It was Wuxia, the fat man, who was standing in front of Wuqi. Smiling, he shouted at Xianxia and Xianxia, "General Jingke is right. Duke of Tianyun is the direct disciple of Patriarch Jiangyan. Are you trying to put His Majesty in an unjust position by attacking him? Are you trying to make His Majesty break the oath and die?" The sudden appearance of Wuxia had left Xianxia and Xianxia with no other way to deal with him. Both men gave a muffled snort. Then Xianxia carried the severely wounded Xianxia and went to find a place to heal his wounds. Smiling, Wuxia nodded at Wuxia, then turned to look at Li Yueyin, who was standing on top of the city wall. After that, he spun and teleported next to her, then sat down heavily on the deck chair. Wuxia also turned to give Li Yueyin a deep look, as an almost imperceptible sneer emerged in his eyes. Perhaps no one could recognize you after you change your appearance, but how could Wuxia not recognize the scent on your body? Naturally, a qualified thief would not let go of even the slightest scent. Jing Ke greeted Wuxia, then said in a low voice, "She is from Great Chu. The identity of this woman is very complicated. Do not provoke her unless necessary. I think she's the younger sister of Li Yuan, the current Prime Minister of Great Chu, the King of Chunshun, Huangxias." Twitching his lips, Jing Ke used a very common term to describe Li Yueyin, old mistress. Wuxia smiled, shook his head, and followed Jing Ke into the assembly hall located right in the center of the city. When Wuxia walked into the great council hall, all the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties turned to look at him with surprise. After that, a few of them who had a grudge against Wuxia even scolded him. How could a mere duke of Tianyun of Great Yin dynasty, who did not have any actual power in the imperial court, have the qualification to visit such an important place? How could he have the qualification to attend the meeting of the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties? Wuxia could sense the hostility in the eyes of these people. He smiled sheepishly, walked slowly next to Patriarch Jiangyun, kowtowed, and said, "Master, with the help of 3 senior brothers, everything in Star-Picking City has gone smoothly. I have handed over all the tasks in my hands, and I can now accompany Master and listen to your teachings." Patriarch Jiangyun nodded his head gladly, then waved his hand and said, "Rise, my disciple. As your cultivation base is still weak, you should consult me more often in the future. If there is anything you don't understand, you can always come to me and ask me. For the next few days, you can always stay by my side." Patriarch Jiangyun snorted lightly, then suddenly unleashed an enormous immortal pressure. Immediately, all the emperors and ministers in the hall felt a chill run down their spines. Only then did they suddenly remember that although Wuxia was a minister of Great Yin, he was now the trusted disciple of White Cloud, Immortal Sex Patriarch. The degree of favor he received was far greater than any of them. The hostile gazes quickly disappeared. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia strode to the back of Patriarch Jiangyun and the other Heaven Immortals, then stood aside. Intentionally or unintentionally, he turned to look at Lu Buwei, but the latter just kept looking at Wuxia with a smile on his face, as if nothing was amiss. In fact, there was even a hint of benevolence in the way Lu Buwei looked at Wuxia, as if he was a benevolent grandfather looking at his obedient grandson. A chill ran down Wuxia's spine. Sure enough, this old traitor was not easy to deal with. If it were someone who was a little more reckless, he would have been fooled by him. After giving Lu Buwei a glance, Wuxia finally turned to look at the group of people who were kneeling in the center of the hall, their bodies shackled by runes and unable to move. Their faces looked extremely old, so old that they were merely skin and bones, and when they breathed, it seemed like they would stop breathing at any time. However, the aura of their souls was extremely powerful. Vaguely, there were various beast souls drifting behind their backs. Among these beast souls, the strongest one was a white horse with a pair of wings on its back. Vaguely, it showed signs of breaking through peak stage nascent soul realm. A peak stage nascent divinity cultivator from Tranquil Vimla sect cupped his fist and bowed to the 6 heaven immortals, then said, "Ancestral masters, here are 135 men. They are the clan leaders and oracles of the 72 strongest barbarian clans, Any Mountain and Meng Mountain. Ancestral masters, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them." A bright gleam flickered in Wuxia's eyes as he gave these old men a surprised look. were they the leaders of all the strongest barbarian clans, Inhe Mountain and Meng Mountain. Chapter 294. Inside the Grand Hall, over 100 barbarian leaders were seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, their bodies glinting brightly and covered with all kinds of restrictive talismans. Their cultivation base was completely sealed, and they could not activate even a tiny bit of their aura. However, their beast souls were extremely lively, as they revealed their true forms behind their backs, wriggling and struggling silently as if they had gone mad. They threw their heads back and roared into the sky, emanating tremendous soul energy waves that made Wuxia feel suffocated. Wuxia had witnessed the unique beast warrior technique of Great Yin Dynasty's scouting office. With the power of beast souls, an ordinary Hotian warrior could unleash the strength equivalent to a low-tier Xianxia cultivator. However, the cultivation of beast warriors was extremely harsh and difficult. Just like what Xianxia had done, he had to consume countless spirit pills and rare natural treasures to push his nether python to the nascent soul realm. As for these barbarian leaders, who had a cultivation base equivalent to an early-stage nascent divinity cultivator, only God knew how many years they had been cultivating and how many resources they had consumed. Furthermore, the life force in these barbarian leaders' fleshly bodies was nearly depleted, and their flame of life could be extinguished at any time. However, their souls were incredibly strong. When their souls were combined with their beast souls, they were a few times stronger than ordinary cultivators with the same cultivation base. Their souls were full of life force, and they kept emanating tremendous soul energy waves, making it impossible for ordinary people to stand in front of them. Wuxia stared at these barbarian leaders in surprise, pondering the uniqueness of their beast soul cultivation technique. Without a doubt, the beast warrior cultivation technique of scouting office was robbed from the barbarians. Just like all the other cultivation techniques, they were all robbed from the barbarians. However, Wuxia had a feeling that there was something very mysterious and unusual about this beast soul cultivation technique, as if the meaning hidden in it was far more than what he had seen today. The divine sense of a heaven immortal was extremely powerful, and its power was boundless. Although Wuxia was standing behind Patriarch Xianxia, he could still see the surprised and thoughtful expression on Wuxia's face. Patriarch Xianxia didn't move his lips, but his voice, which was as thin as a gossamer, had already echoed in Wuxia's mind. This is the most orthodox cultivation technique of the human race when the ancient human emperors ruled the world. I didn't expect to find some fragments of it in this place. In just one breath of time, Patriarch Xianxia had explained to Wuxia what the so-called beast warrior technique was. The so-called beast warrior was the most orthodox and fundamental cultivation method of the human race during the era of the ancient human sovereign. The human race was born from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They were born with great luck and were destined to become the masters of heaven and earth, the spirits of all living beings. As for the newly born human race, they were weak and powerless. They did not have a good way to resist the various dangers of the natural world. Therefore, there were great heroes among the human race who used their great strength to subdue powerful beasts, subduing their souls and merging them with their own human souls. The human race was born with 3 souls and 7 spirits that corresponded to the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, they were born with the ability to understand the secrets of heaven, investigate the geography, and were born with intelligence. As for the beasts, they were born with either 1 soul and 1 spirit, 1 soul and 2 spirits, or 2 souls and 2 spirits. In short, their souls were incomplete. Apart from some rare divine beasts that existed during the creation of the world, such as the legendary Qilin or Phoenix, all the other beasts would always have incomplete souls. With incomplete souls, they would be born ignorant. Even if they were fated to be immortals and learn the Tao of cultivation, they would have to face many difficulties and obstacles, making it difficult for them to transcend. On the other hand, these beasts would give up their fleshly bodies and merge their powerful beast souls with the human souls. With that, they would be able to absorb the essence of the 3 souls and 7 spirits from the human souls, completing their souls and obtaining endless benefits. The human race monopolized the fortune of heaven and earth. Any beast that could merge with the soul of a human warrior and lend its powerful innate power to the human warrior, protecting the human race from being harmed by the natural world, would be rewarded with a great amount of virtues. With the virtues, when the human warrior's lifespan came to an end, his beast soul would enter the cycle of transmigration. With the protection of the virtues, he would be able to transcend his beast body and reincarnate into a human, or into the body of a high-level immortal beast or divine beast. Especially with the protection of the virtues, they could retain part of the memories of their previous lives, which made it extremely easy for them to cultivate in their next lives. Therefore, it was a mutually beneficial thing for both sides. In the ancient times, most human warriors had merged with the beast souls, which allowed them to unleash a formidable power that could even fight against the ancient heavenly gods. In the ancient times, the strongest human warriors could even merge with the beast souls of the legendary descendants of the 4 holy beasts, which gave them a tremendous power that could destroy the heaven and earth. Yin Buguwei and the others, who had only merged with the wind-breaking wolf, which was a demon beast, could only unleash the power of Xianxia realm. Compared to the ancestors of the human race, they were extremely weak. These barbarians were not barbarians, but the descendants of the most orthodox lineage of the human race. All kinds of cultivation techniques they mastered were the strange abilities left behind by the ancient ancestors of the human race. Wuxia took a deep look at these barbarian leaders, who were so old that they could not be described with words. He could not help but shake his head. After explaining the origin of these beast souls to Wuxia, Patriarch Xianxia said, "Listen up, all of you. We come with no evil intentions. We just want to find out the origin of this planet." The barbarian leaders fell into a moment of silence. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the oldest barbarian, an old man whose body was densely covered with countless embroidery patterns and holding a pitch-black bone staff, slowly rose to his feet. Coldly, he glanced at the 6 heaven immortals sitting high up in the hall, then suddenly laughed coldly and said, "You came straight into our clan, killed many of our people, and abducted us here without any evil intentions? If you had any evil intentions, you would have wiped out all of us, wouldn't you?" "That is just a misunderstanding," said Patriarch Xianxia coolly. "It was your people who attacked my disciples first." The old barbarian pondered for a brief moment, then slowly nodded and said, "My children are always harassed by these people outside the mountain. Therefore, when they see outsiders, they attack them with all their strength. We can't blame them for that." Glancing around, the old man said in a cold voice, "It is you, it is these people. Ask yourselves, how many young girls from different clans have you abducted from the forest all these years?" The emperors of the 6 dynasties looked at each other, but none of them said a word. Only the heavens knew the exact number. Great Yin had issued the barbarian killing order, and every year, countless barbarians were killed by the warriors of Great Yin. Apart from Great Shu, the situation in all the other dynasties was almost the same. The young barbarians were always the targets of slaughter, while the pretty and wild barbarian girls were the favorite collection of the rich and powerful. Over the years, only the heavens knew how many barbarian girls had been abducted from the forest. Didn't Yin Qijuan marry a barbarian holy maiden, and even gave birth to Princess Zhongli with her? Even a holy maiden had been abducted, let alone ordinary people. The old barbarian snorted coldly, then looked at Patriarch Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Look, immortals, you can't blame us for this." Patriarch Xianxia was not moved by the old man's words. "You can't blame my disciples," he said coolly. "You were the one who attacked first, and that was courting death. Answer my question now, or else your entire clan will be wiped out." An enormous immortal pressure was unleashed without reservation. The frightening immortal pressure of Patriarch Xianxia, which was infinitely close to 35th tier Heaven Immortal, immediately made all the barbarian leaders kneel on the ground, unable to move. The old barbarian knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, his shriveled body began to swell, and his muscles began to bulge. Patriarch Xianxia sneered and said, "Are you still trying to resist? Do you really want your clan to be wiped out? Answer my question, and you can go back safely. From now on, the people of these dynasties will not disturb your peace, but you are not allowed to disturb the people outside the mountain." Upon hearing Patriarch Xianxia's words, the old barbarian's body quickly shriveled up again. He pondered for a brief moment, then nodded and said, "Our lifespan is not long, and we are not as long as the legendary leaders of the various clans in the ancient times. We can live up to 300 years at most, and that is already a blessing from heaven. Therefore, many things are passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation, and when it comes to us, many of the records are incomplete." Lao AI suddenly said with a cold grin, "Why don't you record them in the ancient books and keep them well?" Patriarch Xianxia gave Lao AI a look, nodded slowly, and agreed with Lao AI's question. The old barbarian rolled his eyes, sneered, and said, "You have been wantonly plundering all kinds of ancient books and records left behind by our ancestors. Do you think we would dare to record those precious ancient stories? The most important things are the origin of our clans, and they are all recorded in our hearts. In the future, we will have to rely on these records to reunite with our ancestors. If they are robbed by you, what should we do?" His words rendered Lao AI speechless. He twitched his lips and did not say another word. In the great hall, the old barbarian patriarch began to narrate slowly. A very long time ago, about 2 great apocalypses ago, this planet was called Myriad Immortals Planet, and it was the most famous planet in Minor Heavenly Circle realm where cultivators gathered. When the great apocalypse began, all the clans went to war, and the heaven and earth turned upside down. First, it was the war between the armies of the human race and the cultivators. Then the armies of fiendish devils broke through the void and came to fight against the cultivators and the human race. The war lasted for several thousand years, and countless mighty existences were killed or wounded. Later on, the leaders of the armies of the human race were either killed or wounded, and the armies that followed them scattered into the mountains. Later on, alliances of various clans were formed. As a result, the descendants of the cultivators were nearly wiped out, and only a small number of cultivator clans survived. On the other hand, the fiendish devils suffered a great loss. Apart from some of the weakest fiendish devils, all the stronger fiendish devils had disappeared. The war between the 3 parties was so chaotic that the sky was shaking and the earth was cracking. No one knew which party was the one who flew into a rage out of humiliation and decided to simply cast a restrictive spell, shattering millions of planets in the vicinity of Myriad Immortals Planet, turning it into a desolate land where no one could enter or leave. Patriarch Xianxia nodded and said, "So, the origin of the flaming nether ocean can be traced back to 2 great apocalypses ago." When Patriarch Xianxia said that, all 6 heaven immortals could not restrain their excitement. Even Bai Xia, who was the most reserved among them, had a faint smile on her face, and a bright gleam could be seen flickering in her eyes. It was no wonder that the descendants of the Longbow people and Feathermen, who had gone extinct in Minor Heavenly Circle realm, could still be found on this planet. This kind of tribulation would often cause the world's origin energy on the surface of a planet to become extremely chaotic. For a very long time in the future, there would not be any powerful cultivators appearing on this planet. Patriarch Xianxia counted with his fingers and said, "I see. About 100,000 years ago, this Myriad Immortals planet had barely recovered, and that was the reason why nascent divinity cultivators could appear here. Before that, the strongest cultivator was merely a nascent soul cultivator. However, the lifespan of nascent soul cultivators is limited. He, They could not even ascend to the immortal realm. Wuxia quickly took a step forward and said, Wanying Dragon King of Longyuan River once had 2 flood dragons who ascended to the immortal realm. Patriarch Jiang Yin shook his head, smiled faintly, and said, that was something that happened in the last 100,000 years. It was something that happened 2 great apocalypses ago. I'm afraid those 2 flood dragons only know that this is Myriad Immortals' planet and what happened in those years. However, I'm afraid even the current immortal monarchs of Minor Heavenly Circle realm have no idea about the exact location of Myriad Immortals' planet. As a matter of fact, this priceless planet now belongs to White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. At this point, Taoist Qing Exine laughed out loud and said, this is a priceless planet left behind 2 great apocalypses. During the last great apocalypse, it was said that the descendants of Minor Heavenly Circle Immortal Monarch were wiped out by someone, and all their scriptures were completely destroyed. Now, no one knows the exact location of Myriad Immortals' planet. Therefore, this priceless planet really belongs to us now. Unable to restrain the excitement in their hearts, all 6 heaven immortals roared with laughter. Now that they knew the origin of this priceless planet, they could develop it to their heart's content and make their sects grow stronger as much as they wanted. Patriarch Jiang Yun sprung to his feet excitedly and said, good, good. This is indeed a great thing. Everyone, follow me to open the Tsang Ao Immortal Abode. Cultivators from 2 great immortal sects stepped forward and released the barbarian leaders as promised. At the moment, these leaders were of no use to them. With the 6 heaven immortals leading the way, all the people in the Grand Hall responded to Chi-Chi's call and rose to their feet. Wuxia followed closely behind the 6 heaven immortals and walked out of the Grand Hall. The company stepped onto clouds and flew straight towards the silver speck in the center of the lake. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.